what I'm talking about. Good evening, everybody. Welcome, all and sundry. Welcome, Arvanauts, to a Saturday stream. It is 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:33 p.m. Eastern to be exact. And welcome, everybody, to Day 5 of D&D with I&B, Palace of the Red Pasha. It is great to see everybody. I hope everyone is doing well and is looking forward to what I expect to be a very eventful and fun session. I don't know where anything is going to go during this session, to be honest, because so far the players have done a really good job of trying to short circuit every other aspect of this adventure. I mean that in the best possible way. They have been exploring and developing and making this into their own wonderful story, and it means that I have in some ways as little knowledge of what's going to happen as all of you do. So I am excited to experience it along with all of you over the next few hours. If you are here for the first time, let me just give you a couple of ways to support us here. If you haven't already done so, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, where you can see past broadcasts of this and many other streams. !ArvCord is the Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. !ArvTweets is my Twitter. I would love it if people could jump over there and follow me. I've reached the 1,100 follower milestone. I don't know what kind of a milestone that is, but whatever it is, I've reached it. So definitely jump over there and follow me. I always tweet when I'm going live and about various other subjects on writing and gaming and teaching and streaming and, family and gaming, game mastering, and, a little bit of politics here and there too. So there's all that. And then, of course, all of this can be found on my website, arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !ArvCord, I already said that, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff for D&D with Infinity and Beyond, this very campaign. And you can get Adventures of Middle-earth stuff, and soon you'll be able to get Esper Genesis stuff there as well. !ArvTreon is the Patreon, 20 patrons, $184 per month. We're trying to get that number back up again. And again, any support that people can give there is really helpful for the channel, allows us to build inspirations and do a lot of other things for the channel, so that is always very much appreciated if people can jump on board and support us there. And of course, that sub button right below or above the video window is hugely helpful as well. It allows you to sub to the channel and get some of those awesome custom sub badges and emotes. You saw Mrs. Dunsel using some of those right there. Those are very much appreciated, so please consider jumping on board for those also, because they make a big difference, and I would be very much a fan of people being able to support that way, as many of you have been doing over the last couple of weeks, by the way. And last but certainly not least, on the publishing side, we have !Icarus for the Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. I just had a conversation about an hour ago or so, a little more than an hour, talking to some folks about stuff relating to Athos and relating to some other things. And so pretty soon I'm going to be able to talk a little bit more about details with that. So hang in there, because it's going to be pretty cool. And it may have relation to a future comment I'm going to make here in just a few seconds. !Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That is my 5e adventure and sourcebook, which came out from Alligator Alley Entertainment, has been out in digital for months, and is coming out in print just as soon as Customs decides that it's okay to let it go. Please, God, do that. The time has come. It came, 5 weeks ago when it first got into the dock. So anyway, very excited for that to get out there. And last but certainly not least, of course, we have !Grayshade KS, which is my Grayshade Kickstarter. The current tentative date for that is April 6th, which is about a month from now. And again, I was talking to some folks about details with that, and that is going to involve a lot of major players in my previous publishing life. So I'm very excited to be able to bring those to the fore. It's a very big Kickstarter for me, and I'm very excited about it. I'm nervous but excited, and that is all going to be launching next month. So I'm looking forward to all of that. Thank you, Live Suing. It's also GRAY, not GREY. And then you'll be able to see that. And of course, as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. There are links and resources that you can find there. There you go, thank you. And !Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Again, very important to reach out to others if it appears that they need help, and to reach out to others if you need help as well. So please consider doing that, because it really does make a difference. Having said that, yeah, no, I know, you're not the only one, believe me. The only other thing I need to note is just a quick note about schedule. We have got D&D with Infinity and Beyond again going on tonight, and then starting on Sunday, tomorrow, we will be off. On Monday, we will be off until Emberwind, which is going to be on that evening. So Monday evening at, I believe it is 7 p.m. Eastern, we will have the return of the Ember crew. And then Tuesday is going to be Adventures of Middle-earth from noon to 3 p.m. Eastern as per usual. And then starting at 4 p.m., we will have the Pen and Pixel show show with some Mission Critical that's going to be happening as well. This is going to be, those streams, that Tuesday will be the last time that I will be streaming from my current office, my current home. I am moving on Wednesday and Thursday, and so I am hoping that I'll be all set to be able to stream on Friday, which will be more of Inkle's Sorcery series, Sorcery 3, The Seven Serpents, and then Saturday will be some Metroid Prime. But that is all dependent on everything, including internet and all the rest of it getting in and being set and ready to go. And so, you know, I am going to do the very best that I can, but I just wanted to warn everyone that Friday and Saturday may be a little bit up in the air because I am going to be traveling and moving in the middle of the week. So everything is going to be a little crazy. And even on Friday, it's definitely not going to be set up all the way. Hopefully I'll have my desk and I'll have some of the stuff there, but I have a lot of other things to do to sort of set that place up the way I want it to be. But it'll be a start. So this will be the last time, and then we'll see how these things go. It's been back into hell. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry to hear that, Echo. Yeah. I mean, I think you said you got the AstraZeneca, I believe. Yeah, my shot that I got on Thursday was just arm soreness, basically mild to moderate, and is mostly cleared up today. If I lift my arm up, I can still feel a little bit of tightness, slight tenderness or whatever, but pretty much gone. That should be gone by tomorrow. So, but that was only on the first shot. So hopefully, thank you, Live. Thank you. But I'm sorry to hear that, Echo. So hang in there, get well, and hopefully you will be feeling better soon. And certainly it's better than the alternative, but I know that doesn't help when you're going through it at the midst of that time. So in any case, but it is time now for some Dungeons and Dragons. And so I'm going to unmute myself and let the folks know that we are ready to go. And then I'm going to unmute them. And then last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to the incredible, amazing crew represented by these gentlemen that you can see below me, and of course, one window represented by BRB. But by the time we get there, I'm sure that Rob will be back to us. So, oh no, what did I say that could create a reaction? No?
Well,
no. Yeah. Oh, ha ha, ha ha. The person who almost always has the shirt.
It's right there. I just haven't gone to put it on.
Sure.
I was wearing this because I was eating hot dogs and I did not want to get pancake syrup all over my shirt. So just,
Okay. Well, I understand that. I understand. I am repping.
Okay.
John is repping. Sod
right,
is not
baby.
repping.
IAB forever.
Sod. Yeah, exactly. For life.
Right.
But is not repping, and of course Rob will never rep because
no, that's what
laundry.
That's BRB. That stands for Infinity.
Yep.
And Beyond.
Yeah, Infinity BRB. Oh my goodness. I will start as per usual with the gentleman right below me in the column, and that of course is Mr. Trendane Sparks. Hi, Trends. Good to see you. I see it's bright in your room. It's like, I assume it's sunny in Cali. Is it always? It's not always, but it's sunny in California.
It's kind of funny that you should mention that. Yesterday, I was thinking, okay, I'm gonna get up early. I'm gonna mow the yard. It hasn't rained in days. It'll be fine. At about maybe 10:30, my housemate comes in and he's standing like right behind my microphone where I can't ever see him, and he moves really quietly, so I never know he's there until I like barely see his reflection in my monitor when he steps around behind me.
You're like, ah,
God,
yeah.
Make some goddamn noise. Anyway, so he's like, so are the windows closed on your car? I'm like, I think so. And he's like, it's really, really raining outside right now. I'm like, no. And I took my head as I was walking into the bathroom, just because it's the closest open window, and it was just torrential. I'm like, I think it's closed. All right, hang on a second. I better get my umbrella. And so I went and got my umbrella, and I realized I've never opened it before. So I'm not sure how.
That is so. Oh man! All right.
So California.
I open it, and it's one of those little micro umbrellas, and it says umbrella on the side because it's like a Resident Evil umbrella, so it's an umbrella.
Okay.
And so it's I push the thing open, and so the top part comes down the way it's supposed to, and then the outer edges, instead of folding down the way they're supposed to, they folded back up. So it's like it was like a salad shooter spinner thing, whatever. Just shaped wrong, completely wrong. And yeah, it was coming down pretty. Yeah, no, fortunately my windows were closed. Hi, so I got this piece of. I'm still flustered about this piece of mail that I got. It's not to me. It's to apparently somebody who used to live here before me, and it says Sunday 2021. Little vague.
Okay.
It says your home first with your and first underlined. This very old church and loans underlined, double underlined. This very old church loans this to you to bless someone connected with this house. then it must go to another family to die.
It's a chain letter
Yes.
in 2021
That desires
From a
God's
church.
blessing.
From a
See letter
church.
inside.
from
And
a
it says-
church.
It says, "Angel medallion is coming. It's blessed. Do not shred." I'm just-
Wow. I'm glad you
Oh.
read it because otherwise the whole campaign would be cursed. I mean, like that's how
I
that
know.
goes.
So for now, it's still just Sod's rolls. Anyway, I am playing
Oh, dang.
Fifely Harper.
Wow. Called
Oh.
out. All right.
Shots be fired.
Woo.
Yeah, and I don't
Get-
even have a bow.
Got late real early tonight. All right.
Yes, it did. So I am playing Fifely Harper, a human druid, Circle of the Moon druid, who has one beast shape left, almost turned into an elk and trampled over the giant iron door that was crushing Sod last week. Not last week, last time. Anyway, yeah, but speaking of Sod.
Speaking of Sod, always a pleasure to have turn of this. And we, of course, are joined as always by Sod with no tech issues. Everything is fine.
No,
Everything's
no,
working exactly as planned.
Everything's fine. Can you hear me? Is it still really bad?
I'm coming to you today. I consider myself.
I apologize if anyone in chat.
It's not that bad. It really isn't.
I try my best.
It's just bathroom echoey. That's all. But it's really not bad.
Yeah, I've got to buy. I think I need to get some sound panels and stuff now. I'm starting to fill up this room, and yeah, I think it needs some audio treatment.
And very nice, Trent. I see the shirt. Now we have it all repped. That's good. But on you go, Sod. So yeah, we'll give you that's fine. We'll get it fixed. Yeah, you need the sound treatment. When are you going to add when are you going to be like the cool kids and get the LED strips, the RGB, the sound panels on every place?
I'm not much of an LED guy.
Make it like
It's
Disco
just-
Robs.
No, I don't. I get very distracted quite easily by them. So it'd be me constantly going like this because I see it a lot.
Well, I'm not talking like neon. I mean, like but
yeah, maybe I
That'd
should
be
get
pretty
like
funny
that.
though. Sod keeps getting killed in Elemental Evil because like, what? Oh, damn it, I died again.
oh man, oh shoot.
But I bought my first piece of furniture in like 5 years,
what was
something
it?
like that, which is that's the display cupboard, and I got a carpet. for this
Oh, that
room.
was the display cover. Yeah,
Yeah.
before we got started, Sod was trying to get his mic fixed, and as he was doing that, he had the camera on the cabinet, so it just I kept looking over and seeing it highlight when they speak, and I'm just like, the cabinet is talking to us right now. It's just like,
Yeah.
hey guys, it's good to see you all. I'm D&D cabinet, you know.
So I've got this. This is all that there. That's all my PlayStation stuff all on display.
Okay.
2 and 3, and up there it's going to be where all the big boxes are. I don't know what I'm going to do with this one. I'm thinking I'm going to put all my old SNES stuff there because I've still got all the SNES boxes and cartridges.
Yep.
They show that off there, and I was thinking like D&D stuff in here and books and stuff there. I don't know.
That's good.
Still
See, so
planning
you're
stuff. I
thinking
mean,
about
just
it. It's
on-
going to look good.
It's just something I've been waiting. I've been trying to find it for a long time to find a good display cabinet because so many of them are really paper thin, so you can't really fit a lot of stuff in.
Yeah.
And and now I got one, and I'm happy. Now I've got to put all my stuff in it. So,
No, that's going to be great. I'm
storage. When you have new storage, you're just like, I've got to fill it up.
Yeah.
I've got so much stuff everywhere.
And you know the drill, like stuff multiplies to fill, space that you would have otherwise. I'm excited to do when I get up to my new place of like putting books and like games behind me so I can actually have it look like that, in the same way. So anyway, that's awesome. So yeah, it looks very nice. And, it is created. You also are now echoey in mic, so that it's created that effect.
Nice.
Otherwise, beyond that, who are you playing today? So.
I am playing Gromny Grummelhammer, who had the joy of being what it feels like to be a door, sort of.
Yes. Well, a floor, really, more than
A
a door.
Ramp or the ramp chop.
A ramp.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a ramp.
exactly.
Yeah, that's
So
sort
you
of-
weren't even going to be the ramp. You were the chalk holding the ramp up. You were like the
Yeah.
fulcrum, dude.
Yes,
That
yes.
was
You were the supports for the ramp.
one of the funniest episodes I've seen since The Needle to the Eye, to be quite honest.
That's true.
Why is it? It's always Gromny as well. It's never anyone else. I just want to point this out.
Right. Well, and also it needs to be said that it's not like I ever set it up this way. You just came up, you did this thing, and I'm like, well, it falls over then. It's like, well, that's how this goes down. It was great. It was a really fun session, which we'll talk about during the recap. And despite all this, Gromnir, you should think about it this way. You always complain about these things that happen to you, but it's important to remember that you are a survivor. Like, it's not like you've survived all these games. You've been with us from the beginning.
In spite of yourself.
In spite of yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is very, very true. Yeah.
So you were a survivor, but it's great to have Saad with us as always. And also welcome back, because you were there for, gone on different things you were doing work-wise at the end of February. So welcome back.
Yeah. Lots of road tripping around up the coast and stuff. It was a lot of driving, but it was nice driving because coastal driving is always really good. A lot of good scenery.
Yeah. So now you're back.
At the beach for like 2 days. It was great.
Oh man, I still to this day remember leaving Australia and being on Bondi Beach and just the gorgeous weather and the whole day, and then being 20 hours later touching down in a prop plane in Providence, Rhode Island, looking like something out of The Day After Tomorrow, just like ice, snow, and I'm just like, what the hell was wrong with me? Why did I get on the plane? Like, seriously,
what's this snow stuff you Americans?
Yeah, like I was like, why? Oh God, And then I saw my girlfriend, who became my wife, and we have kids now. So that's what would have happened if all right? Aww. That's why I came back for my family. But anyway, no. It's great
to come down south, down under with you. There you go.
Yeah, it was. Long story. Anyway, it was. It's always a pleasure.
She's watching this, so it's good that you made that point clear.
Staring
because
right there,
that house, I'm sure the ink hasn't dried yet. So be careful.
Exactly. Always a pleasure to have Saad with us, and also always a pleasure to have John with us. John and I were just hanging out talking about a project that I may or may not have mentioned on this channel recently about,
Arv making me work on Saturday.
I know. Working hard, coming in Saturday.
Right. Getting things in order.
How are you doing, John? How's life in the universe with you, and who are you playing?
It's good. As I've talked about, as people know on this stream, we talk a lot about Trent's work for recording for us, and now I'm bringing in Rob as well, which I'm really looking forward to. So we got more to come. And for those of you who are BattleTech fans, by the way,
hey,
those who have BattleTech,
I'm right here.
Fans, I just mentioned you. Jesus.
I know that came out as like, hey, I'm walking in.
Hey, I love a parade. Just like, how are you?
I'm recording here. I'm recording here.
Well, my chopped liver.
Let's not bury the lead. I'm here right now.
And what I was saying was, as it started just yesterday, we were finally launching the Dark Age novels, which is another 30 books that we finally have untangled from various boring publishing Arcana stuff that we have the rights to do now. So those are going to be coming out. So going to be keeping Trent and probably Rob busy for a long, long time. So that's a good thing. So, yeah.
Notice how like this whole thing is like they all came together in a game,
quick,
and now it's now gradually been turned into a full voice acting / narrating pipeline right to Catalyst. So
exactly that's all I use you for.
It was a long play.
You're a cog in the machine.
Exactly.
Exactly. Anyways, I am John Helfers, otherwise known as Radio Johnny Panda. I do Emberwind. We're getting back to Emberwind on Monday too here. But here tonight, it's IAB and D&D, and I'm playing a rogue who knows where to step and stand to not be crushed by big metal doors. Cade Barmadas, halfling rogue extraordinaire, who's now facing down some crazy person with a bow and arrow and an acid-tipped arrow, apparently. So we're going to see how this plays out.
I look forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. One quick note on Emberwind, by the way, for both John and Saad's benefit. I have been speaking to, and I believe that John is going to be speaking more with some people from Nomnivore Games, which makes Emberwind. And I think there's going to be, for those of you who are fans of Emberwind, there is going to be some more stuff coming down the pike for this campaign, I think, even in terms of stuff that's going to happen. And so I am very excited for that, actually, and to see the Ember crew continue. Emberwind has been doing great work for a couple of years on this channel, and I would love to be able to see that develop since they've been in the world created by one Mr. John Helfers, basically, at this point, narratively and otherwise for a while.
Well, that's true.
And
okay,
so,
yes. We've gone way into the weeds.
Yes.
Sometimes literally.
Sometimes literally into the weeds.
It's been fun.
So that's happening on Monday, which is going to be cool.
Yes, I do have to follow up with Derek, and I will do that, yeah.
So it's going to be good, but definitely want to be here for that. And thank you for the host as well, Rob, as always. And speaking of Rob, it's the latest cog in Catalyst machine. I mean, it's the latest creative of talent acquired by Kit. No, that doesn't sound good. But that's GC Darkside Rob, of course, who is with us here. And when you're not admiring his amazing studio setup, you can be admiring the voice that gave him the ability to go, hey, I'm voice acting here. Exactly. Thank you for the sub, Rob. I appreciate it, dude. 17-month streak, subscribe for 23 months. Yes, and that person, GC
money
Darkside
I'll never
Rob.
get back. What I mean is, no, I'm sorry.
You will get it back.
Sunk costs, Rob. Sunk costs, baby.
Sunk costs.
Actually, technically, we are sub to each other, so it's just the sub amount is just going cyclically from one side to the other. It's like Jeff doesn't even get his fucking cut. You know what? I'm okay with that.
It is a good point. There's like 50 people subbed on Twitch that all sub to each other, and that's how this pyramid scheme works.
It's a really orgiastic, wonderful sub train. No, that's really fantastic.
That of course is slightly hyperbolic, but the fact that Rob is a wonderful voice actor is not hyperbolic. Rob, it's good to see you. How's life in the universe with you? How have you enjoyed John being your boss for 30 seconds? How's that been? And who are you playing tonight?
I'm just gonna go vomit and thinking about
perfect.
that reality.
Great.
Outstanding, yeah.
Hang on, let me just go jam all the fingers down my throat. I will be back momentarily. No, it's fun. I mean, that may or may not be true. Play the home game. See which part is actually fact or fiction. I feel like you're asking me that question, and I'm coming out like Jonathan Frakes going, "It's all a lie. It's all false. None of it's true. It's all fiction. We made it up." If you haven't seen those videos, there's this Jonathan Frakes show that he did for Sci-Fi around the height of the the Next Generation things where they were doing that. I can't remember what it's called, but they've been those memes have been making their loops where it's just like it's a string of him saying, so that story it's like unsolved mysteries but for writers that don't actually have like a real thing to tell a story about, so they made them all up. It's great. It's a completely meaningless show. Anyway, much like my existence these days. No, I'm kidding. Hi, everyone. I'm good. I am a little bit loopy because I'm high on coffee and lack of sleep for doing like a 9-hour session of Loop Hero, the hot new game on Twitch TV, where you collect cards and watch the numbers go up. So yes, it is the new Twitch clicker. I imagine there will be a Twitch Plays Loop Hero within about like 24 hours because it's just that kind of, that would be amazing. Yeah, actually. Would be interesting. A game where no one has to, where Twitch doesn't have to pick a direction for people to go. It's just where they put the cards and you just see the card like move around the screen. Then somebody lay it down. But yeah, no, that's been my existence for the last day. But yes, hi. Let's do this the way it's meant to be, dude. Hi, I'm GC Darkside Rob. I am a Twitch caster here on Twitch TV. I'm also a professional clown. I don't know. I'm a professional. What? I forgot what I was going to say. I'm a professional clown and jokester and maker of silly. Oh Jesus! I actually can have some stories about clowning. Met Bill Irwin multiple times. Performed on stage with Bill Irwin twice, which was awesome, and also went to a camp with a clown thing and did some clowning, schooling, training, things of that sort. So I have some background in it. I could do it. Don't judge me.
Don't question me.
That's clownist of you, Arv. Don't be a clownist. Okay? Anyway. So yes, professional video editor, voice actor, musician, composer, YouTuber, Twitch variety caster, and maker of silly voices with my mouth. Yeah. And I will be playing Ryuvi Dark Crasher. You'll learn more as you watch the show. And I've been super busy, but I've been meaning to cut together a little snippet of the show from that last session when we had the Gromblehammer meets door moment, because it was super hilarious and maybe the hardest I've ever laughed on any episode of Infinity and Beyond in the history of doing this crazy thing. So I'm gonna still try to get that done before the next session. So by the time Arv has moved, we can relive that moment together here on the Twitch TV.
It is good stuff. It was good times, and
that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
It was good times.
And Grom, but yeah.
Exactly.
Oh yes, and audiobooks coming from me soon. Yay.
Yeah.
Woo, finally.
That's all good stuff.
Took longer than intended, but it shouldn't. It should be happening hopefully soon. Soon.
Yes,
soon.
It's better late than never. I'm glad for that, and I'm glad that we are here to get back into some D&D with IMB. So let us do it as I fire up some music
It's
here.
kind of like the COVID relief bill. Better late than never, especially when Mitch McConnell isn't in charge of it.
Yay! We did actually.
Look
get
at how
a big
easy that
bill
was.
passed. It's true. Okay, in our last session, the party has come. Fifely, Gromnir, Cade, and Ryuvi have come to the mysterious city of Kalimport, far to the south, and have gone there specifically because Severin, the leader of the Cult of the Dragon, which regular watchers of this campaign will know, were defeated by Fifely, Gromnir, Cade, Ryuvi, and also TikTok and Gesma and, that sort of thing, back in the day. The Cult of the Dragon
them anymore.
has not been completely apparently destroyed. Severin was from Kalimport, and apparently there were elements of the Cult of the Dragon which still remained. And so the party was asked by representatives of Order of the Gauntlet and by others from the Lord's Alliance and those sorts of groups to head to the south and to try to track down what they could. Now, this party at this point, of course, is not your everyday, level 1, let's try this out. This is a level 15 party of heroes that have come here with, in some cases, their own people that they had sent to spy out and gather information together, and have come down to Kalimport to find out what was going on. Because Kalimport is not only a very magical city, it is a mysterious city which doesn't have a lot of information available to people outside of it. And so the party traveled down and spent the first couple of sessions actually trying to gather a lot of that information by going throughout the city, and then made the decision that they were going to try to go, as it were, direct. They were going to go right down to the heart of the matter, because they had been told that there is allegedly a stronghold of the cult which is underneath the palace of the Red Pasha, the leader of Kalimport. And so the party got into the sewers, traveled through, had a couple of, tried to avoid a possible combat, and snuck around, stealthed their way through and in, and eventually found themselves coming out in this one area where they ended up trying to get through this door, which was going to lead downstairs, apparently, to the next floor. This is where the shenanigans began, because the door was locked, and so at a certain point Gromnir decided that he was going to remove the hinges to said door, removed the hinges, and the door then collapsed upon him, and he did not make his save, and at that point there was a knock on the door because someone was knocking. My daughter is talking about Raya, the movie that just came out today. Yeah. Well, you heard, but Chad didn't hear.
Well.
So the heck with Chad. No, but anyway. The door collapsed on Gromnir, and then much of the fight was spent literally on top of the iron door, trampling on Gromnir. But fortunately, despite... there were some issues here and there. A couple people got hit by a couple things or whatever. But in the end, the party managed to make it through somewhat. There were several of these people, these creatures they were fighting, actually retreated and headed, these half-dragons headed back down the stairs. The party went in quick pursuit. Specifically, Cade was in front, and got to the bottom of the stairs, only to find this person that you see on screen. Let me just zoom in a little bit so we get the full dramatic effect. This person on screen, facing them, basically with a group of these veterans still around them, and facing them with a... hold on a second, because I can't... my notes are not here. There we go. Facing them with a bow that she has drawn, and from the end of that bow, there is something dripping and burning and hissing as it hits the ground. And she said to Cade as he reached the bottom and screeched to a halt, and she said, "So, you have said that apparently you decided to come and see us. Now the question is why?" And that is where we ended our session last time. And so this is where we are going to pick up. So we are currently, who knows if we'll stay there, but at the moment, we're out of initiative. Cade, you are at the bottom of these stairs. You have these three half-dragons that are surrounding you, like literally right there. And then this bow drawn by this person. And I think actually... I have a, I think I have a picture.
If you do, would be very helpful.
Yeah, I do have a picture. I don't have more of a map, but let me just show. Yeah, give me 1 second while I track that down. Oh, it's underneath there.
That and
okay, there's that. And then there's this. Right, move that over there. Move this back up to here. Scroll down to this. Okay. Then we go to there and save as that and go up there. Okay, and now I'm going to pop this onto stream. So, you see what this person is dressed as. Okay, you'll be able to see it coming up right now. So, she is dressed, you can see, in these beautiful silks. And these kind of a sort of beautiful silks and dresses, a rich robe. She looks to be very young, quite beautiful, and is again sort of staring at you with this bow drawn and facing you. And this is the person that the half dragons around you are all very clearly waiting for a cue from her. And she is holding this thing on you and sort of waiting to see what happens. I'm going to ask what you do before I ask what the rest of the party is doing. But she's facing you with that bow drawn. So
right, and there's no obvious accoutrements, or she's not wearing the "I am a member of the Cult of the Dragon."
She is not. No, sadly, there is no embroidered CD anywhere of the.
Damn it. Is the scabbard on at least?
Yeah, no, sadly.
The bow doesn't say property of CD.
There is, I will say, that there are two other things that she does have on her person, though, that you can note. So she's got the bow drawn. Okay. At her belt, wrapped around her waist, not shown in that picture, she does have a belt with a scabbard. There is a sword of some kind within it. Obviously, you can see the hilt. And also, at her belt, that same belt, is a coiled rope. You can see that also.
Okay. Well, I mean, we've already entered combat, so it's antagonistic-y. So I'm just gonna say
it is antagonistic.
It's if you are with the Cult of the Dragon, prepare to die. If you are not, lower your weapon and we can talk. That's literally what I say.
Okay. And so she looks and gives a slight smile and
subtle, Cade.
And if I
already fighting them.
And if I was a member of this Cult of the Dragon, you believe it is your responsibility to wipe me out, do you?
Yes.
It's kind of what we do.
They already blight upon the entire coast, the entire landscape.
And she nods and she says, "Yes, I imagine that is what you have been told. I suppose your companions behind you are waiting to see what you do next. I can see the one of you there, the dark elf at the top of the stairs."
You guys are a little bit further down.
We're literally the ones who put a dent in the Cult of the Dragon Queen's plans in the first place.
Yeah.
You might have heard of us.
And she nods slowly and she says, "So, I had indeed heard of you. You are the heroes that saved the Sword Coast from the Cult of the Dragon. Indeed, Severin had warned that such a thing might happen. But then Severin was always one half a fool. And she says...
And what was the other half?
She says, for that, I would need to know more of you. I would say, before we commence whatever is to happen, that it might be in your interest to hear more about what we do here. I do not know what things are like farther to the north, but I can tell you that things here are managed perhaps in somewhat of a different way. And if it had been up to us, there would have been no attempt to return. And she sort of looks at the three half-dragons that are all kind of looking at you back and forth to do anything further. And she says that.
I'm sorry. Are you a splinter of the cult that doesn't wish to return Tiamat to the mortal plane? Is that what I'm hearing?
Let us say that we are more patient than Severin ever was. My belief, the belief of most of the Cult of the Dragon, at least the ones here, is that dragons will, by their nature, eventually dominate the world. It is the logic of history. There is no question that at some point these creatures, more powerful, older, more wise, will be able to defeat us.
I don't mean to be rude, but if you're going to have this conversation, I don't know why I'm speaking with this voice. Hang on, let me try that one more time. I don't know why we're having... I do not now. Did I forget how to say...
Your friend
speak
cannot
in
even
Russian?
speak anymore.
Everybody's speaking in like quasi-Rushtalian, and I can't
Full
fucking
Cossack, baby.
get there now. It's full... das we done. Yeah, there it is. I just have to say das we done. Das we done. Das we done. Das we
Must
done.
break you.
I watch a damn YouTube channel where there's a guy's in Russia all the time, bald and bankrupt. Great YouTube channel, by the way. Everyone should check it out. That's what done, yeah. I don't mean to be rude, but I am all willing to hear what you have to say, but not at the edge of an arrow point. If you put your weapons down, I will do the same, and we can at least have the conversation first.
So she like the arrow ever so imperceptibly slides slightly up. I mean, like not clearly not like Cade like off of you so you can just like leap forward, but you get the impression that she's aware of your presence also, Ryovian. She says, I appreciate your position, but I hope you will understand mine. Up until about 3 seconds ago, it appeared you were ready to lay waste to the Cult of the Dragon. If I lower my weapon, will you not destroy us as we are a threat to the Sword Coast, to quote your friend here?
As I have just said, I am willing to listen to reason. If you are no threat to us, nor the Sword Coast, then I have no need to destroy you. However, I am much more likely to listen to reason, not at the edge of an arrow tip, and especially when members of my order whom I am responsible for have gone missing. And their lives are more important than us fighting right now.
And she kind of tilts her head and she says, perhaps I know something of these that you mentioned. Though I am, it must be said, not high enough to know of all the things that the cult has decided to do. But yes, we can speak about this if you wish. But in return for doing so, I must ask that you, at the very least, take your hands from your weapons. You need not lay them down. And come down the stairs slowly. I, in turn...
I'll do it.
...will allow my... Okay, so... And then, Cade, what are you just going to, like, let him pass? Or, like, are you, like... Shut the hell up. No. Like,
No. I'll stop the Shadow Blade, which was still in my hand. I'll
Right.
just let that go away. And then take a non-threatening but ready posture, basically. Straighten up and if Ruby wants
And I
to
put
lead
my
the
weapon
way
away and I start walking towards her.
make time with the Arrow Woman, then he can go nuts.
What about Gromnir and Fifley? What are you folks doing?
I'll keep the shield out, but she's the Warhammer.
Okay, shield and Warhammer, okay. I'm sorry, did you say anything, Trent? What was?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I was letting Sod go first.
Gotcha. Okay.
Firefly's still basically up at the top of the, and
Right.
aside from his staff, which is just a walking stick, he doesn't really have a weapon, per se.
Right.
And so he's staying on the stairs. He's not coming all the way down.
Okay. So as you do all these things, she backs up a few steps and then all right, you can return to the patrol. And one of them, and begins to speak in what is clearly Draconic.
And I understand them.
I was going to say that, yeah. And basically what he's saying is, this is not the order. This is not what we're supposed to do. And then she responds in Draconic, I make the orders for you. Get back into the patrol if you don't want to lose your head. And then he kind of growls and sort of stares back at you like just you wait type of thing, right? Like looks back at you all and then makes his way and is followed by his fellows. And they head this way. I think
as I get a little bit closer to her after the moment with her subordinate, I look to her and I kind of point over my shoulder and say, apologies for the door. I suppose you can say we made a fairly noticeable knock to come in, but then again, none of us knew what to expect. Technically, it seems we still don't, but we are willing to listen. I'm willing to listen.
So she shrugs and she says, a door can be replaced. An order, well, that is more difficult. And so she turns and she opens the door to this room. There's an enormous number 15. No, there isn't. As always, please ignore the room. I will again renew my plea. Please do player maps without numbers, please. Thank you, everybody, please. Okay. So
what does this number 15 on the floor represent? It is part of the Curse of the Dragon 15. What is this?
It's the mark of the dragon and your doom. No, she doesn't do that.
Is it the Pen 15 Club? What is this?
Yeah, exactly. So she goes in there, and you could all follow, if you wish, into that room. I mean, she's clearly watching you. Like, she still has the bow, the arrow is now dropped, but she has got the bow ready, basically. And I'm going to assume, since John just left for a second, I'm going to put him over here. You can change it. Fifely, what about you? Because she is sort of semi-watching to make sure everyone is...
He's right outside the door, just leaning against the door frame.
Okay. So there is a bed and a stool and a small table in here, kind of a desk maybe, and there's a chair behind it. And she really, this is pretty Spartan quarters basically, right? I mean, it's very kind of limited in terms of what it provides. And so she sits down at the table and she lays the bow and the arrow on it. And she sort of sits in the chair and leans back. There are no other chairs in the room, and she says, I'm sorry that I cannot offer you your own seats, but you see, I do not have enough resources to have chairs available for you.
All falling on hard times down here?
Not exactly, but the leadership has some disagreements. So she leans back a little bit in her chair, and you can see again, there's this very incongruous experience of seeing this sort of beautiful silken covered woman who's just there with her feet up on the table, almost looking like she should be wearing, leather armor and kind of just leather boots, like kicking back at the tavern. And she leans back in her chair and she says, so I must ask if it is not impolite to do so. I had heard that you had come to Calimport, and I suspected that eventually you would come to us. What I would ask is what you know of our operations here. Specifically, what have you been told about us? Simply we are more cultists to be wiped out like so many roaches, or something else?
I'll look at Ryuvi. He's the one leading the show right now.
I actually need a reminder as to why precisely we've been sent here.
Well, you were sent
Sorry,
here by
it's
the
been
Order
a
of the
couple of weeks.
You were sent here by the Lord's Alliance because there are more cultists, and if it's Severin's home base and there are cultists, the fear was they could, rise again.
All right, that's right. That's
yeah,
what I
basically.
thought. Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
You have to understand, there are people on the Sword Coast, the ones who tasked us with taking this journey in the first place. A journey to, I guess it would not be incorrect to say save the world, I assume. Now, let me start that over. That's bullshit. All right, one more time.
She regards you seriously, waiting.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily planning to take the reins on this because I don't have the full. It's hard to keep this shit straight sometimes, but let me see if I can do it. You must understand. We originally were tasked with saving the world. Now, whether we thought that's what we were doing or not, we were told there was a force out there whose intentions were plain: to bring about the resurrection of Tiamat and plunge the world into darkness. Those same people that asked us to do that the first time came to us again and were very afraid that there might be more people out there who wish to continue what they failed to do the first time. As the ones who did this deed, it was of course our responsibility to see if that were still the case. And as I have already said, I am willing to be proven wrong. But first, you must make two things clear. One, if you are of the same cult, and two, if not, what are your intentions then?
And so she says, the term cult is interesting. For in Calamport, we would not refer to it this way. We are more broad-minded, we people of Calamport here. From the point of view of Calamshanders, it is those in the north who are driven by fear. Somewhat the result of the cold and ice, no doubt, the constant concern for survival. Although, of course, as I say, certainly the north was provoked, and more than enough, by the potential arrival of the Queen of Dragons, which you were able to thwart. I am pleased, for unlike Severin, it was always clear to me that the minute that Tiamat returned, she would consume all of us, as soon as she was done ridding herself of her enemies. But Severin was convinced that in the new world which Tiamat would control, he would be one of the greatest of the servants of Tiamat, so strong that perhaps he eventually could find some way to unseat her and rule in her stead. As I said, half a fool. He was powerful, but also arrogant, and I knew that eventually we would find ourselves in this position. Sadly, and she kind of throws her arms back and shows the room, sadly, I am not, as you can see, in a position of significant authority. It is to me simply to be in control of some of the mercenary patrols on this floor, to protect what is left of the cult, and to, what you call a cult anyway, and to ensure that its operations continue without hindrance from others. And so, I am, as you might say, marginalized. And there is more. The Red Pasha, of course. What he knows, and what he could do if he chose to, is significant. I assume you did not see him before you came down here, yes?
That is our next stop, yes.
Well, I can say that there are certainly those in the cult here who would think of it that way, who are of Severin's opinion, and some of them are dangerous. If it were up to me, we would be a organization with more modest goals. More long-term, let us say. I believe with every fiber of my being that the dragons will eventually rule. That does not, however, mean that I wish to speed up the process and put myself at the mercy of those same dragons before I am ready. If the right leadership were in position, the cult might go in a very different direction. But as of yet, my ability to control some half-dragons, a few stinking hellhounds, and an occasional different creature here and there does not give me the power that I need. But I do have the vision to move us in a different direction, if I had only the means to bring that vision to fruition.
I'm hearing many things in here. But the one thing I am not hearing are your intentions. You have answered question 1, but you have not answered question 2.
And she...
What
Yeah, go ahead.
do you want?
She lowers her feet to the ground, she says, and stands up. And she says, "This organization has been driven to destruction by the idiocy of Severin and those who believe that Tiamat would care about others besides herself. You have seen that plan destroyed. You have already destroyed some of the guards, although I should warn you, there are far more difficult ones which lay ahead. Still, if I were inclined to gamble, and if I were pleased that Hilnis subscribed for 45 months at Tier 1, I would say so." Thank you, Hilnis, so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Hilnis. Thanks for the sub, dude. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Who is this?
And what's up, Light Passion?
Is he in
Silence. Stop breaking the fourth wall. Anyway,
is he in Waterdeep?
Hilnis is the true boss. No, she says...
Sheet.
She says, so, even though if I were inclined to gamble, I would not bet on the chances of them defeating you. In fact, I think it is, and she kind of sizes you up. She peers around Kate a little bit to look at you, Fifely, just sort of hanging by the door. And she kind of like also...
She can look over me very easily.
Yeah, well, I guess around... Yeah, I guess that's true. So she kind of, but I mean, like, Fifely's just sort of like leaning at the edge of the door, and she kind of looks you up and down, and she says, "I would be inclined to say it is a 50-50 proposition. Despite your great power, there is a lot of even, I won't say greater, but perhaps equal power to yours that awaits you farther down in this level. So I know that whatever happens, things will change substantially. Either you will fight and destroy the cult, and I will be left without the job and perhaps without my life, or the cult will defeat you, and because I did not stop you, again, my life and head will potentially be forfeit. And so, with very limited resources, I must do what I can to strengthen my own position. And this is where I think we might perhaps work together, you and I."
Yes. I am understanding what it is you are saying. You want us to help you redirect the course of the cult, as I have called it, which may or may not be the correct term to use. However, there is still information that we do not have with which to make a proper decision about whether or not we want to even help you. Part of that is none of us have any clue who you are, not to be insulting. The second part, which is equally as important, is that whoever is in charge of this, you haven't told us who he or she is, and why we would want to replace one head with another.
And she smiles and she says, "I had been told of your wit and wisdom, and I see that the information was true." And she sort of looks at you and nods and says, "Well, let me start with the first question. I am Nashka." And she bows low, and she really, again, it's not really a curtsy, she bows low, and then looks up again.
And yet somehow she still keeps the bow and arrow like pointed.
Yeah, no, that's on the table, but that's been on the table. Yeah, exactly. She bows, but still has
she's
her.
She's dabbing.
Yeah, exactly. She dabs, right? Exactly. Directly aimed at your throat the whole time. No. So she bows and she says, "I am a member of the, as you call it, cult of the dragon. As I said, I am in control of security on this floor, and it is considered a great honor. I, however, have less concern or desire to be honored with this position. And so, I believe, as you say, I could redirect things in a different direction. But to do so, I would need assistance, and I would need the ability to override the true believers. For you see, those who truly believe in what the cult is, what Severin wanted the cult to be, those who truly believe this are, under these circumstances, capable of much danger and destruction, damage and destruction, and they would surely kill me without support. But I can tell you that I am alone among the cult in being willing to negotiate. And these others, the leaders that I have spoken
You are
of,
alone or you're not alone?
alone in being of this opinion. I, of course, have a voice with some limited sway, but so long as I remain here as a glorified mercenary, there is very little that I can do to influence the direction of the cult. And the true believers that you would find would not have any interest in negotiating. There are two that you would be concerned with down here. The first is the high priestess of the cult of the dragon. Her name is Yildiz. She is well known for her power and her influence. It is rumored that she once was the chosen of Severin himself. Whether or not it is true, there is no question that Yildiz believes that his quest was holy and right, and her rage at the defeat and destruction and the death of him is troubling. If she were to find you and discover who you were, she would spare no efforts to destroy you. And I warn you, your power, though considerable, may be more limited when not on your own ground. The cult has taken steps to ensure that conquest of this place would be most difficult. And then, of course, there is the other problem, and that is the random element, you might say. The Red Pasha. No one knows, Yildiz, myself, or you, what the Pasha would do if he discovered this information. He is a random element, perhaps. He is a problem too, but at least him I can deal with if I need not worry about both my front and my back. At the moment, Yildiz is the greater concern. And believe me, with Yildiz in control, the cult will not rest until it has been reborn, until it is again a threat, and until it has destroyed all of you. And she looks at you, Ryuvi, and says, you mentioned your people. There were several from several days before that were captured. They had been looking into the business of the cult. I do not know what Yildiz has done with them, but judging by past actions, it is not promising. If you wish them back, or if she has done what she usually does, and you therefore wish revenge on her, Yildiz must be dealt with, and you must decide what to do if you encounter the Pasha. These are things I might be able to assist with, but first I would know whether or not you demand immediate destruction, or redirection. A river can be dammed up, but it is considerably easier to redirect its course than to stop it altogether.
I can answer you quite plainly, though I can only answer for myself. I do not speak for the rest of the party, even though we are allies and friends. I will say this. If you can confirm for me that my people are alive, Injured, uninjured, less the point. Breathing, alive, able to leave this place under their own help or at least with my assistance. Then, and only then, will I consider what you ask. If they are dead, then a new offer must be made, for you will have nothing to offer me, and I will take revenge upon them for killing my people.
And she shrugs and she says, "But here we have a problem. I know only that there were several people brought in and brought directly to Yildiz, but I have no way of knowing or finding where they are. The rooms in which Yildiz and her people remain are kept secret and locked and secure from even us. It is difficult to enter the final inner sanctum of the cult of the dragon. So I must go only by knowledge that people were definitely brought, knowledge that they probably were your people, though by that I am basing it only upon a guess, rumors of the use of magic that these people had used before their capture, and Yildiz's personality. She and I do not see eye to eye on many things, and were it to be clear that I was asking questions, I would again have taken this from this," and indicates the rest of her body.
The only question you need answer is if they draw breath. And again, with all due respect, what you are asking of me and of us is quite a big request, considering that what you play in your hand is not a very strong suit.
I agree. It is because I do not have a strong suit that it is all the more reasonable for you to trust me, for I have no reason to lie to
So
you.
then I again mention my terms. You give me some evidence that they are alive, and I will help you. Without that, I cannot.
She shrugs again. "But I do not know. There is no information forthcoming about them."
All right. Stop. You two are talking in circles, first of all. Okay, let's put a pin in it.
I have made my terms clear. That is all I have said, Cade.
Yeah, I've heard you. We've all heard you multiple times. I have a question for you. What was her name again?
I'm glad to know that your ears still work, Cade.
What was it?
Nashka.
Yeah, I'm
Or
ignoring
Nashka.
you.
Excuse me, Nashka. Let's be...
Nashka, okay.
Nashka, yeah.
All right. You keep mentioning this is, not a cult. In your view, what is it? Or what should it be?
It is a good question. Let me rephrase slightly. There are those who would see it be a cult, Yizkil and the others. But there are also those, like myself, although in lower positions than me, who would see it become what I wish it, which is an organization, a religion, if you will, that waits for the arrival of the...
Which was what I asked you before.
What? Say it again. I
If
didn't hear
you
that.
be quiet, she's about to
That
tell
does
us.
what?
That's
I literally asked her that question.
the cult, you must understand as you see it, is split. There are some who believe in Severin's will, that we must rise up, forcibly conquer the rest of the Sword Coast, set the conditions for Tiamat to return. And then there are those of us, like myself, who believe that this is folly, and we should simply wait until the dragons take over, and at such time reassess. But we should not accelerate the process, as he intended to do. I would run a religion with some larger interests that would not be hostile to the rest of the Sword Coast. They would use it to, again, rise from Kalimport and sweep over the civilized peoples here. If you wish to lower the threat, and do so with relative ease, you must choose someone who sees rationally, and they do not see rationally. They believe what Severin told them.
The only difference I am hearing is that what one calls a cult, you call a religion. You
No.
don't want to lash out and attack people, but you are still following the same end goal. Eventually, your religion will be the only one that takes over everything else. I do not see a difference between the two.
but there is a significant one.
What do you want to do with your organization beyond preach the same line that the other people in the cult were preaching before? What do you want to do with the power?
But
you may very well want to lead this group and redirect it, but you need to do something with that makes us believe that you want to do it for good, not for selfish reasons.
For one thing, if I were to be given this power, if I were to take control, the first thing I would do is confine our activities to Kalimport, instead of their desires to move into the Sword Coast to the north and to infiltrate cities, Waterdeep, Baldur's Gate, Neverwinter. Instead, we would remain here for the foreseeable future. I would eventually like to make this a more reputable organization, something like perhaps the Thieves' Guilds, which, though they are not exactly on the side of the law, are not actively working to undercut civilization itself. And that is the difference. They would see all of this society destroyed and wiped out just so Tiamat could return, and I will not do that. You mistake my prediction that the dragons will take over someday for action. Severin made it happen. I would not. I would instead support my people and gradually build our economic strength. But I would not forcibly attempt to subjugate the people of the Sword Coast again, as Severin and you have proved. That is folly.
Yeah, Severin tried.
Yes, but there is an error.
Precisely.
And that is the error with your comparison. As the head of the Thieves' Guild stands not but 3 feet away from me, and I do not mean to speak for him, for he speaks perfectly well for himself, but he is not thinking about having the Thieves' Guild be better than everyone else, though he may say it multiple times daily if you give him enough breath to do so. And that is the difference.
Still hurts.
They operate as... Sorry, that's not RP.
My line was, though.
But the matter of fact is, whether you act upon it or not, you are still believing the same things. And while you may just sit upon it as a religion, others in your organization will move against you if they think you are moving too slow or in fact retreating back into Kalimport. You have to give them a reason to believe that your point of view and your action is worthy of following. Because right now all I hear is the same line with no idea of how to act or what to do once you have people in line. They will not follow you if all they wish is to spread their anger, frustration, and hatred across the entirety of the Sword Coast. They do not believe that it is something that should be resigned only to Kalimport. That is why we had to fight them in the first place.
And she nods. She says, "You speak wisdom. But I would remind you that, again, not all within this group, indeed, not even, I would say, half of the group, believes what has been said. They have been bullied into doing so by Severin and his minions. You may have encountered before in your dealings with the Cult of the Dragon other organizations and groups that did not agree with Severin's leadership. There may have been some that went in a different direction, that did not agree with him but were forced to obey because of his power, because of his charisma, because they had gathered people together. These are people that are waiting to be led and shown the way, and they, when the fear is taken away, will be willing to go in the right direction. You are right, there are some who will not believe it, but many of those people who would not believe what I am saying right now are in this place, further on, and if you can help me destroy them, you would eliminate that threat without having to face all of us as one monolithic group. We don't all believe the same things. That is my point.
But in a religion, that is a thing you must guarantee. You can't have people believing different things, otherwise a religion won't work. And all I'm saying is, if you want to hold this group together and make it better than the other people you disagree with, you need to unify them and give them something to do other than bring Tiamat back. If you give them nothing to replace that, they will not stick by you. And I still have not heard what that is that you want to do. I am willing to help you. I am willing to make a sacrifice to do something that will result in something better than what is here currently. And that is a threat to the rest of the Sword Coast. For if there is even an inkling of what is left of the Cult of the Dragon Queen here, then we must either reverse it, replace it, or expunge it. But I need some evidence that you can do what you... if not evidence, then I at least need a belief that what you speak of is something you can actually accomplish. It sounds wonderful in words, but it sounds very difficult for me to believe is possible. And
okay, so
I will leave the rest of this to the other members, for I do not know. As someone who speaks in the leadership position, when many eyes look to you, you have to be willing to convince them that what you are saying is absolute and resolute and will bring people along towards something better than where they are now. They have that, whether we agree with it or not. And it will be very difficult for them to be convinced of anything otherwise. When they've been told by everyone that they are the best around, no one gonna ever pick it now. When they've been told that they are the best around, it will be very hard for them to sit idly by and watch the rest of the world pass them, thinking that they deserve something that they were denied because you thought it would be better for them to just live their lives and know inside that they are really the best.
So she folds her arms and she looks at Grom and then Fifley at the door, and she says, I am curious what your other two companions make of this conversation.
I've still got questions, goddammit. Oh, they can wait if they haven't spoken up yet. Why do you think the dragons are inevitably fated to come back here?
She shrugs and she says, I have an instinct of their power, their forcefulness, and their wisdom. The dragons, you know, had several times were said to be wiped out, had been destroyed by heroes, by armies, and yet always the dragons have returned. And in this last battle, they brought the Sword Coast to its knees, were it not for all of you. It is, to me, not the case that every time a group of heroes such as yourselves will stand in the way of destruction, and the dragons will not stop returning. At some point, they will break through. At some point, there will not be heroes like you to stop them. This is my belief, such as it is worth.
I still don't understand the point of why they want to come here. Is it just to cause destruction and chaos? Is that the whole point?
As for that, yes. As far as I know, to the inscrutable mind of the dragon is difficult, of course. But yes, power, position, and one thing more you have not mentioned. They desperately desire people around to fear them, worship them. They are not mindless beasts, or they would be easier to deal with. In the long run, in the distant future, I can imagine dragons running organizations themselves, so they may have more to worship at their feet, without bothering to have to kill them to keep them in line. I see
a vast corporation run by dragons. Oh, sorry, crossing the streams.
Perhaps somewhere in the distant future there will be a neon world with multiple colors, and perhaps...
I live there.
Right in this spot. No, but she says, amazing. Eventually dragons, their wisdom, intelligence, and those that would fear them, that is why they wish it, I think. They wish to be feared. And if you kill everyone, there's no one left to fear you. Eventually,
we already have the good dragons here. We already have the good dragons and the bad ones, which we have, yes, fought in combat before. But you said when they do reappear, when they make this appearance, and she's She's a local from here, right? She's from Kalimport. Or
She's
she
certainly-
appears to be.
Hard to say. I mean, certainly the outfit looks like it.
Yeah. Well, her cast of her skin, not to get too
She
deep
doesn't
into
look
it,
like
but,
yeah.
you know.
She doesn't look like the other guys we were fighting, right? She looks.
Well, the other ones are
human.
half dragons. She doesn't.
Yeah,
Right.
she's human.
right.
So
Yeah.
and
I'm
actually
saying-
that yeah.
Is she from Kalimport or is she from the north and just got a tan? That's what I'm wondering.
Or is she from Dragontown and that's just a really nice skin?
Yeah, really. But you also said you would quote reevaluate when upon the dragon's quote also quote. And I'm putting some big quotes. Inevitable return.
She nods. Correct.
It seems like from what you talk about, and you seem like a pretty level-headed person, that there's nothing to reevaluate. If they come bent on destruction, you have to take arms against them, unless you feel you're going to somehow throw in with them and hope to work with the invaders.
But it is my belief that eventually the dragons will dominate but not destroy. This is where Severin made his biggest mistake. Tiamat, yes, she would consume the world, but the dragons on their own, they are shadows of her. And if it were up to them, they would wish to be, I think, feared, worshipped, avoided perhaps, but avoided in the way that a dragon appreciates, like a cat plays with a mouse. In the end, there is no advantage to them to destroy everything and have nothing left to fear or worship them. And in this they are different from Tiamat, for she needs none of those things. Simply blood and more blood is her work. But the other dragons, even the most evil ones, they wish power. But most of all, they wish for people to fear their existence, and that cannot happen if they are wiped from the face of the world.
But there is inherently a paradox to everything that you are saying. You cannot have a religion, one that you intend to run as benevolent alongside the rest of existence, while also preaching that they will inevitably bring about an era of fear. The only thing that you can suggest is redirecting that fear and allowing them, even if they do come up at some point, to work alongside the rest of the Sword Coast. Otherwise, it is the same outcome. It is the same result. You're just delaying exactly what Severin would have done before. And that is where I see issue with what you are saying. You're preaching to the same choir, but the benevolence that you are preaching is not possible. It is not compatible with the religion itself. How can you ask people to sit alongside something that inherently says that what it is preaching is better than everything else that exists, and eventually it will subjugate the rest of the world, but we're just going to sit back and wait for it to happen instead
Whether
of push
the
it
world
forward
likes
ourselves.
it or not.
She nods slowly and she says, "Have you heard of the Raven Queen?" And she...
Have I?
I don't know. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of my
well,
thought too.
She looks at Fifely.
Have I?
She looks at Fifely. I would think you would, but she looks at Fifely, who's sort of nodding, and she says, "You, sir, who have been silent all this while, you know something of the Raven Queen, then?" She looks at all of you and says, "The Raven Queen is the deity of death, the goddess who brings all souls to the end. Although, I'm sorry, go ahead,
Couldn't
Grom.
hear you, Sod. What?
So go ahead. Yeah, I didn't hear that.
Am I quiet? Just make sure I'm not too quiet.
Whoa, I really didn't hear that at all. Sorry.
How about now? Is that better?
Yeah, it's better. Yeah.
Okay. She is the threader of fate, so to speak.
And she nods. And she says,
But what
yeah, go ahead, Grom.
does she have to do with Tiamat?
She says, "The Raven Queen gathers mementos, memories, essences from people, and ushers them into the veil of death. She is not someone that anyone wishes to see, and yet there are adherents to her religion, and it is not considered to be a cult of death by most, but simply part of the natural process of life. If what you say was true, that there is fundamental evil that can be found in this place, and that is incompatible with benevolence, then the Raven Queen would have been seen as much of a threat to the Sword Coast, before Severin's idiocy, that is, as the cult of the dragon. The Raven Queen is also deadly and dangerous, and some would say evil. Yet, those temples can be found alongside the temples of Lathander in some cities. Surely you can see that the fundamental beliefs of a religion do not always lead to the same actions. Severin's beliefs led him to foolishness. My beliefs would not. I have a prediction of what will happen to the world, but I do not wish to accelerate it, and in the meantime I live in this space. Indeed, I live, unfortunately, and she looks around her, in this very small room.
Note, Arv, of the adherents of the Raven Queen's
sure.
religion, are they actively seeking to extend death all around the world?
It's not quite that way. The Raven Queen. Go ahead, Trent. You want to say it because you've been.
No.
Yeah. The Raven Queen. So the Raven Queen is essentially an unaligned god of death, a deity of death, and the Raven Queen essentially is the one, it is said, that people see when they enter into the afterlife. It's she has worshippers who see the sort of unnatural prolongation of life as being unnatural to the order and the cycle. And thus, for example, we talked about Lathander a second ago, there are moments where Lathander would 100% not get along with the Raven Queen, right? If Lathander was like, we need to preserve this life, and she'd be like, no, they're dead, they come to me now.
So like revive spells are like, no.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, but she's the embodiment of a part of the natural order. Basically.
Yes, but not to yes, that's true. But a lot of her adherents might have differences in how they interpret that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's
but that's all I want to know.
Yeah.
So that it factors into Cade's reply when he says, but the Raven Queen's not actively seeking to impose her will on the rest of the world like your dragons are going to be.
I do not know. That is...
I'm pretty sure.
Well...
I would have to agree with him on this.
Death is a natural part of the life cycle. A dragon coming in and expending their rule over everyone is not. That's an artificial imposition on everyone. That is where your analogy is flawed.
And she shrugs. She says, many would say that it is the will of the strong, that the strongest must rule, that it is a natural explanation of history and evolution, that the dragons are the living incarnation of a higher species. Those ones that I just sent down the hallway there, those half-dragons, they certainly, at least some of them, believe themselves to be half-gods, not elevated lizards. You can see the difference.
But you are talking about the difference between an internal force and an external force. The force of death is something that each individual person deals with in their own way when the time comes, whether we have control over it or not. The external force you're talking about is the will of one person whose belief is being pushed upon another because of their own personal belief that theirs is more important than anyone else's. And may I speak from personal experience as someone who answers to no belief and has no God to focus to, because I speak to elf, human, and all other creatures on this mortal plane. What you are talking of is an incompatibility with the natural world, where you are saying and are believing, whether actively or passively, that one is and one should better and rule over others.
And she says, you are right, but you must know.
Death rules over us all, but
Yes.
it is not, it is an inevitability, but it is not something that is heralded above all else by all other living things as the thing we must adhere to.
But
as is known by those of the followers of Lathander, who believe that healing and resurrection and the power of belief is something that is important to them.
She nods and she says, that is all true, but you must realize that there are many people within those who support and follow the Raven Queen who believe that death should be accelerated. They are an external force wishing to speed up the natural order of things. Their interpretation is different than yours, and different perhaps than mine would be if I believed in the Raven, if I were an adherent of the Raven Queen's religion. That is the point. It is not as much the belief as the agent of the belief that matters. I am telling you that I am a different agent than Yizkil and the rest. And if you wipe us all out, not only do you run the risk of failing, but also you will have removed the messengers, but not the message. On the other hand, you can change that message. You can make the messenger different and work to change the way that it is interpreted by others over time. The Raven Queen's adherents, some of them anyway, would not allow that luxury. They would accelerate the process of death, and that is no more natural than the rise of a dragon and the forcible conquest of the Sword Coast.
Well, for me alone, I am at an impasse with your offer, for one main reason and one alone. I do not believe that the dragons should become the ultimate rulers and a thing to be feared in this land. I do not agree with your belief, and I do not believe that you being instilled above anyone else would make all that big of a difference, unless you were fundamentally willing to change your opinion of the fact that the dragons should be the ones to be the people in charge here. I know many thousands of drow who would disagree with you fundamentally on that point, but might be willing to overlook it if you would say, live and let live. But that is not what you are proposing. What you are proposing is we allow you to exist and continue to believe whatever you want to believe, and just have to go on accepting it because you say so.
And
I'm not sure that is something that I can live with.
She says, she holds up a hand and she says, but you misunderstand. I do not wish the dragons to do this. I simply predict that they will. That is a very different thing than wishing it to happen as Severin did. Perhaps you're right. I will take control and will spend this time.
That's an interesting message.
I was going to say, really? I was going to say that. I'm going to pause for a moment. Hello,
Yes,
the Alger.
please do.
That's great. Do I know which of these English students this would be?
Mazel tov!
Yeah, congratulations. Absolutely. Who are the two English students in question? I'm wondering. I do have students of mine who know that I stream, of course, but
Good, because if not, that's weird.
I was gonna say, like,
Yes.
I figured out who you are. Ha ha! Like, you know.
That is the strangest Twitch copy pasta that ever existed.
Spring of 2019. Okay, so it would have been.
That's a weird name.
Yeah,
That's a very weird couple.
So that would have been from my that would have been my creative writing course, or fantasy fiction, or Shakespeare. So it would have been Shakespeare, fantasy fiction, or creative writing. I would have to. I'd have to think about. See, the problem is, Alger, I'd have to go back and look and then get a sense of who the names of everyone are.
Mods, please start a prediction to see if Arv is going to be able to guess this correctly or not.
It's in fantasy fiction.
Make your prediction, but
Are they? No, wait. Are these English? Are these students two students who met in that class, by chance?
You're gonna start singing "Matchmaker, Matchmaker"
Yeah.
to be a doctorate.
I'm sure this is really
Is that what-
fascinating to everybody who's like, "What is this? Like who?"
Indeed.
anyway.
They met in that class and got. That is awesome. Congratulations. I won't.
Whoever
I won't,
you are.
I won't ask you to out yourselves, but congratulations. That is really, really great. That's really great to hear. See, chat, this is what I do. I not only teach, I bring people together in love. And no, seriously, congratulations. That's great.
And they want you to officiate the wedding.
The over-under when I get is 25 minutes. Yeah. That's really great. I'm glad to hear that. And spring 2019 was the last full in-person. Well, no, I take that back. Fall 2019 was the last full in-person semester. But congratulations. That's great.
That's crazy to think.
Yeah,
Oh my
absolutely.
God.
Those fantasy fiction classes. In fact, you know what I'm wondering, Tren? I'm wondering if you actually. Well, I'm going to tell you right now. I'm wondering if that was the class that you might have spoken to. That spring 2019.
Let's hope not.
Yeah.
Let's hope not.
It was
That
Trent. It was totally Trent.
That was the
That
reason they got engaged.
they
It's
were like-
That was
unbelievable.
a cluster. Oh my god.
Thank you. You will receive an invite to the wedding. Wow. Well, thank you. That is really awesome. That is something.
Tren was the spark that lit the flame.
Hence my last name.
In a 20-year plus career, I have been teaching now for over 25 years and 20 years in college. You did speak to our class, so yeah, they recognize you.
And you've
so
only had
20-year
one.
history,
That's a really bad ratio, Arv.
well, I mean, that ever came back and told me. I had a person who was in a class, and then her fiance was in my class many years later, actually this past semester. I had that, but I've never had someone who actually met and got married. Congratulations, that's great, and I'm very pleased to hear that. And of course, I would. This, I assume, will all be after the world goes back to normal and people are able to do that. But that's great. Congratulations.
Or you
I'm
have to
so
move
much
this-
happier to hear about this. I'm so much happier to hear about this good news than continue to talk about religious philosophy in a D&D stream. Boy, howdy, let me tell you, I really want to kill myself right now. Anyway, moving on.
What you'll have to
Stop
do
trying to
is
convert her, for God's sake.
set up an overlay.
This
so
is
that-
who I am. I can't help
Go ahead,
myself.
set up an overlay so you've got the two sides of the chapel or whatever set up, and then like the two, like one of the windows is waiting up at the top of the thing and the other one walks in up in the back and everything. And, yeah,
Crossing over all of it.
and then people get to cheer and like throw little flowers and stuff into the thing. That'd be great.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. Seriously, the Alger. I'm really congratulations. That's great. And yeah, please do send the information along. And thank you for stopping by and letting me know. That puts a real smile on my face. I'm really happy to hear that. Congratulations, and that's great. Well, it's going to be a new world. Listen, but it's still a world where my students get married, all right? So I'm glad. See, I brought people together, and I love that. And I mean, I love the fantasy fiction class. It's probably the favorite one that I teach, although I have a lot of ones that I enjoy. But that one is probably my favorite one because it's my favorite genre, and I write it myself, and I love a lot of the books that are in there. So that's great. Congratulations. And thank you for letting me know. That's awesome. Wow. So that was that. We're all like... It's a very uplifting and warming experience. That's a good moment, actually, for me to say hi to everybody. You're watching Day 5 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Palace of the Red Pasha. And yeah, thank you again, the Alger. Thank you so much.
And we're in this tiny room.
And we are in this tiny
room.
Speaking
And now I draw my
with,
sword and stab her in the heart. Oh, sorry.
Speaking with Nashka, if you like what you see in here, please follow the channel.
It took you so long, Cade. I was wondering how long
Please
you were gonna wait
follow the channel and support us in the
she can
various
still
ways
be
we can do
useful to
so.
us.
And follow all these lovely people also in the various endeavors that they do. Okay, so having said that, I guess...
So I'm done talking because I've made my
yeah.
piece. I'm going to let the other people talk. 'cause
Yeah, I kind of look at
have nothing else to
Fifely
say
and
about this.
Gromnir and say, you know, or is the expression is, hey, jump in anytime. Or not.
You know, Fifely just sort of looks over at Gromnir like with an expression of, "Do you want to go first?" And then he stops for a minute. It's like, actually, I have one question which I feel needs to be addressed rather urgently. Your compatriots, such as they are, that just wandered off to, as you ordered them, go back on patrol. How long is it going to be before they tell anyone else that we're here and come rushing back to kill us all?
And she says, they will not do that. Although they are perhaps stupid and vicious, they will not go to tell anyone else, for they will not be allowed within the doors and would probably be killed for the
Presumption.
temerity to even knock on the door in the first place. That said, I cannot speak for the other guards beyond my control, and past a certain point, they will act on their own.
Then, Gromnir, unless you have anything.
I personally feel like that even if we defeat the cult here, there still will be remnants left. And there is, you may not like this, but there is, I guess you could call it historical precedent that dragons did rule Faerun. In fact, they ruled the entire, and ruled all of Toril. So it's impossible to confirm this. There are books out there, ancient elven books at least, that speak of this.
My viewpoint is that this all is a question of intent and patience. Your intent. So your name was Nashka?
Yes, Nashka.
Gives us more time than the rest of your associates here. I would be willing to not necessarily side with you, but to resist it less than theirs, because it gives the rest of the world more time to find other solutions, perhaps find a balance if necessary. But intent is key. And if your intent is not to bring about the rule of dragons, because you know it's going to happen anyway, and it's simply a question of patience for you, then that is less offensive than those out there in the hallway who might seek to accelerate the process.
She nods and bows slightly and says, I appreciate your practical approach, and you are correct. I do not wish to convert you to any position, or to be converted in turn. But I have seen what happens when ambition exceeds ability, and in particular I have seen what happens when arrogance overrides all. I am not arrogant. I am patient. And as I said, I simply predict a belief. I will not actively work for it to happen. That said, I do not wish to allow myself to be destroyed. Defend myself, yes, but that is a very different thing. And if I had done what most in the higher up positions, Yishkil and the rest, would do when you came running down that stairs, the arrow on this table would already be in your throat. Perhaps, of course, you would succeed in destroying me. But then, I would argue, you have only destroyed your one chance to turn the river in a different direction. And so I appreciate your words.
Will you allow us a moment to speak amongst ourselves and decide?
Indeed.
He says, of course, and if you may, if you wish, I will leave this and allow you in the room rather than have you stand in the hallway. As I said, the others I sent away will not come back in this direction, but there are occasionally other patrols, and the Red Pasha himself occasionally has guards that he sends here, and so if they came, I cannot speak for any of those but myself and those I control. And so if you wish, I'm happy to leave you in this room in privacy.
That would be good, and do not worry. I do not think we will be keeping you waiting very long, but we do need to discuss this briefly.
And on condition of your continued existence, tell no one we are here.
She nods and she says, to do so would mean my own death.
That is what I said.
But not simply from you. I have no wish to face a sword from both you and them, so fear not. Your secret of your presence here is safe with me, but there are other methods of scrying that exist beyond my control, so I would ask you not to spend too long. And so she nods and then walks past and down the hallway. And so, Fifely, if you want to move in, you can do that. Yeah, I was gonna say. The door closes, room starts to fill with sand.
Well, despite my obvious reluctance and my...
Do you want me to send an eye with her so we can keep an eye on her?
Let's just
I'll find an eye and send that along with her. Just to make sure she's...
Okay, I'm trying to decide though if you... Well, I mean, do you want to send it down the hallway?
Yeah.
Like...
Just keep an eye on her, basically.
Okay.
Small vision of the this floor, I guess you could say.
Okay. She is gonna go. Let's see. She's gonna go this way, and then is going to. Yeah.
Creepy eye.
And she is going to.
Nice eye.
Get that pupil in there.
She's got a bad case of pink eye.
Check that out.
This is the Miami Vice eye.
What color do we want? What color do we want?
I like that funky aqua you
like-
had the first time. That was hilarious.
This is a South Beach nightclub version of
Exactly.
Sauron.
That one?
Yes, because it's that weird looking.
I mean, I can also do
If
something.
Sauron owned the birdcage,
Yes.
Nice. Nice.
So, wow, that's
Funky fresh.
funky fresh. So she disappears in a
you do an
door.
eclectic variation of a dance. You do passe, or
She disappears into a
Michael
room
Kidd,
down
Michael-
here.
Michael Kidd, or Madonna, but you keep it all inside.
She disappears into a room down here. So you could follow, but she doesn't seem to be leaving it. And there's, unless it leads to a secret passage of multiple
Just keep an eye on the
places.
door.
Yeah, if there's like a hole so I can see through it,
There
this
isn't.
thing can go.
There isn't.
Okay, well then I'll probably just be stuck out here then with the eye.
Okay. But it is invisible anyway, so to others, so that should be fine. Except for those who can, detect invisibility. But just kidding. Okay.
May
All right,
I?
that leaves you all in the room.
Okay. So I sort of take a lean against the side wall and take a big old sigh and say to everybody, well, I've made it pretty clear where I fall on all of this, but I unfortunately have to side with Fifely on this. I think, not that it is unfortunate that I side with Fifely, but unfortunate that this is the only option. The lesser of two evils.
Is
The
it?
one that I believe it is better for us to side with her than to side with the cult. We're going
He's
to
still part of the
eliminate them
cult,
all.
you realize. And I thought we were taking a suffer not the cult to live kind of attitude here. I say we use her as far as we can take her, and then take her out as well. Look, they assume, they're making a huge effing assumption here the dragons are going to come back. They don't know shit. She's got no prophecy. She hasn't shown me this thing like, well, on this date it's going to happen. This is all bullcrap. And why should we suffer this cult to fester and survive, even in any form, and just be taken over by these evil zealots again? Our real answer is, how soon are we going to wipe them all out? The cult cannot be allowed to survive. Dragons and men are going to be enemies. Humans, whatever you want to call it, all of us, elf, halfling, human, we're all going to be enemies. A red, blue, whatever they come through, it's going to be war. These guys, what are they going to do? Lay out the red carpet for it and somehow broker a deal between mankind, the Sword Coast, and dragons? I don't think so.
Cade, I do not disagree with you. However, I do not speak only for myself. I speak for my entire order and the people who follow me. And the truth is, I would be a failed leader to them if I ended up slaying everyone when there was at least even an inkling of a chance that some of them would want to try to live peacefully with the rest of the people who we answer to.
And yet we'd all be living
Would
under
just make
dragons.
me a murderer.
It's called
There's
self-defense.
a good chance we will all be dead before that reality happens anyway.
And I don't think it will ever happen. So why should this cult be allowed to survive?
Because perhaps there are even a few, even one, who wish to live in peace with the rest of the people here. And I, for one, do not want to just willy-nilly execute all of them. If there is even a chance that she is right. That is not what I created the order to do. We are not here to be murderers.
No, we're here to protect the Sword Coast by eliminating the cult of the dragon. I thought our operating parameters were pretty damn clear.
We are saying the same thing, but I do not wish to have to execute people who might be able to be turned away from the worst parts of that cult.
Yeah, might is your operative phrase there, and it's a very weak might.
Yes, because creatures are not perfect, Cade. We cannot all be as amazing as you are.
I know it's hard, but you could try a little harder sometimes.
He actually laughs at that.
And Kate actually chuckles too. Look, all right.
I still believe that there is a element of this where maybe we have to kill slightly fewer people than everybody who happens to be in this place. If there's a chance, I am willing to hear it out. The lesser of two evils. There will still be plenty of cult members to kill, but maybe we don't have to kill all of them.
Okay, we've made our points. I think we've made our positions fairly clear. He glances at Fifely and Gromner. What about you two?
The amount of people that this cult had, spanning all over the Sword Coast, it's going to be impossible to fully wipe them out. I think that's probably a fact that we have to deal with. I feel like every time there's some kind of murmur of the cult being around, they're just going to send us every time to deal with it. And I don't want to do that. So if we can somehow redirect them, as she said, into something else that may give us a better solution to the problem.
You're assuming all those cells you talk about are going to be so eager to follow her lead. There's no guarantee of that either.
True.
The best bet is to keep cutting off the main heads until there are only minor heads that are unable to come together. And scatter those to the winds.
Listen to what Gromnir is saying. I also do not want to be... I do not want to be a exterminator for the cult for the rest of my natural life. That is not what I signed up to do. And that is
Also,
not what I have an authority to do as the head of my order. We have to deal with multiple problems, not just the cult. And if she can deal with the problem for us, that will allow us to deal with other enemies as they crop up, instead of having to deal with this over and over again.
Not only that, by that logic, we would be wiping out every drow that came to the surface.
Well, that I certainly cannot allow.
Wait.
Saying that.
Sorry, how did you leap to that conclusion? What are you talking about?
Because the drow constantly attack the surface over and over. It's an inevitable. They want to take over the surface. And they've done that. They've attempted multiple times.
Which is nuts since there's still sunlight out here. But, okay. Ryuvi, you're basically saying we can put... It'd be like your security guard at your place suddenly taking over the entire tower. This is what she is. She says she's head of security. But now she wants to move into the top spot? Are you serious? She doesn't have a coalition.
Why do you think I was...
She doesn't have any allies in here.
I asked her the question. I agree with
and she
you,
didn't have a good answer.
I don't know what else our options are. We have two options. We either see what she can do, or we kill everyone in this place. Or we do nothing. That's option
Okay,
three.
first of all,
we
you
just
can't...
leave.
You
we
can't
go to the Red Pasha.
Right. You can't... You mean everyone in this place like everyone below ground, right? Not everyone in the castle. You don't... Okay. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. It's not like you want to wipe out everyone in the castle.
The Red Pasha was sort of
I do have a couple of days off, so I might be able to make some... No, I'm kidding.
And the other question is, how does the Pasha fall in all this? And what does he know?
Well, we're going to have to go to the Pasha after this.
She did say that the Pasha
We still need to speak to the Pasha, and... Sorry, I don't mean to keep talking over you. Go ahead, Sad. I'm sorry, I was talking over you.
She said that Pasha was sort of a random element.
If you believe her... She said herself she's not privy to what the High Priestess is doing. They could be having fucking tea right now, and she'd have no clue. This person is an unreliable narrator who's telling us a story she wants us to believe. Guys, I've seen this a million times.
Well,
she's spinning this story to get power for herself at our expense. You're crazy if you're going to believe it. And we should use her.
I don't disagree with you. She couldn't even answer a simple question of where my men are.
Exactly.
There is something to be said about that. How do you not even know? If you see prisoners come in here that don't look like dragons, you know that they're my soldiers.
Or someone from outside.
It doesn't take
exactly.
a lot to figure that out. Do they not smell like dragons? They're not dragons.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm talking like me, not like Ryu. I need to get back into actually RPing my characters. If you're talking like this, it's like the guy. It's the thing with this stuff.
She's a GM.
Yes, unreliable
nice light and passion. Nice, very good.
I'm
Make note,
completely
Arv.
reliable.
That to me, I nominated for that for comment of the evening. Anyways, so look.
All right.
So here's the thing.
Kate,
Here's the thing. Now, I have one more point. I have one more to bring up, and then I'll stand aside.
I was about to give way to your option, but I had one question for that.
Okay, what is it?
Let's say we play this your way. Let us see how long we can use her for.
Exactly.
Play the game as a thief would. Let's say she actually shows us something that's worthwhile. Would we be able to reassess? Maybe she can do something for us eventually that we are unable to see right now.
Oh, there's plenty she can do for us right now, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm talking about later, in the long run, not in the
yes.
short run.
Well, that's the question. Does she have the wherewithal to actually control this cult? I have my serious doubts.
Then let us play along for now and see where it takes us. But I also believe once we do that, we must speak to the Red Pasha.
Right, but okay, you just said yourself, well, I don't want to keep stamping out the cult wherever it pops up. You realize you're taking the risk of having to come down here in 6 months or a year again to do the same thing all over again, just with a different person at the head, right?
And probably more well funded and equipped.
It is as Fifely said, patience and intention. We know neither right now. The only thing we do know is that the intention of the heads currently are to rebuild the order. What she wants to do? Patience. We need to see which head is the lesser of two evils. Again, that is where we are at right now. And if we don't want to bloody our swords for the next 3 days going after every cult member, and perhaps you want to do that, Kate, then we have to try to find another option.
It is what we're tasked with here, not make peace with an element that might do what we want them to. I think you're losing sight of what we were brought down here to do. It wasn't really to parley with them. It was to eradicate them.
It's called diplomacy, and sometimes as a leader you have to take the path of least resistance.
Oh, well, why didn't you use diplomacy when
benefit of
Tiamat was
yourself
coming
as
through
well
the
as
portal?
others.
I'm sure that you could have talked her out of coming into the
Because
world and laid waste to
Tiamat
it.
did not want to use diplomacy, and you damn well know that, Cade.
So it's situational. I see.
There's no need to be silly
Transactional.
about this.
No. I'm trying to get where you're coming from. It's a transactional thing. Okay. All right. I gotcha. Okay.
She did have every option just to send off one
Sometimes-
of the guards to warn the others, and she decided to have them all stay.
As far as you know.
Remember, they went down the stairs,
Mhm.
and they had plenty of time to warn others.
If she wanted to kill us, she would have released that arrow, and it probably would have hit one of you guys, because I'm pretty sure I could have gotten out of the way. But I still think she's spinning us this nice, neat little tale of hers. She's trying to use us to get what she wants.
Well, of
I'm
course
not
she
gonna
is.
allow
That
that to
was
happen.
obvious from her first breath.
Well,
You think us fools? I knew
I-
exactly what she was trying to do.
I think you're naive for entertaining the idea of going along with her, but to each their own, I suppose.
I am open to other options. Clearly you are not. Do not mistake that for naivete.
Come see, come saw.
No, it is different. Again, I do not see myself as an executioner. Nor do I wish to be, if it is unnecessary.
If you think it's unnecessary in this instance, we are really talking far apart. But let's set that aside. Fifely, what say you?
I am not saying, for again, Cade, I am not saying that the use of blade, bow, and magic is unnecessary here. I am saying exact use of it, surgical, is more effective than wielding it like a cudgel every which way, hoping that it hits every last remaining member of the cult. That is all I am saying.
How do you destroy a Hydra, Ryuvi? You've heard of them. You know they exist. How do you destroy those?
I am not going to humor this conversation. No, Cade, I am not going to do it.
How do you destroy a Hydra? You don't cut one head off and let the other heads do what they want. It will keep attacking.
If you were
destroy
trying to
it
kill
by
it, you would
fire
be doing
and
it with your
acid.
damn mouth, running it off at every length you possibly
If it
could,
were
I'm
that
sure.
easy, I already would have done that. I wouldn't have needed any of you to come with me. But it's not. But you seem to think that you can let evil live and survive alongside it. That is naive. We're living
Evil,
in the real world.
like many things, can be redirected. You're telling me people are not able to change, and I am not speaking about a Hydra in this case. I am speaking about people. Imperfect, fallible, changeable, evolving people.
They've all
Have you
come
not
together.
changed in your entire life? And have any of us not changed in our entire life? Are we all the exact same people that we started out as?
If you think
I
you're going to turn
personally can
these
tell you,
cultists away
and
from
I-
stopping the dragons, from wanting to have dragons
That
come
is
through and live
literally
under
what she
them,
wants to do. That is literally what she said she
she
wants to
thinks
do.
it's going to happen no matter what. And
In
she
point
wants to
of
pave
fact.
the way for her people to be like their right hands, to not be snacks. They want to be rule alongside them. There's a term for this, but I can't think of it because it doesn't exist in this world. Collaborators. That's it. They want to collaborate with them. They feel it's going to happen. They're trying to pave the way.
I don't know. It felt more like she just believed it was inevitable and that supporting
Yes.
them would.
And they want to be on that side. They want to be on the dragon side, not this side. They're not taking arms up against them. I'm not sure what you guys don't understand about the situation. They want to work with the oncoming dragons to rule this land. That is their plan.
That
Whether
is
it's
literally
her
the
or
opposite
her.
of what she said. That is not what she said.
Oh, I didn't hear her say it was
She
going to
does
stop
not
it.
want to. She does not want to accelerate it. She believes it. She believes that it will
Irrelevant.
come about, but she did not say that she wants to accelerate it.
I didn't say that either. She assumes it's inevitable, and she's laying groundwork to ally with them. There's nothing
The
about
death of the
acceleration. It doesn't
sun
matter when
is
it happens.
inevitable, Kate. It doesn't mean it's going to happen in our lifetimes. None of us are going to accelerate it, are we?
There's probably some Red Wizards of Fae who are studying that right now, but it's irrelevant. The point is, when it happens, whether it's her, her granddaughter, 10 generations down the line, they want to be on what they think is the winning side, which is the dragon's side. That was very clear.
So
to me.
you are willing to commit us to executing every last member of the cult of the Dragon Queen.
How is this any different than the last time we faced them in the Sword
Away.
Coast? They haven't, dude, turned away from what? Only if they're fighting the dragons, then they've turned away. If they haven't, they're with the dragons. This is a black and white scenario. Are you for the dragons coming over and ruling with them, or are you against them? There's no in between. There's no fucking shades of gray here. What are you, crazy? There's no, let's let these guys just go along with the dragons and it'll be fine. There is no such thing. Come on, man. All of you.
Oh, no.
What would you like to weigh in, Fifey? Would
I
love to hear
already
your
did.
perspective.
I already did. While I was speaking with her, I mentioned intent and patience, but I did not mean exclusively their intent and patience. I also meant ours, and mine is exactly as yours. We use our intent and our patience to string her along until such time as she is of no further use to us. Intent
Thank you.
and patience.
All right, well, I didn't know yours. You were saying hers. But thank you.
If you two are of the same mind on this, then I am not necessarily against it either. However, I do not want to be involved in the taking of the reins of this. I will leave it to you, Cade and Fifely, to be in charge of this. But I will carry out whatever you two wish. But I do not wish to be in charge of this. Deception is not something I take lightly.
Fair enough. All right. Not a problem. Gromnir?
I usually find actions help with this. So seeing how she reacts, what she does next, might give me much more of a clearer idea of her intent. So for now, I think we're gonna have to string her along.
Shit. Arv, what are the walls of this room made of?
Acoustic absorption foam that channels all sound to the room
Next
with the
room,
head of the
right? Yeah.
The wall is made of speaking tubes. No, it's
Oh, it's the
a bunch
internet.
of ears.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's microwaves.
The walls
Yeah,
have
exactly.
ears.
It's a wall of ears.
It's a series of tubes.
No, it is. It seems to be sandstone, essentially, but pretty well maintained and shaped sandstone.
Okay. Damn, I wish that I could have gotten
All
into it
right.
with her.
I'm willing to go along with what you have suggested. We will string her along until she is of no further use to us. But all I ask is two things. We keep our eyes and ears open, and as Fifely has said, patience and intention. And also, I must request that we keep an eye out for my men. If they are already
Absolutely.
dead, there is nothing else we can do. But I must be given an opportunity to find them and rescue them if they are still alive.
I would be asking the same thing if it were my people in here. So I have no problem with that. I can't speak for the others, but your two requests are fine.
You've already stated that should you find out that they were dead, that you would seek vengeance. That does not surprise me in the least, and I fully endorse it.
Very well. Then I am on board with our decision.
Right, I should have taken a look at that back wall a little bit more closely. He does now, which is a little late, of course, but
At this, Grom, the wizard eye shows that the door opens and Nashka emerges again and comes out and starts heading back down in this direction.
All right, so let's just say she's coming back now. She went to a room around the corner.
yeah, assuming she wasn't listening at the wall and they overheard our entire plan, which in case we're screwed. Okay.
Just like follow her with the eye for a bit, just make sure there's no one like
Doesn't appear
behind
to
her.
be. And then she comes to the door and knocks several times.
I'll open it with a mage hand.
Okay, and she sees all of you and nods and says,
Lightning bolt. No, I'm kidding.
yes, exactly. And now you're all dead.
Fireball.
Yeah,
Greenhouse fireball.
Fireball and
Maybe
waits
the
for the
ultimate
screaming
shocking
stuff.
grasp.
Yeah, exactly. No, actually, a lightning bolt might be worse. No, she doesn't do that. She nods and says, I hope that you have been given enough time, but as I said, I am not in control of everything down here, and there may be others who will come by. So I wish to see if a decision had been made.
Actually, I have another question for you, if I may. Back up the stairs where we first ran into you, there is the door, which our friend became intimately familiar with. To continue down that hallway, where does that go?
That eventually leads back to the top level of the palace. It is if you will, there are some different areas there, creatures that are kept by the Red Pasha and so forth. They also have some, I believe, guests of the Pasha who sometimes stay, although most of the Pasha's guests are above ground, but there are a few who apparently stay there. From the information I've been able to gather, it is unclear if they are his spies, or his confidants, or perhaps something more. It is, well, there are many rumors, but in any case, if you were to follow the hallway down, there are rooms, and eventually you would come to a staircase leading you to the lower level of the palace.
The high priestess's name, Arv, what is it again?
Her name is Yildiz. I think I called her Yizkill. Sorry, Yildiz.
Yildiz.
Yes.
Okay, all right. It's
Yildiz.
yes, and this, help Beavis here for write things down. And this one is what again? Person we're talking to?
This is Nashka.
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 We're gonna go for a little Nashka. You know.
Nashka.
Yeah, exactly. Well, little Nashka.
Yildiz means star in Turkish. Really? See, I knew. I mean, I knew that.
Yeah,
I
Nashka
carefully crafted the name too.
Yes, your narrative exactly. Nashka, our goals are similar, so yes, we have agreed to, I think, accept your offer and work with you.
And she nods. I am glad to hear it. I will provide what assistance I can, of course, and I may be able to give you some information about the palace and about, of course, this level. But I should warn all of you that once you get past a certain point, I will not be able to accompany you for one simple reason. Seeing me in your company would ensure that all of us would be marked for death, and it is something which, as I have said, I wish to avoid. There are places where we are forbidden to go, and only the higher-ups are allowed, and I'll be able to give you the basics of what may await you in there, or at least what I have been told awaits you, but I may not be able to give specifics of everything. Having said that, I will do everything I can, and I am glad we have been able to come to a mutually beneficial solution.
What is Yildiz planning for the cult in Kalimshan? What is she up to right now?
Yildiz, even before she became Severin's favorite, if that is indeed what she was, and I believe it is true, Yildiz always believed herself to be someone who should be the true ruler of Kalimport. I think it began there, her ambition. Once it had broken free of its practical limitations, it became far worse, and she began to give in to these delusions. I cannot say for certain, but there are several creatures that are kept within here that are, let us say, dragon-related. And I believe that Yildiz has plans. There were several objects that were brought into her special quarters, you might say. And also, of course, there is a chamber at the end of the hallway, which is triple locked and deeply secure. And it is said that there have been many things brought into that chamber of late, a room which is seldom opened at other times. I wonder if she does not have aspirations, not only of ruling Kalimport, not only of ruling the cult of the dragon, but perhaps bringing it back rather more quickly. She is the high priestess of the cult, and she has great power. But, at the moment, in any case, what she will use that power for has been uncertain. Since the death of Severin, she has become even more secretive.
Who is your superior? Was it on the next level? If you were to deliver captives who were caught breaking into this level, where would you take them?
In that event, I would be asked either to destroy them, or I would be asked to bring them to, as you say, my immediate superior. Hold on a second, I misplaced my note. Yes, okay.
Namerson.
Yeah, exactly. His name is Alamdar. He is well, you would know him as a Dracolich. Now, if any of you wish to determine if you are familiar with these things.
Alrighty then.
History.
So, no, this is nature. Let's go with that.
Nature. Nature. You and your nature.
Why would you hurt me like that, Arv?
Isn't that not nature? Isn't that unnatural? Very unnatural?
You're determining what, well, but that's the, yes, but in a way you're going to find one way or the other.
There we go. All right. Okay, he's picked up a few things in his time around.
Aha. So Gromnir, you're like, I know
about liches.
I've heard of liches, and I've heard of Draco, and Draco and Lich is there.
Those words shouldn't fit together.
Excuse me. Similarly, Ryuvi, you have not really heard of this for sure. Fifely, you probably did you do a roll and did I miss it?
I didn't know we were supposed to. I just got back to the microphone.
Oh, I see. Yeah, they just
Nature roll,
asked,
buddy.
Cade asked what the immediate superior for Nashka would be, and she said that she would bring prisoners to a creature named Alamdar, who is, she says, a Dracolich. And that's why I asked for a nature check. Okay. So,
Wow.
Dracoliches, as both Cade and Fifely know, are essentially immense undead dragons. They are essentially dragons who have tied their souls voluntarily to a phylactery, freeing themselves from death. So they are a type of lich, but their spirit could possess any dead reptilian body and retain the powers and abilities of the former body, which mean that a Dracolich has supernatural fear and spells and breath weapons, and also the terrible might of the undead. So, a dragon, but worse. They are very unusual, by the way, because typically dragons, who are very proud creatures, do not want to allow themselves to pass into undeath, and only the cruelest and the most kind of fervent believers, and only the ones that are the most kind of contemptuous of life would engage in this practice.
That kind of escalates from level 1 to level 2 quickly, I have to say. Not gonna lie. And then how loyal, when it comes down to it, will your guards side with you or will they side with the cult?
She says, as she sighs heavily, and she says, I have thought about this quite a bit. When it comes down to it, I think they will side with whoever they are more afraid of at the immediate moment. That means, essentially, that I think they will look to see how the battle is going. If I request it, that means that they will remain outside of the struggle until it has become clear who will win. At that point, they would leap in upon that side. That means that it would buy you reduced creatures to consider, let us put it that way.
Well, I was hoping that yours would side with you and take on the others should it come to that, but it doesn't. That's still, I guess that's still a plus.
And
yeah.
Yizkil, I did it again. Not Yizkil. Yildiz, it's going to kill me. Against Alamdar and Yildiz, I doubt it very much.
Well, the hope would not be that we face them both at the same time, mind you.
Unfortunately, Alamdar is often found near Yildiz, and even when he is not and is simply tending to matters of security, for example, he is quite near. He is very devoted to her, and indeed is perhaps a true believer as Severin was, except, of course, he is a most deadly and frightening beast.
Are you willing to go in front of the Red Pasha and tell him everything that's going on underneath his palace?
And she hesitates, and she says, Red Pasha is uncertain, impossible to predict. If I go
you don't know what he knows at this point in time, correct?
Correct. Nor do I know what he would do if he found out. Alamdar, if he discovered I was working with you, would have me executed immediately.
Yes, swift and no doubt painful death.
There is a certain comfort, though, in his predictability. It is something which the Pasha does not share. He looks like a buffoon, but there is something about him that... She shakes her head. He is, as I said, a random element. He is as likely to kill you as to pat you on the back and give you a stoup of wine.
So you've observed him in person?
Yes, on several occasions, though I observed him only in secret. I have not come to him directly. But there are many people in his palace, and I should warn you, many of the people in his palace are of themselves varying loyalties. There are one or two of them, I believe, who may work for the cult, and not my people, if you understand what I mean.
So from a security person's perspective, what do you think of the Pasha? You've already said he's a wild card or an unstable element. But he wishes to retain his power. I think we can both agree on that.
Yes, that is certainly true.
What steps will he take to maintain that power? would he be more inclined to ally with a cult that's operating, as far as we know, without his permission, under his very nose? Or would he take steps to eradicate it?
If, she says, you must understand, I am operating in the dark here. But if the Pasha does, and he does, wish to maintain his power, I imagine he would ascertain the nature of the threat. I cannot believe that the Pasha would welcome and suffer power to be shared by him and others. And it is quite possible, therefore, that he would work to wipe out that power. But I must also tell you that the Pasha has heard rumors, I know this from my own people, that the cult of the dragon has some connection to his palace, and he has dismissed these rumors completely. In fact, he feels, according to those who have heard him, that it is part of the bigotry against Kalamport and against his rule, that somehow all those from Kalamshan must themselves be as Severin-like as Severin himself. If only he knew that the palace itself hid this secret. But then, she shrugs, perhaps he does know. If you see him, you will know what I mean. He seems impossibly stupid, and yet it cannot be. No one can rise to the level of the leader of this place, the leader of Kalamsport, without having authority and power beyond one's normal share. I must...
Or he's a figurehead being controlled by someone behind the scenes.
That is possible, but if so, he's not being controlled by the cult, or at least I think it very unlikely. He is, in his behavior, too difficult to understand. There have been times when he has acted in ways that have been very unfortunate for the cult, even if he did not mean so intentionally. Then there have been other times where he threatened execution to any who even questioned that there would be possibly someone inside this palace. So, it almost depends on what day it is.
But perhaps if we were to bring him proof, he might be more inclined to see things our way.
Perhaps.
We, out of game, we killed a couple of her dragon guards, right? We just didn't kill the hellhounds.
You killed,
No, we killed the
No, you killed the hellhounds.
I know, but did we kill any of the dragon?
You killed one of them, yes. And there were four, I believe, total. You killed one of them, and then you, I think, badly hurt, but let me check.
Yeah, the three are off on patrol.
Yeah, the other three are on patrol, were pretty badly hurt, yes.
What did
I take that back. One of them was not that badly hurt, was fresh. Two of them were badly hurt.
Right. What did your guards do with the body of that dragon, the half dragon we killed?
He has been dragged down to the barracks. He will be placed in his bed there, and it will take some time before anyone even recognizes that he is gone or missing or that there's something wrong. He probably will have to start stinking up the place first.
Well,
but I'll have the guards remove him and place him in the sewers.
No.
She stops.
You're throwing away our proof.
Oh.
If we present that to the Pasha, he has to do something. He could not suffer this infestation to live.
But the half-dragon would not be impossible within Kalamsport.
Under the castle? Under the palace? Seems highly improbable.
She nods. I would agree. I don't know if it would be enough proof, but very well. In that case, we will keep him in the barracks for the moment.
It would be a start. And that's all we need is a start to start working on him, I think.
She nods. Logical.
I think, gentlemen, it might be time for us to introduce ourselves to the Pasha of the Red Palace. Bearing a, gift. Because I think we need to figure out what side he's going to be on and whether we can utilize him.
I'm going to pull out the scroll, which has the symbol, that symbol with the dragon head with the sword thrust through it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to fold it so she doesn't read the message on it. And I'm going to show the symbol. I'm just going to ask her, what symbol is this? Because this isn't the symbol that we know as being the cult.
And she nods slowly and she says, yes, as I told you, the cult does not always think completely alike. You see, the cult of the dragon is ancient, and this here is a symbol from one of its beginnings. Some many decades before this, when the cult was in its infancy, this is the symbol they used. And I know it myself, for it is one of the things when I was doing my own research that I came across. If all goes well, I might return to something like this over whatever it is that we have become under Yildiz's rule. Severin and Yildiz's rule.
So you don't actually use this symbol anywhere in this complex down here?
Not in rooms that I have given access to, no.
I assume Yildiz doesn't use it either?
As far as I know, no. Yildiz believed that the cult was moving in a new direction with Severin. I cannot imagine that she would then return to the old ways.
Got the new attitude.
I'm going to send my eye down each of the corridors and see if I can spot the symbol. Just out of interest, if she's lying or not.
Okay. So, I guess as I'll do that, I'll reveal some parts of this.
We'll go north first.
Okay. All right, there's a giant E in the floor. No, I'm just kidding, there isn't.
You are
what
here.
Does E mean to you?
Who does E work for?
E dot.
I didn't mean E, I meant E dot. Oh, not E dot.
And there was a 14 at the stairs. Who does that mean?
You know that. Okay, so you can. I'm not going to send it all the way down like this direction, but you can just sort of see in both directions. You don't see anything. There are, first of all, a set of large double doors here that you can see up to the north that the wizard eye can see, and the double doors are iron like the one you had, but they are double locked. There are runes, at least double locked from the ones you can see up front. There are runes on them. It looks like, don't open this blade. This thing does not look like it's easy to open. Although, you know, if you were to try making some hinges disappear, Gromnir, I mean, like,
worked so well last time.
Yeah, right.
Hey, you might as well do both sides as well. This big double door.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, yeah, so that's what you see to the north. To the east, the hallway extends. You'd have to go farther down to see a little bit further down that direction. There's actually one door. I think you can probably make out the door just to the east. And then the hallway extends to another door.
I just want to get
west.
like an idea of the room layout or the dungeon layout, so I can just kind of draw it in my book. Just
Okay.
It's up to the doors, do you know what I mean? So if I see a door.
So you've got doors, you can see you've got door east, west, and northwest-ish, basically.
Yeah, and then I'll come back here and go west just to see if there's anything interesting. And those runes on the door to the north, were they draconic runes, like arcane runes?
They look arcane, not necessarily draconic though. Although there may be phrases, arcane phrases that have like draconic connections, but they were not written in draconic, no.
Okay.
Okay, and then this goes down to about there, where there is another door.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll just say, so the big double doors at the end of the corridor, is that the inner sanctum?
She says, yes. That is the place, the entering of which, without permission from Yildiz or Alamnar, is death.
That's the only way in, there's no other route?
No. Unless, of course, you wish to dig straight down 2 floors, or up from underneath. But the room itself is sealed magically, and there are rumors that magic itself does not work within that place, except on the sufferance of Yildiz.
And that's where the people were taken?
Yes. They were brought into that room. They did not come out, at least from what my people told me.
The rest of the rooms in this area, are they just guard barracks and general quarters, or is there more? Is there a library?
there are mostly those things, but there are some exceptions. To the east, for example, there is a kennel, you might call it. A place where certain creatures that serve the cult are kept. To the west, on the other side, is a pool. It is a pool of water, which itself has some healthful properties, although it is made to look brackish and unclean on purpose. That way, it is said, test of faith for those who first enter into the cult. But also, it keeps others from using it too frequently. Despite its nourishing properties, it is disgusting to taste and see, though it is very healthful in the end. As for the north, to the northeast, you would find a room in which there are trainers, new people, trainers and trainees within the cult, new recruits who are wishing to enter. There are not many these days. There have been few new recruits to the cult since the situation with Tiamat was resolved, but there are a few, and they are trained there. And to the west, you would find an area that would lead you elsewhere. A library, for one thing, and also a place for where one may have robes for the cultists, and a latrine, a place where one could be relieved. Beyond that, there are places including Yildiz's quarters where I have never been and am not allowed to go.
Robes, you say?
Yes?
That's, nothing like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Other way around, Saad. Robes are that other way and libraries up. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I didn't know specifically, so I just made
Yeah,
guesses.
no, yeah, that's right. Yep.
So do we want to go in now, or do we want to go in later after we go
What's
to
across the hall?
departure?
She tells you that it is a barracks, basically where that's where they want to put the half dragon that's dead, and that's where the half dragons typically sleep.
Right.
I wouldn't mind going to the library and just having a little look through the books there.
Big surprise.
I was going to say, in a shocking move, Dromir would not. A
Startling
library,
turn of
you
events.
say?
Gosh, maybe we should, I don't know, destroy the evil here before you go on your little library tour. I mean, considering it's right next to the big room of sudden non-magical death, we probably should maybe let's keep our eyes on the prize a little bit, possibly.
How do people enter the inner sanctum? Is there a special phrase you're supposed to say, or does only Yilmaz have the way to get in?
Only Yildiz and Alamdar, and they both have a secret ritual that is kept as part of this.
Tiamat, our mother in book club.
It's the library. It's the library. You're getting the rooms confused.
Yildiz knows the way, and as I said, there are few ever allowed in or out.
Is that where she spends most of her time?
Yes, although there is some time that is spent in her own quarters, which, as I said, is another place that is on the pain of death. There has been a room beyond the room, though, with robes, as I said, leads to her quarters. There has been one place up there that she has been spending more time at as of late, but no one entirely knows what it is. It is an older area, perhaps from a time before the cult had fully expanded here, and I know little of what goes on there, except that she has spent a great deal of time at that time.
And do you know where that area is?
In terms of where it can be found? Yes.
Can you take us there?
I can take you to where it is shown. It is said to be a very dangerous place, as is everything with Yildiz.
Interesting. But if she spends a lot of time there, it's outside of her magical, non-magic death trap, which means she's more vulnerable. If we were to strike at her, that would make the most sense to strike at her there.
True, although she never walks and leaves without security around her.
Of course not. Still, if the room is as you say, and magic only functions for her there, that's not where we want to brace her. I mean, I'm pretty sure he casts medieval glance at Fifely. Actually, all three of you. Pretty sure you guys don't want to face her over there in a non-magical room. But hey, correct me if I'm wrong.
Usually, non-magical rooms affect everyone in them.
Exactly. That's kind of my point. Well, but he said she can use her magic. You cannot. Yildiz is the one who decides what magic works and what doesn't. Bingo.
So what you're saying is that only the witch who casts the runes can use her magic in the room.
And never get involved in a land war in Asia. That's correct.
Right.
That was a really good impersonation, by the way.
My death is on the line.
The first is never get into a war in Asia.
But it seems we have a couple of things to do, and I, for one, am leaning towards now gaining an audience with the Pasha and presenting him with our proof and seeing what his reaction is.
Yes.
If okay, sorry.
Perhaps something from the room where the robes are would help as well. We need more than just a body.
I don't know. Well, okay, that's true. The robes actually is not a bad idea, but a half-dragon body should be pretty convincing as far as I'm concerned. I mean, under normal circumstances. At the very least, his reaction to seeing it regardless will be useful, whether he is aware of it or whether he's not aware of it. So, but you're right. Robes, sigils, scabbard, something that would be useful. Cast a glance at Nashka.
She says, I am certainly willing to bring you there. There are always dangers, of course, of wandering patrols, though I am in control of many of them. And so you will be relatively protected as you come through this first stage.
How tall were those half-dragons, Arv?
Oh, they were probably like 6'5", maybe. I'd have to look again. 6'6". They're
pretty tall.
Yeah.
Pretty tall.
Taller than you.
Yeah, well, even with disguise, I can't make myself that tall. Is the problem. Nope.
And he says, she says,
I need to run to the litter.
She says, beyond the room with the robes, I should say, that is where things become considerably more difficult. And again, beyond there, though I can point you in the direction, I cannot go with you down there, for to pass the room of robes when one is not intended to be there, as I am not, would be again to invite death for both you and me. So, I can lead you to the room of robes and show you where the hallway is that leads to Yildiz's quarters and this place she's been spending time. But at that point, you would have to go that direction on your own, at least as far as that room is concerned.
I don't think we need to go there. I just need you to go and collect some robes for us and any other proof the cult is under the castle.
She nods and says, I can perhaps bring several. I should say, though, she kind of looks at you and says, if the ultimate goal here is to wipe out the cult, that is, again, back with the original thing we decided, I am willing to work, of course, so that the cult is redirected. But letting the Pasha know that there is a cult down here, or what he would see as one anyway, if he believes it, I am not certain that he would understand the nuance of the position I have explained to you.
That is why we're going to be your representatives for right now. And when the time is right, we will introduce you to and allow you to broker your own agreement with him. But let's face it, at some point, you were going to be discovered anyways. You couldn't keep down here forever being hidden. It beggars any sense that you could just exist here for years and years and years. Better to take the initiative now and try to strike the bargain with him rather than have, I don't know, an army of the Pasha's soldiers coming in and trying to force you out.
It is precisely that concerned me. That the Pasha must know of us already, or we should not be in this place.
Well, perhaps you should let us, a third party, go and find out for you. That way you'll have more information, we'll have information, and we can make a better decision as to what our next steps should be.
Make a persuasion check for me, please, Kate. I want you to do it at advantage.
Oh, I am... Oh, not that great at it. All right, but advantage helps.
Let's roll double ones.
Well, Then I just re-roll both of them anyways. It doesn't matter. You forget who you're dealing with. 16.
She nods slowly and she says, perhaps. Very well, I will bring you some of these robes. How many did you say? I cannot bring too many or they will suspect something.
Well, not asking to outfit a platoon, just certainly 3. 3 will do.
Very well. I shall go and fetch them and bring them back. And then?
And we're gonna head topside, and we'll get a meeting with the. Oh, the body you said is in the bear. You need to bring also the half dragon body to the barracks, from the barracks to us.
Very well. I will fetch it, but I will have.
And then we're going to leave, and we will gain an audience with the Pasha.
One of you then will have to bring this body with you.
But yeah, let us worry about that.
And she nods and says, my goodness, it is Specchio. What's up, Specchio? Subscribe for 28 months. Ladies and gentlemen,
Very
2 months,
very
2 years,
interesting
4 months.
thing for her to say.
Always
yes,
seems to miss
yes.
this. I'm going to head over to the VOD to watch today's stream from the beginning. Welcome, Specchio. Always good to see you.
Yes.
Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it very much. So she leaves, departs to go deal with the robes, apparently. Anything else? This is not going to take presumably super long. Anything else you're doing while you're waiting?
So the stairs up to the passage back. The passage back was how tall?
The passage, but well, I mean, the stairs, like, you have to kind of duck your head a little bit as you go up. But I mean, then it depends. If you're going through the sewers
Back the way we came, yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So there, for the most part, the sewers are manageable. There's a couple points where it gets down to like 5 feet, and where it gets kind of narrow. But it was never something where you had to like push your. I mean, like, you know, you'd have to go single file though for sure.
Yeah. I'm curious about how tall. It's the height that is.
Yeah,
me, it's not a problem.
It
Like
doesn't usually get
5 to
much,
6 feet.
It doesn't get lower than 5 feet from when you went down there. But there have been times where you had to crouch. Not you, but other members of the party, Ryuvi and Fifely in particular, had to crouch a little bit.
So I look at Fifely like, unless you want to carry this guy over your shoulder, I assume you're going to be a horse, and we'll just tie him on your back, so we get him to the well. Unless someone has a better way, a quicker and faster way of transporting him, like some sort of extra-dimensional space, I'm all for that. But I certainly as hell can't carry him, and I don't think anyone wants to lug him down that long tunnel back to the well, either. So I'm open to suggestions, but that I thought would be the easiest way for us to go.
Oh, I'm just thinking I've got.
I'm looking at an option, but it's not a very good one. I could teleport him, but that would mean I would be down a teleport spell.
Ooh, that seems pretty high level for a corpse.
I would have to.
Yeah.
I would have to rest. I would need 4 hours to get it back.
Let's save that, I think.
Yeah, because I have 1 level 7 spell slot.
At this point, Gromnir, the wizard eye, you can see that she reappears around the corner with some.
Yeah, I just want to watch her as she moves about. Just
dark
make sure
red
she's
robes.
Trying to pull anything.
No, she looks. I mean, she is looking around, kind of like left and right, but that could very well be because she doesn't want anybody to see that she's carrying these robes for no reason. And then she comes to the door, and again, knock, knock, knock.
Well, yeah, let her in.
And you see her, and she is holding a set of 3 red robes, dark red robes, and she says, "I have brought them, but there are not many robes there right now. They must be used by some of the students. So, I would suggest you not spend much time with these here. I will bring the body out to you."
Yeah, yes. Then as soon as we have that, we're heading out.
So she goes into the barracks, and then literally, like, 30 seconds later, drags out the body of the and I mean, she's able to do it again. It's odd, sure, she does not look overly strong, but she certainly has no problem pulling. I should say she has. It's not easy for her, but it's not like she's struggling mightily.
More because it's like bigger and clumsier, right?
Yeah. Say again. Oh well, no. I mean, it's also heavy. I mean, the body of this half dragon.
given her physical status, she's not struggling with it as much as we would think she would normally.
That's fair to say.
While she's pulling it out like this way, like
with her back
like facing
to you,
away from us, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a quick detect magic on her.
Okay.
Anything pop up?
She let me just double check something quickly. Yeah, you do detect magic, but it's not clear from what. The sword, like her belt, basically. And it's not clear if it's the rope or the sword or something around there is certainly radiating magic for sure.
But it's not the belt itself necessarily, or it might be.
No, it's probably things that are on the belt, but it's not clear which things. Like it's not that specific.
She's not like under full illusion or anything like that.
No,
she's not glowing. Okay, just right. All right, no. Just items. Good to know. Okay, all right.
And when she gets there, she brings it out in the hallway and then turns and says, "You had better make quick time to get out of here. Eventually, even if my people come back, they might have some explaining to be done as to why one of their own is being dragged out by you."
Indeed, we're on our way.
Your detect magic would pick up which school of magic that was.
Oh, yeah.
True. Let me see. I would say
School of Magic-y Magic.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very magic-ish magic.
School of Flourish.
Penn and Teller's School of Trickery.
Yes.
I would say this would be conjuration.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Fascinating.
Homeschooled magic.
It's very impressive.
Listen, I'm homeschooling my kid this
tree.
year, all right? Because there's a pandemic you might have heard, okay?
You're a natural.
Yes, I do think I may be a little bit better than the average bear at doing that particular
Probably,
thing.
yeah. All right. So have we figured out how we're getting this body out of here, sir? Zzz?
I think it's just better if we carry it out.
Brute force and a dream.
How about it? Only a maximum of like 2 people can carry this thing at a time. There's no way it can be able to get more in there.
Right.
And I'll be scouting ahead, thanks, so no.
All right, so if you do that and you're heading up, then I'm going to bring us back one map. There we go. I was like, wait, where are they? They're there. I'm going to bring us back here, where you can see the previously encountered door.
Yeah, should we
the bane of his existence.
And at the top of this,
would you feel more comfortable walking underneath it as opposed to walking over? It's not that.
and at the too soon. And at the top of the stairs, Nashka says, "I bid you, of course, good luck, and I will be watching and waiting. Hopefully, our arrangement will continue to be of mutual benefit to us both." And
exactly.
She nods and bows, and then
turns into a giant spider.
In terror
Oh my
as a
god!
Spider
yeah.
appears, and then turns around and descends the stairs again. And as you head back out into the sewers, which is where I think you said you were going, as you all head back into the sewers, I think we are at a good spot to take a break, gentlemen. We're going to go till about 11:30 tonight. So I'm going to give us a moment to say this has been a lot of fun so far. I'm having a great time. I hope the chat is as well. You are watching Day 5 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Palace of the Red Pasha. If you like what you see in here, please follow the channel. Support us by checking out the Patreon and subscribing, as several of you have done already. And if you happen to be students in my classes getting married to each other, apparently, that's all stuff that you can do as well.
It's a thing.
You know, just those are things that all exist as possibilities. We will be back in just about 5 minutes, a little give or take. So you're watching Tren, Sa, John, and Rob, and stick around. We'll be back in just a bit. Hold tight. now. All right, we are back, everybody. Welcome all. Welcome everybody back to what has been a really enjoyable session so far, and we'll be with you for about another hour or so as we continue with Day 5 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Palace of the Red Pasha, with Tren, Sod, John, and BRB, by which I mean Rob, who will be here in a moment. Okay, so you are making your way out of these sewers. Now, you may remember that the last time you were down here and trying to, let me actually bring you back up to Calimport proper, which was, let's see, where did I put, oh yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, I was like, what the heck? Yeah, there it is.
Oh God.
As you were making your way to, oh my goodness, Prince Justin subscribed to Tier 2. Subscribed for 23 months, currently on a 10-month streak, D&D action time. Almost 2 years. Thank you very much, Prince Justin. Wow, almost two years. That's crazy.
Hey, Prince,
thank you for the Tier 2 sub. I appreciate that very much, Prince Justin. Thank you. We are back on track, and we are moving again. And you are bringing this body dragging through the sewers. Now, when you were going through the sewers the first time, going in the other direction, you may remember that there were some paths that kind of broke off at various spots and things like that. And also that there was one in particular, I think, Grom, that you sent your wizard eye down to, and something like just ate it, basically, consumed it, more or less. So with all that said, as you're making your way back out, is there anything in particular that you're looking to do, or are you just like heading out and then,
we're just gonna a little bit, I don't think we want to deal with whatever that is, so we're just gonna go out straight to the exit and up the road and all that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you were able to do that. I'd like actually everybody to make a perception checks for me, please.
Now you're talking. Okay.
Unless you're a rogue, in which case you must go with nature. I'm just kidding.
Hey, it worked for me last time.
Damn it. Okay.
Hang on, coming. There we go. What? Oh, there we go.
It was looking to be a 1 there for a second.
Close.
24. Okay. So as you were making your way down, you get to the place where the passages all sort of, the passage not converges, but comes out again on the main passage that was leading from the well. You may remember you took the ladder down to the well.
Mm-hmm.
And so to the well, and then are able to, you're able to kind of head down there. And when you continue to sort of make your way down that main path, you notice as you're dragging this thing along, and you may remember that there was like some kind of sand essentially on this area, sand and dirt and dust and so forth. You notice that there is some kind of strange markings, like drag markings, ahead of you, heading towards the ladder, as if something has been dragged through here not long ago. Now, they're strange because they look almost like sort of thin and tubular, as if like metal rods or wooden staves or something were dragged along the ground in two parallel tracks leading up to the ladder, which then climbs up to get out of the well.
That's different from the claw marks. Is there any way to know which of the tunnels it originated from, or is that possible?
Not now, because the first time that you noticed it is when you came out into the main area. I mean, I guess you could try to go and see if it's visible, but it really was in the main tunnel here, the one that leads to the others that you first noticed. And you're pretty confident this would... Now, you don't know for sure, but you don't think you saw this on the way to...
I'm going to go back and check it anyways, Arv, real quick.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and...
Quick like bunny.
Go ahead and make one more perception check for me then to take into account. Actually, wait. No, I want you to make an investigation check for that since we're doing something a little different.
You son of a
in those
beats
three
you.
areas.
Fine.
You perceive something is different. But...
I'm going to go like a +4 in that.
I don't know, unfortunately. Well, wait a minute. Investigate. No, it's when I don't have an ability in, so it's only a 7.
Yeah, it just, it's a kind of, everything is obscured and kind of hard to tell, partially because it's as if someone has been dragging a half-dragon body behind them for
and walking through here all over the place. Yeah, exactly. Yep. All right, fair enough. All right, head back. Like, I couldn't make anything out. Now again, where we come down from the well, that it's not a T intersection. It doesn't keep going beyond there. It starts, the tunnel starts there. That's okay, right. That's fine. That's fine. All right. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we'll keep moving. Let me go first.
I was going to say there is a problem here, which is you're at the bottom of a ladder now, and
there was no ladder.
Actually,
was it not ladder? How do we do
our rope?
Spider silk. That's why
it was the spider silk. That's right. I'm sorry. I take that back. Yes, not a ladder. I beg your pardon.
I'm gonna burn my last second level spell on invisibility.
Give it to the dead guy. Just hold this.
And did we leave the rope or did we take the rope? Trent, I don't remember.
It's here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you left it.
Still hanging down? Someone else used our rope. How dare they? All right, I say stay here. I'll be...
Well, no. I disconnected it and Spider climbed it down. That's why I went last.
Right. Okay, well, I tell you...
That's right. You did disconnect from the top, yeah.
Go up. Don't go out and give me a rope to climb up there, okay?
And he'll just kind of drop the silk that's binding up the cocoon containing a dragon after and then just go up to the top, weave another strand, big, gigantic, non-sticky strand.
Non-sticky.
Yes, thank you. Jeez. No. I will climb up around him and poke my head out and see if anyone's around in this place.
Okay.
And remember, I am invisible.
Right. Also, when you came to this place, I'm trying to think of what time of day it was when you went down. It was close to nightfall, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
At this point, it's definitely dark, and so
Correct.
when you stick your head out and above the level of the well,
and my dark vision is still going, by the way.
Yeah. Well, actually, I mean, you don't actually have to worry too much about that because there is a lot of ambient light here. There's light coming actually from behind you, and as you kind of turn around, you can see that it's in the direction of where the palace is. So presumably the palace of the Red Pasha does not, shut down lights at that time.
That's right. Our light bill is extravagant.
Exactly, and there were some lights from the houses around here too.
Okay.
In fact, if anything, Cade, it's not super
dark.
Yeah, I mean you're invisible, so that's fine. But I'm just saying, like in general,
Oh, the dark vision's not really helping me. It probably wouldn't even kick in then. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's 8 hours worth, so I'm not going to dispel it because I want to waste it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Is anyone around? Is my next question.
Does not appear to be at the moment. No.
Okay. Do those weird drag marks continue out here?
Make a perception. Perception. Yes.
Okay. Back to the strength, sir. Darn right. Let's re-roll that.
Yes, please. That was a natural 1 for those listening at home.
It was a natural 1.
Wait. Did you get a 22 with a natural 1? Wait a minute.
No,
technically, yes, because I have that skill that allows me to take 10 on any roll.
So,
but I'll re-roll.
Reliable talent.
Yeah,
okay,
reliable talent.
Yeah.
But I have to have the skill. See, okay, I rolled a 2 and got a 22.
And it's still a 22.
Well, my perception is he 12.
That is absurd. Anyway, so so you do not see any drag marks here. No, around this.
Okay, all right. And just because of sod, I'm not using the shadow dice anymore, so you can see my numbers. Okay, but the area is clear. There's no one waiting in ambush or.
Does not appear to be. No.
The 22. All right. And he'll get out and tell Fifely to attach the rope, and the others can start coming out. And we need to get that body out of there too. But I'm gonna let you guys figure that out. And I will go take a position in the shadows nearby, so I can watch over as they start coming out of the well.
Okay. So he attaches the strand to the top of the well so that everybody else, and then he climbs back down and attaches another strand to the cocoon and starts climbing back out so that everybody can grab that rope and pull the body up.
Okay. And you're able to do that. It kind of bangs and bumps.
Oh yeah, it's not going to be pretty, that's for sure.
It's completely cocooned. It's protected.
Oh yeah. No, exactly. But it's still not like the most graceful.
It's a persuasive
lift. But you're able to do that and then kind of pull it out over the well, and so I have this image of the four of you around a well, pulling a cocooned body at night out of. I mean, like everything seems totally above board and normal.
As
like,
you
I mean,
do, you know.
Yeah,
as you do.
as you do.
If anybody comes up and asks, we just tell them that we were getting a snack for our pet spider, and Fifely's just sitting there going
pet.
And then he was like, "Oh, let's look down the well." Oh, okay.
See you in a bit, live. Okay, so you were able to do that. You pull him up the rest of the way, goes up, and the body is now lying in front of you next to the well.
All right. So we need to get this thing. Well, so I assume the castle's not going to be open for biz. Actually, it's a really good thing that he's put this in a cocoon now, so it's not immediately visible. By the way,
weird, but, we can use our cloaks to kind of cover it up. So
can't one of you one of you two have cast like is it Breath of Life or something that'll keep it fresh for 7 days or something like that? Don't you? Isn't there a spell that will prevent it from like rotting or some shit like that?
You're talking about gentle repose.
Gentle repose.
That's
Weller
the one.
had that,
Yeah.
but...
Weller had that crap. Because this is gonna smell in a day.
Prepared right now.
Oh, but you do have access to it?
I do believe I do. Let me double check. I think I do.
If you do, you're gonna need to prep it for tomorrow for sure. Cause yuck.
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't have it.
You don't or you do?
I think I do. Gentle.
Cleric, paladin, wizard.
Yeah, I guess I do. Second level. Oh yeah, I've got it. Sorry, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I just didn't add it to my spell list. That's all.
Well, we're gonna need it for tomorrow. And then I guess we're heading home because we're not gonna be able to get an audience with the Pasha tonight. I would seriously doubt. So, I guess I don't know if we're carrying. I don't want to drag this through the streets per se. That might be a little suspicious, but
I do. I think you all walking along with a spider dragging a
big
body behind
cocoon.
it. Exactly.
Vaguely body-shaped thing. Yeah, exactly.
That's just a Tuesday in Callumsport right there.
I could take it ethereal way and just take it to the tavern.
That's a really good idea. Why don't you do that? We'll meet you there.
Okay.
Okay. And we never saw Grant here again.
He was never seen.
You want to join me? I mean,
can all of us go ethereal with you?
Yeah, all of us. I can go up to. Let me check.
Because if we can all go with you, we'll just all go with you.
I have a limit of myself and 3 others. Sorry, so it doesn't include the bodies. So someone will have to stay behind.
Well, the body's dead. I'm assuming it's 3 of this means 3 living people. So
yeah, and
we'll just leave Rob. He's not here right now. So. No. Fifely, do you want to go?
Well, it's also a good experience for you to use it when we use the spell. If we need to use it for any reason, at least now you understand how it is.
True, but I think we shouldn't leave anyone back here by themselves. Is my point.
We can watch them. It's not like we can't see them. They just can't see us.
Oh, we would just go. Oh, I see. They would just trap. Okay. All right, I'm game. Yeah. Okay, I gotcha.
They go through all the gates and so forth, which we don't need to because we can just walk right through everything.
And maybe we should make the spider ethereal because I'm not sure we want a big spider running around. That might cause all sorts of unnecessary attention.
Fively, is that okay with you?
Fively waves his mandibles.
His entire body just kind of bows up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I assume that's a yes. I don't know. We don't know spider, so.
He's spider dotted before. Yeah, it's a yes. So.
All right.
So we'll be with Ryuvi as he heads back, but
Okay.
we'll all be ethereal. This ought to be an experience.
Yeah.
I've done a lot of things. Never been ethereal before. So this would be pretty cool.
Okay, so Fifely's making his own way, if I understand.
No. Ryuvi is the only one who's still in the material plane.
Okay.
Fifely, myself, and Gromnir are going ethereal with the body, and we're going to go back. So basically, we disappear. but we're on the ethereal plane next to him, and we're all going back together, quote unquote. But the only people are going to be able to see him are just going to see Ryuvi unless they can happen to see into the ethereal plane.
Okay, and this is Gromnir. This is Gromnir who cast this, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
This is an 8th level spell.
Yep.
This is going to go over very well.
Well, the difference, you see, that's why I asked. Gromnir specifically.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait.
Cast this.
Oh, yeah. Gromnir casted, not. Yeah. Haha.
That's the difference. That's why I asked.
Exactly.
Okay. So,
which is very magic-ist on the part of Callum.
I'll just bring up the spell
True.
for you.
True.
Yeah.
I think a discussion about bigotry
it's
for them.
Big text, but
I mean, that's almost worth Kate overthrowing the city for that. What kind of nonsense is that?
Really?
Jeez.
Okay.
If you're religious, you're fine. If you're a
Three
magic
willing
user, how
creatures.
dare you? Screw you, hippies.
10 feet. Yes, we step in border. Move in any direction. Can only affect and be affected by other creatures on that plane. Yes, that's right. Okay, cool. So you can just move through.
So it'll be very weird because you can't see further than 60 feet. Yeah, 60 feet away. So we're kind of like following Ryuvi in this weird ethereal world.
Because you were living.
It looked like a ghost.
Okay. So you're going to head that direction back to the inn right now. Actually,
Correct.
I need to double check too. The inn, I believe, was a. I need to find the note that I had about the.
It's
inn.
your the place that's serving the.
Cafe Cormerian.
Cormerian.
Yeah, on the Grand Board. Okay.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
All right. So, and are you heading down to the dock ward and then sort of up into the Grand Ward? Or are you trying to cut across the Jewel Ward?
We better head down through the docks.
Yeah.
It's gonna be easier.
Okay.
You know, hell, going through the Faith Ward and the Trades Ward would be easier than trying to cut across Jewel Ward.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Okay, so you make your way down and then over. And as you're going along, and it's quite a sight, right? This image of Ryuvi sort of walking across and then nobody behind him. I meant quite a sight for all. I meant quite a sight for all of you.
Oh, yes.
But
Drow
it's,
elf out for a stroll.
it is
So
quite
the
a sight
weirdest
for
thing
all
is
of
that
you.
you guys can see what's underground. So if there's anything like any weird.
It's basically a
dirt
no
or
clip
rocks.
cheat.
Yeah,
right?
it
Is that right?
essentially is a no clip. You
Yeah.
can literally no clip. You can even walk up in the air, I think.
Yeah, you can.
It's really weird, but because as soon as you leave that plane, you immediately fall down.
And Kate's trying not to be as tall as like Fifely. Like, this is freaky. I don't know how you guys do this. This is so weird. You know, because like he's walking on invisible steps, and he comes back down again. Like,
Pretty much, yeah.
that was freaky.
It's funny.
But he's really enjoying this. Like, wow, I gotta figure out this. This is incredible.
I got to do this again.
Yeah.
So you make your way over and
Classes
then
of etherealness.
up into the Grand Ward and then down the street. Now, by the time you get back to
And Saad, you said we could walk through buildings, right?
Yep.
And he does-
However, if they have magical protection wards, that usually stops.
Of course. Every building I would be testing to see if I can actually go through it and sticking my head through there and stuff like that. Just being a complete idiot.
some of them you can, some of them
Some of
you
you
can't.
can't.
Some of them you can't.
Yeah.
Okay.
So cafe, unless you have a specific thing, you're like, okay, I want to look for the following items in these.
No,
things,
no,
but-
I'm just
If
goofing
there's
testing this
something-
whole condition.
Yeah. If there was something that's magically warded, you won't be able to actually see through it either.
Okay.
It just looks like probably would just look like grey.
So
And
you
I would
see the
avoid
mixture
those-
of things that a
yeah.
typical evening would bring in terms
Right.
of activities taking place within those kinds of environments.
Exactly,
You know what
exactly.
I'm saying?
Yep.
And so you see
It's
some of
limited
these
60
things.
feet, so.
Lot of
Nice.
lot of board games being played. That's clearly what I mean. And as you make your
Yeah,
way,
there's this one room, there's this
Yeah,
one building. that has
except
these
for-
people playing with miniatures, and they've got these pieces of paper laid about, and they're rolling dice. It's weird.
yeah, it's very strange. There seems to be a lot of empty bottles of some kind of. It says Mountain Callumsport Dew. It's not really clear what it is. Anyway, so you continue to make your way across until you get back to Cafe Cormerian, and when you get to Cafe Cormerian, The thing that you notice that's different is that for the first time, there's not an enormous line. Actually, there isn't a line by the time you get back. Apparently, the
it is pretty late.
place has finally, exactly. It seems to have finally closed for the evening to all but presumably patrons. And when Ryuvi walks in, and then walks up to the next floor, Hufir, who is the owner, you may remember, is just sort of is in his nightgown apparently, and is, oh yes, I was about to head to bed. I trust you will have a pleasant evening. Will any of your companions be joining you? He says, looking at Ryubi, who sort of stares at him blankly, as if in a trance. And he says, well, very well, you're right. It's probably none of my business. And he turns around and walks down the hallway, and Ryuvi and company are able to make their way back into their room. So you are now back there, and it is late, probably after midnight, I would say, definitely, now that you're back here.
So I'll just say,
see you, Bison.
So you can leave this, I think. When the spell ends, there's actually no way to physically end it. I don't think you can force end it. Let me just double check.
So Ryuvi gets to hang out.
It says up to 8 hours, dude. So I'm assuming you can cancel it.
Oh yeah, it says up to.
Right.
Which means
I don't think I want to sleep on the material plane. That'd be a little too creepy. Thank you. But this is good. This is good. Actually.
But if you want to check out various places, you've got a couple hours until it runs out. And knowing you, Cade.
And seriously, Cade looks at you like, "Oh my God, you're right." Bye. Yes. Back. You don't need to be. You don't need to be with me, do you?
No. There's no. Once it's casting you, it's just on you for 8 hours unless some.
So you know the old animations where the guy takes off so fast, it's just a puff of dust where he was. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. And I'm heading for was it the Quill Ward that was blocked off by the guards in the
northern portion of it? Yes.
Oh
yeah.
Hell yeah!
Okay.
So just as you're like, I would say, just be careful of the magic ward. Oh, he's gone.
This would not definitely be an INB campaign if there wasn't a nightly sojourn with Cade / whatever character John is playing to check.
Hopefully he'll be okay. It is an 8th level spell, so hopefully
it's tradition. It's tradition.
It's true.
You're gonna get to some place in the Quill Ward. You're gonna find some woman in bed with her dead husband, and it's just gonna be gross.
Yep, exactly. Exactly.
And, this is a deja vu, but I've never been here before.
Exactly. It's going to be that, and it'll be familiar.
But if it's true, so actually, Arv, I do have a question. Was what Saad said true, that like eventually I started to see that places with words on them I couldn't see into?
That's right.
So yeah, okay, great, perfect. Well, hey, it's no problem.
That's right.
Yeah, I want to slip into the Quill Ward while I'm ethereal and go check out what the hell's going on down there.
Yeah, exactly. Tradition. Okay. Yeah, So,
exactly, Prince Justin.
So when you make your way up to,
bye, Faizan.
Let's see. Yes. Okay. So this is when you get up to the when you get into the Quill Ward, and of course you move sort of, silently and invisibly, apparently, past any guards and that sort of thing.
Hey, I move ethereally. Let's get it right.
Exactly. So when you make your way up to past the area that was blocked off, basically up into here. And when you make your way up there, you notice that there are still a few guards who are positioned right now, or at least they seem to be, even at this hour of night. And they are positioned around a very large building. It is what looks to be some kind of temple, but you also note that there are, despite the, in addition to the fact that there's some kind of temple, you can see based on there's columns and steps, and it seems to be very dramatic looking. But in addition to that, there is also a sign on the outside. And it says on the sign, "Museum will reopen tomorrow morning." And so this may be a temple and a museum, or just a museum, but you think this is presumably what was being blocked off previous to this, if you had to guess.
Oh, the plot thickens, baby.
Maybe it's a musimple.
Very good. Or a Temposium.
Okay, so if you two are done,
Like a pop-up museum.
is it blocked? Is it warded?
You think that part of it might be not necessarily the first floor though.
That's perfect. That's perfect. All right, then I will walk through the wall and go inside.
Well, okay.
Uh-huh.
So you walk
Oh
through
my
the
god,
wall.
I have got to get me my own cleric or something. I've got to figure this out.
You
this is
walk
amazing.
through the wall and you
Yeah.
find yourself in what is very clearly some kind of a sanctuary. This is
Sorry.
yeah, pretty much. It's a sanctuary. You can see there are, and in this area there are actually it's a circular room essentially here. There are sets of what might be called pews, but they're definitely not pews. These are like curved benches basically that are kind of raked back, and there are multiples of those. And then the center is this very impressive looking altar that is trimmed with gold and silver, presumably. I mean, you can see it, sparkling. There are several lights that are held above it, and looking at it in the way that they look, these might be like ever-burning lanterns or something like that, Cade. Something where because it's not an open flame, but you can see that the lantern just keeps burning, and you're guessing that that's basically what this is. And then there are stairs leading up from this sanctuary, rather wide, large stairs, to two closed double doors. And there is a sign or a plaque or something like that on the double doors that are at the top of the stairs.
I shall go to investigate the doors at the top of the stairs.
Okay. When you get up there, and this is kind of important, you do not see through these doors.
What does the sign say?
The sign says museum, and then it gives a series of hours that the museum is open. And it says Magic and Mystery is the name. As if that's like the exhibit name.
Right. Huh. So there's no way that's going to work at all. There's nothing I can do will affect the material plane, I don't believe. But I can't see through it. Well, that's annoying. How tall was this building on the outside?
It was pretty tall. I mean, it was at least, 2 tall stories. I don't know what that would work out to.
Like two stories that are like 15 feet tall instead of the usual 10.
Yes, exactly.
It's 30 feet tall, but the 2 stories are taller than average.
Right, exactly. And there might be like a little roof, it's not a minaret, but a slightly domed roof above the top of it as well.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right. I go to a non-warded wall.
Okay.
And start climbing it to get on the roof.
A non-warded wall. Can you
like an outside wall, like an exterior wall?
Yep. That's and I guess you can do that because you can walk up in the ethereal plane. Okay. So yeah, you
and
do
in
that.
fact, I will try to walk up the wall itself. I'm not sure if it's like it just says.
You're gonna TV Batman and Robin it basically.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
The cave doesn't actually go to gravity because there's no actual gravity. So.
Right, exactly. Okay, you make your way up and you're able to eventually have this strange experience of walking up and then vroom, like kind of just, phasing through the roof basically.
Right. This is like one of the coolest experiences he's ever had.
Yeah.
Note to self, thank Gromnir for this experience. Because this is freaking rad. So this dome, it's just metal. And also, is this dome warded as well?
The dome is not warded.
Although I could be getting myself into a lot of trouble. But
and the spell
that's kind of my middle name,
damn.
so who are we kidding? All right, I will descend into the second floor from the domed roof.
Okay. You descend from the second floor and you enter the air from the ceiling, and as you sort of I don't know, drop down or step down.
Oh, step down.
You find
Circular,
yourself
invisible staircase. Yeah.
in the middle of a room where there are probably at least 30 or so glass cases around you. And everywhere you look, Cade, in every case, you see some magically glowing item. There is a gauntlet, which is glowing with sort of silverish light. There is a dagger, which is emanating some kind of green aura. There is a helmet, which is slashed and scored, but one of the horns, unless you're wrong, may be a demon's horn of some kind, a devil's horn. There is, as you're looking through this, there are a couple of there's a rod, some kind of like magical rod that you can see. There's things like this everywhere you look. There are just magical items in all of these glass cases, and there are little plaques underneath all of these things that reflect, that are apparently talking about some of the things that are in them.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one set of doors which are warded, obviously leading out because you can't see through them, and that must be the doors that you were standing looking at in a minute.
Come on. All right. What? So I first of all take it all in, realize I can't take any of it because I'm still ethereal.
Mm-hmm.
And then what looks out of place in this room, if anything?
Define that for me. What do you mean by out of place?
Like, there are guards outside, so was something stolen? Is there a broken display case? Is there an empty one somewhere? Yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, that you don't need to make a check for that one. That, just looking around, it doesn't look like it. All the cases seem to have items in them, and you don't see anything that looks obviously broken or, shattered or missing, from what you can tell.
I have to stay ethereal, because I would have a hard time getting out of here. Mm-hmm. So I've got to just, damn it. It's literally like, rats, shoot. Okay, but nothing else there's nothing that's, I'm still puzzled. Why? All right. If I don't see anything else untoward or odd, and I'll even poke my head through a couple walls, see if there's any like secret rooms or secret passages or something like that.
Like up on the second floor, you mean? Like
yeah, anything that's not, any wall that's not particularly warded, but I think those are all going to lead to the outside probably.
Yeah,
I mean, those exactly. Will still be warded. All the walls are warded.
That's correct. The walls are warded, and as are the doors, and apparently the windows too. But
is
not
the floor?
And the floor is warded also. Yes.
So just not the roof.
Right.
Well, he will file that little factoid away because that could be useful later on. But for now. He starts climbing back up to get outside again.
Okay, you can do
and
that.
Then he's going to go back down to the front of the hall and eavesdrop on, see if the guards are chatting about anything, as bored guards in the middle of the night will often do.
That is true. You are listening for a while. They don't actually seem to be talking very much. Occasionally, one of them mutters about being thirsty, and one of the other ones then mutters something about... food would be nice about now, and extended shifts. The only thing you know is that apparently these are not normal shifts for this place, so it's getting like extra, coverage. But as to why it is, you don't know. And other than that, there's not a lot of discussion of if only the sacred object of instant win hadn't been brought into the first floor. It's like there's nothing that reveals anything.
Or been stolen from the first floor.
Right.
Exactly. By the way, that whole altar thing, was that pretty much the main section of the main did it take up all the first floor is the question I'm really
yes, that room did. The room did. So the the benches encircling it, whatever.
That's a pretty simple building then.
Yep. And then there was just the altar, and then the stairs leading up to that second floor.
Okay. Hang on a second, I gotta see something. No, it's sound or image. It's not smell. Okay.
It should be noted, by the way, that you couldn't see through the altar.
Well, that's something I'm not going to mess with either.
And that began Cade's solo adventure for the next 3 years.
It takes probably the next 5 hours.
No, I think if they're not gonna, I'm trying to figure out a way to make them talk about what happened here. How many guards are here?
There are 2 guards outside at the doors.
Okay. Saad, can I stop this spell, or is that something only you can do?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah.
I would have to end the spell.
I'm assuming, yeah. I'm assuming.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. How would I go about doing that?
Unless specifically said otherwise, it would be me.
No, I think it's pretty much you, which that makes sense.
The spell we turned to Mist again, the one that Agatha had, that one specifically says that players who are cast who are affected by it can get out of it after 10 minutes. Doesn't say that for this, so I assume that I would have to do it.
I'm gonna
go ahead, Trent.
No, yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, you said that we can see through like walls and see stuff that's non-warded,
like wireframe almost. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he can't see through the altar,
right?
But can he see through the floor, like to see if there's like a stairwell hidden under the altar, that if the altar were moved?
I have to decide whether I can answer that question since you're not there with him.
Yeah.
And I wasn't really looking for it, and the floor was warded anyways. If the floor
was warded though.
Then never mind.
And he can't. Yeah, but the thing is, well, yeah, he can't see. He didn't look specifically around the altar at the floor level to determine any of this, but in general, the room had the floor was sealed. Yes.
Yeah. So I pretty much didn't waste any time with it. I'll be honest. I would rule against myself in that instance. So.
But you do get to enjoy the looking at the internal organs of human beings.
Yeah, exactly. It's like those like cheap, the old comics that used to have the like X-ray glasses, like.
Yeah.
And it totally worked every time.
All right, I'm gonna. If I give them like 20 minutes, they're not going to speak about anything. Oh, that was the other thing. Is there anything I can see on the outside of here that looks weird? Much like at the paper place, there was signs of like weird fireballs or something going off on the door.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any signs of that here? Forced entry, or the door is broken, or?
And we're talking about the outside of this specific building
weird
that you've just been
place, in. Temple/museum.
Yeah, let me have you make a perception check for me on this one as you're kind of circling around.
Right. Good Lord. Well, it's only a 22. Sorry, I can't do any better than that.
Yeah, you don't get the impression that there's anything particular that was disturbed. It is a little bit difficult to determine because, a lot of the walls are warded and all that. Like it's sort of hard to get a sense of where people could have like snuck in between things. Like you might not be able to see absolutely everything from where you are because you have to but from the best of your knowledge, you don't get the feeling that there were any obvious broken windows or anything like that was sort of leading to the outside of this thing. Nor frankly did the guards seem particularly like super alert or super perturbed about stuff that happened or whatever. That wasn't the case either.
Right. No, I didn't look. I just realized what Trent was talking about, but I did not look anyway. So we're just gonna keep going. Okay. Anywho, but if someone had come up through a secret compartment, then why would the guards be here in the first place? It's all a big mystery. All right, I'm gonna head back to the tavern, to our room.
Okay. While Cade has been out on his adventures, in his soiree, Ryuvi continues to stare blankly at a wall. What were Fifley and Grobner? What were you doing?
Fifley was struggling to resist the urge to eat the guard.
It'd be so tasty.
He would.
Delicious.
But mostly he's just kind of sitting in the corner, just staring unblinkingly, not really moving.
Okay. All right, fair enough. What about you, bro?
It's not really much to do. I can, for fun, I guess, just check out the rest of the tavern in this form. I'm sure there's various locked rooms and stuff. Anything out of the ordinary that I may notice. I don't know. I can't do anything until I wait for Kane to come back.
Right. I mean, like if you're, because there are a number of people who are staying here, and you can see in one spot you see Hufir is slumbering away in one bed, in presumably his room. There are many people there. There's one couple that is
Engaged.
invested in yes, distracted, one might say. So there's that, and other than that, there are a couple of people that you see. One person is sitting on the edge of his bed, and occasionally drinking, looking rather despondent from a large jug of what you have to assume is mead, and then kind of puts it down on the table and shakes his head and sobs a little bit, and then takes another drink. So these slice of life situations, you discover them.
Not really interested in any of that. I'm just seeing, also just having just while I'm waiting around until Kate gets back, just make sure that there's nothing. I don't know, maybe some people coming with weapons or something. I can keep an eye on them.
That you do not see. No.
Yeah.
Not
all.
this far. I'm sorry.
Like, Grommy doesn't really have a use for this. he just suggested he's never really used it for anything nefarious or sneaky, I guess you could say. So for him, it's just waiting around, kind of thing. Remembering how weird it was the first time.
Yeah, Fifey's basically getting a short rest. While we're waiting.
Okay. All right, Cade, when you return, ascending ethereally as you have been doing up to this point, you're able to enter.
Hold on. What's Humar? Whatever his name is. What's he up to?
Well, Hufir is asleep.
Just
from what you can tell, just slumbering. Yeah.
Downstairs, one floor.
On his bed.
Okay. I'll peek in on him, but leave him be and go back up to our floor.
He looks like an angel. He's asleep.
A little drunken angel.
So, yes, that's the deal with him. Otherwise, you come back up and you find Fifey, a large spider, staring blankly at the wall. And you see Gromnir, who is just sort of hanging out, waiting, I think. And then Ryuvi is also blankly staring at a wall.
He's probably really annoyed. None of us have actually come back from the ethereal plane. You can't actually see us. So, are you done? Did you enjoy your wherever it is you went?
Kind of. I mean, okay, yes. Honestly, this is like one of the most amazing things I've ever done. So yes, thank you very much. I didn't find out what I was hoping to find out. I went to check out what was going on in the Quill Ward. Some sort of half temple, half museum is being guarded, but I couldn't see why. Nothing seemed disturbed. Like on the upper floor, there's a whole bunch of magical items, and their roof is not warded, which I'm gonna maybe take advantage of later. But otherwise, everything else seemed like, undisturbed. No fire, no assault, no one tried to steal anything. There were no empty cases. So, I hung out there.
No signs of any cultists in that area?
No, none whatsoever. So.
All right, so it's just some internal
I don't know.
going on there.
Maybe someone was found dead there, but they already cleaned it up.
What were the items that you found? What were the items?
Oh, there was a gauntlet and a dagger and a helmet with maybe a demon horn on it. They're all magical. They were all amazing. It was like 20, what Arv said, 20, 30, something like that?
Yep.
It's a lot. And again, remember, the roof is not warded. So at some point we may have to go pay a visit to, well, okay, I, not you, not we, I may have to go pay a visit there again. But that's another time. That's another time. We have more pressing matters to attend to. And you didn't hear that.
Well, no one else can hear us as long as we're here, unless someone else is also in the ethereal plane.
That's true. Okay, well, anyways, you didn't hear what I said regardless, so don't worry about it. All right, so are you going to cancel the spell? Because I don't plan on going anywhere else and probably should get some sleep.
Yeah, sure. Let's cancel it.
All right.
Okay, so everyone pops back into the material plane. Welcome back, Live. As you do that, Live Suing also appears. I'm like, whoa!
Yes.
Fifey had pushed the body down into the floor, so that when we all pop back, as it shunts back to the thing, and it takes like
Open
2d10
space, yeah.
force damage,
Right.
and it just explodes in the room. And just,
It actually doesn't do that. So
Why are you doing that?
So you
Why-
bring
why
to
are
the
you doing
palace of the
that?
Red Pasha, just like a left claw with a bunch of spider web. You're like, see, this proves everything. He's just like, excellent, take them
It's the
away.
proof you need.
This is
The rest of it's in this inn cabin. on
this is the
third
smoking
floor.
gun.
Yeah, I have to take you to the inn where the rest of the body is. Exactly. Yay.
Oh man.
Ah,
So,
anyways.
so you are all getting some sleep, some rest.
I'm sacking. It's been kind of a long day. Yeah.
Okay.
I
all
guess
right.
the first thing I'm going to do is to use gentle repose on the body in order to stop it from degrading. But
Thank you. Yes.
We're gonna be sleeping with it for a day. So
I'd prefer to not wake up to the smell. Exactly.
yeah. All right. Okay.
Okay. Otherwise, you settle in, and your sleep is undisturbed, and you wake up feeling, I would say, relatively refreshed. You actually wake up to a loud, like outside. It might be a call to prayer, something like that, and you can hear that outside. And within the inn, you can hear like a, actually, you can tell you exactly what you hear within the cafe. It sounds like, give me the soundscape. Okay, like this. Okay, so you can hear that people are already sort of gathering, and as you just sort of like peer out the window quickly, you can see that a line is already formed at this place. They are getting ready to come back in, so they are really here. Crit twitch. So so you look outside and you're able to see that. So it is probably, you had to guess 7, 8 in the morning, something like that.
That's about right.
All
Yeah, I would have made sure we got up and moving pretty early, but hey, we get breakfast in our room, so.
Yeah, I'm just gonna rearrange all the spells. It takes me a while to figure out what I need. Sorry. But I definitely will cast. The first thing I'll do immediately is cast Gentle Repose on the body, just to keep it fresh.
Okay.
Corpse.
So you do that, casting it on this cocooned body, and then of course the question is, are you just going to, how are you going to transport this thing to get it to the palace?
Ooh.
Well, I don't think we need to in a cocoon. We can just carry it wrapped up in some cloaks and sheets. Obviously not sheets from the tavern, just something.
Are you carrying it?
I'll carry it. Yeah.
Let's do
Probably
something
do it.
a little.
It's a bit hard, but I won't be able to do much else other than carry.
Let's see. It's only 1 freaking minute. You're gonna make me blow major image on this, aren't you?
Whoa! Wait! What are you trying to do?
I'm not gonna have you try to get through the gate carrying what looks like a wrapped up cocoon body. Good lord. We're going to make it a lovely tapestry. A lovely tapestry.
Okay.
So as a gift, it'll be a gift for.
Might be
Pasha.
better. It might be better to be like planks of wood or something. Because if I ask us to unroll it as a gift, we can't exactly unroll it.
I would
Why are
also
we
caution you that I would remind you that magic, remember, is forbidden within these areas. And there's a difference between Grom's magic and Cade's.
Yeah, that's what. Once we enter the palace,
Maybe we should go buy a rug and wrap this damn thing up in it.
That's
Because there's
kind of
no
what I was-
freaking way they're gonna let us do like, oh yes, just bring that body-sized cocoony spidery thing in with you, no problem. Yeah.
We came here with a flying carpet. Why not just use that?
Because it's still magic in the city, and I think they look askance on that. Remember the guy
They
even
told us
said,
it was fine. They said it was fine depending upon where we flew with it.
yeah, I don't think
And
the palace is one of those areas where it's fine to fly with
I'm
it.
talking about rolling it up in the carpet.
Okay, that'd work.
So you wrap up his body in the flying carpet?
Yeah.
Outstanding. I just want to be clear to everyone about how great it is that the heroes of the Sword Coast are carrying a half-dead, half-dragon body through the streets of Kalimport wrapped up in a magical flying carpet. That is tremendous.
I do like to dream.
Weekend at Bernie's, as you said, is just, I mean, it's the best. Okay, so... so are you all setting out? I mean, are you grabbing like a quick bite to eat here, and then we don't have to
I'm having
RP
breakfast.
that,
Hell yeah!
Okay.
Oh, you know it.
With the body,
Yeah, definitely with the body right next to you, like stacked up.
dropping plums into the thing. Here, have that.
Yeah, you'll love this. I'll sit on it, have a nosh. Exactly.
Okay.
All right.
So you can do that, and very delicious omelets, available. Remembering that
Delightful.
this is Cormyrean fare,
Right,
not
exactly.
not Kalam Shane. Yeah, it's just another morning in the palace. Exactly, Critchwitz. Okay, and then you make your way out. I assume you're going back through the dock, and then back up to the palace.
Yes, because we do not need any guardian entanglements.
Okay.
If we can avoid it. Yep.
Now, when you get to the palace, I have a surprise for you, gentlemen, because I'm going to give Saad his favorite thing in the world. And
Needle in the
is
a door to the face.
that is Vegemite. No, I am giving you a player's map. Now, what you can see here, and I actually have this not only as a display, but I also have it
and
as
numbers. So many numbers.
Wait a second here. I also have and actually those numbers are supposed to be there.
Who there? Where's Nancy?
Who does Mr. Okay. This I'm going to show to players. Huzzah!
This is drawn to us, drawn by us on here too. It's kind of crude looking.
So now you have this. Now you actually have access to this thing.
Sexy.
And so what this is a map of the palace basically, and you are able to use this to make your own. What the hell is that?
Legend.
Legend, thank you. It's make your own legend, right? So you can place down there. I should know that. Actually,
there
says player's
are,
legend.
so
I literally
just-
saw that 2
yeah.
seconds after you said that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it'll allow you to actually place down what these different things are as you enter. You are going to be coming through 1A there on the far left, which is probably not too surprising because it looks like a fairly major gate of some kind. And let us. Okay, so this is a thing which has, I believe I described this before, but in case I didn't, this has a magnificent sort of impressive looking, what looks like a purple dragon of some kind or lizard-like creature above the gate. As you are sort of looking at it, there are 2 guards there. And you're able to pass through if you wish.
We wish.
That passes you into number 2 on your map there, which is, as you walk into this thing, you can see that it looks a little bit surprising to you in that there are these statues around the outside of this very large sort of this large almost ground that you're on, and you can see that there are statues of elephants, very large elephants that are placed around the outside of it. They seem to be carved of something pure white. Like, it's hard to imagine that they are carved of ivory. Like, that's a hell of a lot of ivory, and but they're made of some kind of white, it's almost sparkling substance, and there are a number of them surrounding the area. As you are sort of walking in and kind of marveling at the appearance of all of this, give me 1 second as I have my loose leaf notes. Okay. You see that there are a line of people that are waiting around. Let me get to that's what I was looking for. Okay. There are a line of people that are lined up right over. Let's see. Right over here. They're lined up over here, and it seems to be a smaller gate of some kind. And there are a line of people, reminds you a little bit of Cafe Cormyrean, that are lined up, and it seems to be a group of people of all sorts of descriptions, but you see a number of people just kind of... Actually, you know what? I'm going to ask all of you to make an insight check for me as you see this line of people. Okay.
13.
All right.
Okay, I thought I rolled a natural one. I was watching that. I got 20.
Wow, apparently I did, so I'm going to roll that again because what the hell?
Okay.
Insight, you said, right?
Insight, yes.
Ugh, not much better. 6.
All right. So, you and Fifely, something seems a little unusual about this group of people, but you can't quite tell, Fifely. But Grom, you think you can. All of these people they either look angry or depressed. Like, some of them you can see are leaning on, looks like one person is leaning on crutches. Another person is kind of sitting on the ground in line, but looking sort of despondent. A couple of others are sort of angrily, like glaring around at people around them as if like waiting for someone to say something. These people do not look happy, and they are all waiting in this line at this gate, which leads into apparently the next compound. There's a wall between these two areas. There's also a guard standing at the gate, I should say, who is waiting there. So you can see that's what this group of people is doing.
Is that 19, you said?
That was at 19, correct.
And
if there's other things that you wanted to focus on, you could definitely do that. There is, I could show you more like things if you want, but those are the things that are immediately obvious to you.
If I remember, there's still a bit of time before the Pasha sees people. You think it's around lunch or something like that?
I don't know. I'm not a Pasha. I have no idea what his social calendar entails.
Isn't that what
Yes.
what we're told by
Yes.
the I believe?
That is what we were told, yes.
Yeah.
He's not a morning riser.
Yeah.
Or if he is, he doesn't entertain supplicants at that point.
We got a couple hours to wander around, is what you're saying.
So, looking at this map, it says scale feet. Do I have to turn into a lizard to walk around here?
Shut up that crying baby.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So, shut that bloody. Anyway, I go up to one of the more depressed-looking people.
Okay.
And say, well, I'm not going to go to the angry ones because if they try anything on me, they're going to regret it. I'd say, I'm sorry, I'm new to the city. What are you in line for here?
And they look at you and they say, "We await your petitions to the Red Pasha. Here he will hear our pleas of trouble and may help us in his mercy. I hope he will. He is a great man, the Pasha, and I hope he can cure me. I have been ill, coughing blood, for many days now. No one can make me feel better but the Red Pasha."
Okay. And how many people?
Everyone's masked up in the line.
Blue Babby waffles. Come on, live stream. That sounds terrible. Anyways, how many people are ahead of this guy in line?
The guy that you talked to, probably 4 or 5.
Can we see the front of the line that like someone got there very first and is waiting?
It looks like it looks like the line is at the gate. The gate's not open yet. The guard is standing there, kind of with arms folded. Big guy too, scimitar at his belt, and is looking outwards. And you can see there's a line of people, that are probably 15 people long at this point, but it ends at the gate, so you can see the person there. Doesn't seem to be anyone beyond it.
All right, go up to the guard. Excuse me, kind sir. When will the Pasha be seeing people today?
The Pasha will welcome petitioners in 1 hour. At that time, he will allow people to come in and be within his benevolent presence, but you must wait in line for your moment.
Thank you very much. Go back to the group. So do we want to cut in the line, or do we want to get in the line and wait forever as people go and plead their cases and blah blah blah?
Well, there's only 4 of them, so it's not that bad.
No. The line is actually longer. I went to the nearest
You're
person
at
I could
15.
see. Yeah, there's a lot of them in line. There were 4 ahead of him. There's like 10 or 12 behind him. We'll be waiting here most of the day for these people to get out of the way.
Perhaps you should ask them about diplomats from Sword Coast, from the Lord's Alliance.
Make certain that you have our it's parchment as well when you do.
You know, Grom, you'd probably make a better impression on them, so why don't you go do that?
Alright, you okay taking care of this rug?
Set it down. We'll guard it for you, and then you can wave us in, and Fifely, I'm sure, can carry it, maybe. No? all right. Well, then you stay here. I'll go and check. That's probably a good idea. All right. Go back to the same guard.
Okay.
And yeah, I will have my paper ready and say, sir, if someone was wishing a more diplomatic audience with the Pasha, how would one go about securing that?
And he says, it would have to be cleared by the Grand Vizier. He should be available soon, I believe.
In 1 hour.
In 1 hour, yeah, exactly. At that time, no, he doesn't say that.
In 55 minutes.
Where would he hear perhaps petitions for an appointment with the Pasha?
He would be able to find him, and he
takes out his own map of the palace.
Yeah, exactly.
You are here. You used to be here.
It's like looking at Disney World. It's like,
exactly.
I think it's over here with the stuff.
You go around Epcot, and
so
then it's a small world after all.
No, it's actually not. So he'd be
Yestermorrow Land. I don't know where that is.
He says he shall be walking past this gate shortly. If you wish, I can inform him that you are here to see him.
That would be most appreciated, sir.
And so someone right in front of you actually hears this and turns around, and you can see these silk-covered and rather sort of swarthy complexioned man turns around, and there are a few of them actually, and they all turn around at once. Man looks at you and is like, "You, what business do you have with the Grand Vizier?" Now, his accent is a little unusual. It doesn't sound exactly like a Kalimshan accent.
Oh, wait, these guys in line?
Yes,
or
they're
walking
in line.
By nearby?
That's right.
My business with the Vizier is my own, sir.
We are supposed to meet with him diplomatically as well. Do you have some special papers that allow you permission to enter?
Well, apparently you're in the wrong line, so...
We were told we had to wait here. And the guard sort of stares over him passively and says, "That is because you are not true diplomats. We are a delegation of Azers, and we wish help against the Afrit that we are battling. Kalimsport would be excellent for this. We are diplomats. You have no papers, thus you wait in line. Save me from servants." And he kind of turns away.
Interesting. Yes, if you could please let the Vizier know contingency from where are we headquartered right now? You're in Gromnir, you're in Candlekeep, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Candlekeep. You will forgive me, sir. I'm unfamiliar with the customs of this land. If I were to wish to give you a gratuity, is that something you would be able to accept, or would I be insulting you?
He just stares at you.
I'm going to take that as the latter. So I
literally
thank you
makes
for
no answer at all.
Yeah, exactly. I thank you for your time, and we'll just wait over here for the Vizier to show up. Thanks again. You have a great day.
You notice, by the way, that his stare sort of follows you as you go back to the.
I'm sure.
And of course, you and Fifely and Grom and Reese can see that. So, but you didn't hear. I don't think what was being said.
I really hope he's very persuasive, guys. I guess it's a good practice for him actually having to deal with.
See, I know, right, Miranda? That was going to be my plan. If I had to wait in line, I was going to give these guys like a month's wages to go take their place at the end of the line. Exactly. That was precisely my plan.
No one has drawn steel, especially that guard, so I think we'll probably do it all right.
There were some people, I think, some people were yelling at him in the line, but
The same thing happened at the Cafe Cormier. It's not.
true.
These lines are very surly. Yes, Cade, after a few minutes of
Maybe I
conversation,
should've
he comes
gone.
over there and says, well, not only will we see the Vizier, but the guard's going to tell the Vizier we're here to see him. So these papers, he like pats it and slips it somewhere in his sleeve or up somewhere, and it's gone. Are to really do the trick, man. So yeah, he should be here, he said, shortly. So I guess we just kind of hang here and wait.
And actually, it's only about another minute, and you hear someone call from the gate, and it's the guard, and he says, "Diplomats, you have been summoned."
That's us. Come on.
And so you all step out of line,
Spitefully.
carrying the carpet.
Must have done it.
Yeah, well, Grom is carrying the carpet, so which is hilarious in and of
Yeah.
itself because it almost
So-
swallows him.
As you get to the gate, I'm sorry, you were going to say, Fifely?
I was gonna say Fifely can help, but he's only got a strength of 10, so he's not doing much.
Yeah.
I'm kind of struggling as it is.
So Grom is
I
like
could turn into a horse. I could have been a horse this whole time.
See, now is when we needed the horse.
That would go
But I
well.
think-
So
yeah.
so Grom is struggling along with this carpet, right? Just like
I've been carrying this whole time through.
Yeah.
Through to the wall.
he like, so you struggle forward with this thing. And you get to the gate, and of course the guy, the previously delegation from Azir, is just sort of glaring right at you, Cade and company. The guard holds up a hand and says, "You will be allowed through to see Caracazul. Before you go, you must leave behind your carpet."
This is
Go ahead.
this is sort of part of the reason why we're seeing him.
And he just stares at you.
Please, can you just let us through? It's hard to explain while carrying this. They need to see this.
I cannot allow a carpet to be brought to the Grand Vizier or the Red Pasha. What is inside it? At this point, the diplomatic thing is like
Carpets?
the diplomatic, like a couple of them have like gathered closer, and a few other people in the line have
Yeah.
noticed you too.
Hey, actually, wait.
so-
And Kate says, "Carpet." It's a rolled up carpet. There's carpet inside it. It's a carpet.
There is something inside it. He is struggling to
Please,
hold it. I
please,
can see it.
It's a heavy carpet, and he's a dwarf, sir. Of course he's struggling to hold it. It's bulky.
I will see inside it now.
May we please do this somewhere
Could-
not
okay.
in front of people?
Yes, sir, we will be happy to unroll it if we could step inside, please, and not do this in front of everyone. We
Due to
do
the
have
sensitive
a
nature.
very good reason for this.
He
It's a
says,
very
"I am
sensitive
certain that you
subject."
do, but I must be allowed to see this, and I cannot spare my post to go with you to some secret location."
Well, we could just step inside the gate. We could just step the gate over here. We could just step
Oh,
in.
just a moment, please. May I approach?
Well, we're all
And
there.
he sort of nods
No, I'm talking specifically to the
to
guard.
the guard. Yeah,
Oh,
the guard
okay.
nods.
All right. Okay.
And so Fifely steps in very, very close and says, "The reason," just to make sure that nobody else can hear.
Yeah.
And he says, "The reason that we need to do this with some sense of discretion is that we have what we believe is proof of underhanded dealings taking place beneath the palace of the Pasha. We cannot, well, we can unroll it, but as you would see it when we walk inside, if you were to abandon your post, which we're not asking you to do, the body contained within this carpet would not be well received by everyone else in the line, but it is something we would like to keep discreet, if only for the Pasha's sake."
So he kind of stares for a minute. "There is a body in there."
Yes.
And so he sort of turns around,
Okay, or horribly, horribly bad.
and
Yeah.
you can make a persuasion check for me, please.
Because if we take him away and unroll the carpet to show him what it is, he's
Oh,
still
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
know what it is.
Yeah.
Right,
So
right. Anyone got an inspiration for Fifely? I'm not sure how persuasive he is. I gotta be
That's
honest.
true. I mean,
Say,
inspirations are a thing, Chad, and we
I
have a
am
good
not-
It's a
turnout
new
tonight.
month, folks.
So, you know, we got
I'd
it's a
like
new
them to make
month.
this one so we don't have to fight our way out of here.
I wish I could have talked more. I was carrying
The
so
Battle
much.
of the Palace versus 100 guard.
Anyone?
Do we have any on the way? I know there are people here who have them. but
I mean,
we'll
I
see.
have one, but I can't inspire
Yeah,
myself.
You
Inspire
can't
yourself.
inspire yourself, and yeah.
Dragon Spear is inspired Fifely.
Oh,
Thank
Dragon
you.
Spear,
Thank you, Dragon
thank
Spear.
you. I mean, he's probably okay, but man,
That's funny. Watch this. You said persuasion, right?
Yes.
Oh, this is gonna go so horribly.
nice.
Oh shoot! Well, my dice roll didn't work. God damn it!
It's a
Meant
20.
I didn't get the dramatic moment.
I'm sorry, Fifely. You have to re-roll it.
Why is my dice? Oh, because I minimized the window. That's why. I'm like, why is it not showing up? Okay, there we are. Right. Okay. All right. So you say this, and he. Oh no, that's not how that works. If you want to know if you can inspire, it's inspire have is what you want. What you did was you accidentally inspired the mysterious character of Who. Don't worry about it. Life's good.
Negative who,
No,
by the way.
That's who.
It's okay. I had to. What? What do you mean? Oh man, that's because I did. That's funny that he put that in there. Oh man, that was specifically to me. He's like, why are you doing that anyway? Very funny, Shadowed. An Arcana spot. All right, there you go. So now you're back to using inspiration. Yeah, if you ever want to check if you have it live suing, you just do you just do. I believe it's actually inspiration -have, and that will let you know if you have it. In any case, so Fifely, you say this, and he's like, I don't. Well. All right, you'll need to come this way. And he turns around, and the guy from Azers is like opening his mouth to like light into him and you again. And as he does so, you see, nope. It's inspiration have, not inspire -have.
Whoever like have is dash have and dash who, they're gonna have a field day.
I know. Who would have are gonna have so much inspiration. It's fine, live suing. It's fine. So
You're not good at this.
Yeah.
At this, as in at this arts.
Of
Of course, you're not good.
At this, yes. You turn and you see, and you hear someone say, "You'll have to clear it with who." And as you turn around, you see in front of you this person who's going to show up on screen right now. It is a man with a tall white hat with an orange stripe. He is dressed in rich robes, and he has this stern expression. He is standing behind the gate, and he stares at you
Oh, there he is.
and the
Okay.
guard, and of course Fifely and Gromnir holding the carpet. And he looks at you sternly, and he says, "Whatever must be cleared will be cleared first with me. For I must decide who will and will not be allowed to see the Red Pasha." And that is where we are going to bring our session to a close.
What was
This
his
evening.
name? So his name's Karakasul. What was his title again?
That's the Grand Vizier, I think we're talking
That
to.
is the Grand Vizier.
If I'm not mistaken. All right, that works.
That is
works.
definitely a hat.
It is.
Well, someone said earlier, like when you see the Pasha, supposed to compliment his hat. I said, only if it's worth complimenting, of course. Now that's a hat worth
Yeah,
complimenting.
definitely.
Yeah.
That's worth complimenting. It is
Faux
definitely
show.
a hat.
Yeah.
So, great stuff today, guys. I
Oh, God, so
really,
much
really
fun.
enjoyed. I mean, we got everything you could want. You had a lot of like negotiation. There was a big discussion of religious philosophy I wasn't expecting.
Our usual inter-party banter and argument.
That's
so,
always
that's-
great. And
yep.
yeah, and what I love about this is that you went in, you got to a certain point, you're like, we could just damn the torpedoes and go the rest of the way, but you're like, no, we're going to go back out and talk to this. And so now you're into another portion of this as you go back up and you're dealing with this side of things. And things are going to get real interesting diplomacy-wise, and also, of course, investigation as you figure out this mystery within this place. So, if anyone who was like, when do we get to the palace? You're in the palace now. You were below it. Now you're in the palace. The Red
We've been
Pasha.
all around it. Yeah, that's true.
So I would start by talking to Rob, but Rob is not back, and I'm guessing that what happened is that Rob probably conked out.
Well, he just sent a message to Discord and basically apologizing, saying that he wasn't feeling well since after the break.
Okay,
So-
okay, all right.
He
that's
must have crashed. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So that's fine. So you will see more of Rob with both your vocalists, and of course later this month for the second session of this, and you'll see him on his own channel. And he played Ryuvi today. Ryuvi with the religious qualities, as the religious philosophy qualities that I was enjoying when he was talking with Nashka. Moving right along, John, it was great stuff with you and Cade. There was actually, you and Rob had a big part of this, obviously, because Cade and Ryuvi were, doing a lot of back and forth stuff. But it was interesting, and I thought about this that I wanted to bring up to all of you. I don't know if you saw it in chat, but what a high level campaign should do is it's no longer as much about, can I handle this individual fight? Unless you're fighting dragons or say Draco liches, then you have to think about it. But most things, honestly, most of these creatures, you're probably going to be able to manage most of them, right? What you're dealing with now at this level are things that have significant altering effects on the city, the country, potentially the world. And so the decision that you're making here as this high level characters, this is exactly the kind of discussion you're going to have. Do we wipe out the rest of the cult? Do we try to ally with part of them? Are we going to have to play whack-a-cultist, for the rest of our lives? Do we want to do that? All of that stuff is really interesting, and it's the kind of discussion that when you're level 1 or 2, you're not having discussions like this. You're going to make a name for yourselves. You guys don't need to make a name for yourselves now. So I thought it was really interesting to see that playing out in the way that this banter sort of and your decision-making process, continued. And it was interesting to see whether you're going to break, and whether Cade was going to be like, all right, fine, I'm doing all Thomas Crown Affair. Let's go. Let's just pop me in the middle. We're going to get all the items in the museum. I was also wondering to see if you were going to do that. But really, I was enjoying especially that sort of that discussion between all of you.
I made notes.
So,
I made notes.
You made notes. So how did you feel? How did you feel about all of this today, John? And where will the lovely folks
Yeah, I sent a note to Rob in Discord saying, "No worries, buddy. We got into the palace and you're down to 1 HP. We got this." So this was great. This is so much fun. And Greg, you're absolutely right about this. That 10th, anything above 10, as far as I'm concerned. But when you start getting into the heroes of the Sword Coast, when you have a title hang around your neck, there are certain ways that you really should act, because your actions will affect a much wider range of people and organizations and even entire areas than just, we're a bunch of low-level guys taking out some goblins or whatever. But to Cade, his mission has always been very clear here. There's no equivocation. It doesn't matter that we have someone who might be an ally in the cult. They're still a cultist. Mm-hmm. And thou shalt not suffer a cultist to live. So, one way or the other, she's going down. Cade has seen the destruction these cultists have brought upon the countryside and what they were trying to do. And the fact that she's like, well, we're a kinder, gentler cult. We'll be fine. He doesn't buy that. But it was great having the theological discussion was interesting until it sort of got a little too circular. And then all right, we need to move this along. Mm-hmm. So, yep. And he, of course, is much more proactive in terms of, what does she do? He's more getting information on, if I have to bust into this place, how am I going to go about doing it, and where we're going to take her out, where we're going to get Yildiz, all that stuff. Much more practical, rather than the esoterics of, this cult will be better than the other cults, because I say so. But it was still a great interaction. And yeah, you got to see really, Cade's not a zealot, but he is absolutely committed to this cause of stamping out the cult wherever it might raise its head. Mm-hmm. So
because you don't want to go through that again, I'm guessing.
I don't want to put innocent civilians. I can handle it. I can handle just about anything, but I don't want to put first of all, it's bad for business.
Well,
people don't understand.
And you
cults running around,
you realize
summoning dragons
here, right?
Is bad for business.
Yeah, you realize who you cited, right? You're just you're either with the dragons or you're with us, and I'm like, really?
Yeah,
listen, you're with the cultists or you're with us. Man.
But it's true. And Cade, this is exactly how he says. He's either if the cultists are all for the dragons, and you're with the dragons, or you're with the cultists, ergo, he's using the transitive property, ergo, apparently you also want the dragons back. So, but it's true. And in this case, like you said, it's black or white as far as he's concerned. There's no gray area here. Cultists are bad. Cultists need to be eradicated. It's very simple. So it's interesting to have that Rob took the viewpoint that Ryuvi had, which I thought was interesting, an interesting approach for him. I had a blast, and I was really liking the comments for everyone, seeing how just totally egotistical Cade was being. But it's not thinking if you can back it up. So
that's normal Cade though.
Yeah, exactly.
Cade's got that ego.
This was a lot of fun.
You were cracking up Rock God by.
I know. It was hilarious. We didn't swing a sword and had an interesting discussion and found someone useful in the palace, and now we're doing this thing. So yeah, this was a fantastic session, really. And I got to run around ethereally and go try to figure out what was going on in the Quill Ward, which was not as interesting as I hoped, unless I just missed something, which is very possible I did. It had been a long day, so yeah, great fun. We've got Emberwind Monday. As the group is still trying to get out of town. They might make it by the end of this. Who knows? Yeah, so close. Anything can happen. And then we'll be back later in the month for the second session, which I'm looking forward to immensely. So that's where people can find me.
Good stuff, as always. Thank you, John, very much. And also a pleasure, as always, to have Saad with us. And yeah, Gromnir, I think, had some... I mean, first of all, Gromnir's use of etherealness really helped sort of clear out a lot of questions that would have been, that would have not been there, would have been raised otherwise if you're just walking through the streets with this thing. And I was enjoying that. And I was also, your own perspective was interesting because there was a moment where basically people were somewhat in agreement. I mean, like, Ryuvi was clearly in favor of let's take the path of least resistance. Let's work with that. Cade, as we've just talked about, was very much like, no, you stamp out the cultists. Grom, I think I sensed that Gromnir, at least early on, was a little bit open to it, but then had come around increasingly to Cade's position, I think, over time. Some version of it, anyway.
Yeah, sort of. Like he understands where it's coming from, and it's a totally kind of legitimate position to take. Though for Gromnir, it's all about finding the truth. So if this person really is, if they claim to be, it'd be a truth to be revealed through action.
Yep.
So it's a very hard line to take because you could argue either way with that kind of ideology. I guess you could say. It was a really tough discussion. Like I was trying to come in with more knowledge to see if that would help us decide more, and that's why I did very little input because
the wizard and the rogue are debating over religion while the cleric is just like, I'm
I sat there, I'd be like, I could have given historical references and all that.
I'm gonna tap out of this one.
I'll try to give a little bit, not overdo it. Because I know a lot of the D&D background lore. It's just how much Gromnir would know based on his readings. And, it's an interesting conundrum, I guess you could say. When you think about it, it'd be something that, to talk about more would be nice.
Yeah.
Different setting.
And there was a practical component to it. I mean, as you said, like there was the moral component, but actually Ryuvi, I think, hit the moral component more than Grom did. I think Gromnir was more just about like, I don't want to, but I also don't want to run around just like taking out cultists forever. Like, so there was a practical component to this that was about the decision that you all had to make ultimately.
Yeah, because Gromnir's goal was never to go around just murdering people to help.
And that they're hard. It would be hard to do even if you wanted to. Like, there's just so many of them.
So it was like, practically, could this be both like a truth and a practicality that could work?
Yeah.
It's going to be hard. The problem is that they would have to really do something serious to prove that. And is that such a thing possible based on what they've done in the past? It's probably not.
We're not going to put them on super dodecahedron probation, secret probation.
Yeah, exactly. No. Yeah, that's why I was like kind of agreeing with Cade a bit more. It's just that it's hard to do it based on the previous actions that they've done and how serious they were. It's a very hard ask.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep.
Which underscores, if I may, underscores the seriousness of the cultist actions last time.
Oh yeah.
You
No, I
know,
mean that's the big
'cause
backdrop,
Grom
right?
is-
I mean,
I think Grom
Yeah, 'cause you
definitely
have to
looks for
remember,
the
like-
good in people
Yeah.
whenever
Yeah.
he can. So,
But
yeah.
like you have to remember, like thousands died from this. It wasn't just.
Oh,
Exactly.
yeah.
It wasn't just
It
a
wasn't
few
small.
this was
people
not an
died.
isolated event. at all.
absolutely.
Right.
Yeah,
We only witnessed a few people die, but actually the whole event, thousands died. so-
absolutely.
and
Yeah.
entire areas were just burnt to the ground.
Yep,
So,
including greenest and all that. Yeah, the prevention of the
Emerald,
Tiamat
was it
returning
Emerald
was a
Wall?
problem.
Emerald Enclave.
Yeah, the Emerald
was
Enclave was
violated?
largely
Yep.
wiped out.
At least that's what we think, anyways.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
I
no.
agree. I mean, there was a lot to it. How'd you feel otherwise about the session, Sod, and where
It
we'll?
was
I
great.
guess we
I
know we'll see
enjoyed
you
it.
on Monday, but yeah.
It's kind of a spell and it feels good, even though it's like it's one of those out of combat usefulness outside of high-level
Yeah.
spells. A lot of people don't think about using. And
It's super cool, yeah.
John just had so much fun using it.
Yep.
I gotta figure out how to do it to myself.
Yeah,
So use that.
The thing about clerics is that they have a lot more usefulness outside of combat than people think.
Right.
So trying
Well-
and actually using that.
Especially in a city
It's-
where arcane stuff is illegal, by the way.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
So
It's surprisingly a good stealth tool, but
yeah.
Oh, dude, that was a great stealth tool. Are you kidding me? I almost want to have you go back into the tunnels and go back that way again. We'll just run around.
technically I can do it twice, but only to myself twice. Everyone else can only do it once. I can go somewhere, break out of it, do something, and then come back. But if you really want me to do anything like that,
Actually, if we're gonna try to
Yeah.
get if any of Ryuvi's people are still alive, we might have to have you take them out that way. It might be the only way to get
yeah,
them out of there.
that's like something useful. That's why I talked about it like for two seconds before about how serious this ability is. It's a really powerful ability.
Yep.
That would be very useful.
That's pretty amazing. Yeah.
I'm trying to use anything else cool I can show. Maybe
And that-
maybe later.
And it lasts up to 8 freaking hours.
Yeah,
That's
that's
right.
crazy.
Yep.
That's great.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
gonna be super useful.
And isn't concentration.
It's
Right,
yeah, and it's not
right.
concentration, which is huge.
That is huge,
Like,
yeah.
it's- I wonder if you could like cast a spiritual weapon and then go into etherealness and just like let the spiritual weapon just hit things in the normal world.
Oh, it's interesting.
It'd probably break actually because it'd be in a different plane. Because
Right.
the Euro plane's technically different.
If
Yeah,
it follows you into that place, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so let's go on Twitch. See me there randomly streaming occasionally. You also see me, as John said, for Emberwind, as well as in between Emberwind, there'll be Grubbler's Guide to the Temple of Elemental Evil,
Yes.
where I've done a little bit of off-stream stuff for that, just because it's a lot of grinding to do all the crafting in the game, which the game kind of makes you have to do if you want to progress at a reasonable pace. Because we've been snails pacing it just about. It's like every 2 sessions we do maybe 1 floor. That's how hard it is. Like the game, it's crazy how brutal it is. But yeah, so it should definitely up the pace. But so we should be finished hopefully in the next few sessions. Cross fingers.
Cool. They're very cool, and yeah, and it's good. It'll be good to have them back, and that'll be important. Also, but well, this Monday a little bit, but especially for Emberwind, but then next Monday as well, since I'll still be at that point. You know, I'm hoping to stream the weekend before because I'll be at the new place, but I still got to set up everything, so I'm just going to be in echoey Atticville for for a couple things. So by the time we play with us again, hopefully I'll have.
You'll be like me right now.
Yeah, well,
The
I didn't listen. I don't have a cabinet like you. You got that cool cabinet. I mean, but no, it was good stuff. So thank you as always, Sod. Great pleasure, and also a great pleasure to have Trent with us. And I have to say, also one note, I was really loving the idea of you there waiting with the petitioners, them getting pissed off because like the diplomacy or whatever, and then you're just carrying this carpet, and like you did persuade Trent, like Fifely did succeed, but then right after that point he's just like, well, what's in the carpet? At one point I think, John, you were like, shit, because like that was
exactly.
And then
But I tried to blow through like, well, yeah, it's carpet.
and
It's
Fifely
carpet
went,
inside it.
Fifely didn't try. I was all ready to be like, give me a deception check, and then I was like, oh no, you're just telling them the truth. I'm like, all right, well listen, you know,
They were
you're-
gonna find out when we unrolled the carpet
yeah,
anyway.
they were gonna
You know,
exactly,
it was-
you know, whether they could convince them not to open
I
it.
had to
But,
resist talking because I was carrying that carpet.
Yeah.
The entire time.
But it was interesting to see not only that, but there were moments here, quite a number of them actually, where Fifely had to sort of listen to what was going on and then weigh in on different things in terms of, okay, now I'm going to believe this about the cult. Now I'm, about the decision about what to do with the cult. Now I'm going to decide this about how we're going to manage things with the carpet. The idea about rolling up the thing in the flying carpet, of course, made sense to me. Absolutely. So there were a lot of moments like that. And of course, definitely the spider thing was super useful as per always.
Although I suppose we could just have unrolled the body, dumped it, and just got on the carpet and flew out of there. So I guess that would have been something. So,
Well, you didn't. Well, no, because you didn't have the carpet down there. You brought. I don't think. You brought the carpet.
The flying. It is wrapped in the flying carpet right now.
No.
We didn't have the carpet.
I mean, you didn't have it down. You didn't have it underground.
Oh, no. I'm talking about right now where we are. If we had to make a quick getaway from here, you ditch that half dragon,
like,
dump it on the ground.
You're like, wait, so your idea would be dump the body, get on the carpet, head off as the four obvious non-Calamshites head out with all bells the guards firing at you. Like,
exactly.
I love it.
Yeah. Hopefully,
let's do more of the helicopter escapes from the compound, shall we? Let's do more.
It won't come to that.
Now I really wanted to come to that just because
I know,
it would be
right?
great.
Wouldn't that be incredible? Yeah.
But no, anyway, it was a very it was interesting to sort of see that play out as you were kind of getting a sense of where things were, a trend in terms of where Fifely would be. How did you feel about today? And I'm particularly curious about what the process was for you in deciding. Was it easy to be like, no, I'm not going with the cult, we're just going to use her? Like, what was your view about? Okay.
It's very easy.
Okay.
I mean, deception is a very natural thing. Lanternfish do it all the time.
Yeah. But your decision to want to do that, I guess, is what I meant.
His decision is no different than it was in the first campaign.
Okay.
If we had encountered a similar thing, his whole thing was, we need to string this along, because he blatantly said it to her. I have no problem going along with this, and be patient until we can figure out later on what to do. Part of what he was talking about was whether or not to kill you.
Yeah.
But he just didn't say that part.
Yeah.
But he just made it sound like he was siding with her, which in a sense he is.
Right.
But only for the sake of furthering our plan.
Right.
And getting rid of the dragon cult. But
Right.
for that, intent and patience.
Okay.
And it's the same thing as it has been since the day they found him staked outside that cave outside of Greenest. It's no different.
Yeah.
And who was it? I think it was Reaver. There was one thing that Fively was thinking about mentioning is when Ryubi said that he didn't want to do like a bunch of underhanded sneaky stuff. Fively almost said, then you shouldn't join the fucking Harpers, should you? And it was so close. It was so close. Oh man.
I should make Nashka a secret Harper. Like,
he will absolutely kill her then.
Yeah. No, I know. I have no doubt of it. Yeah, but it was interesting because there is a practical streak, of course, to Fifely, and I was wondering about that. So yeah.
And with regard to talking about playing whack a cultist, it's like it's gonna come up again. It was really hard for Fifely to say yes to going on this trip.
Right.
Really, really difficult. If the Lord's Council or anybody, after we deal with this, asks him again, his answer is going to be no.
Yeah.
He's going to be like, because his thing is going to be like, right now, he's like, any second, he's going to turn to Gromnir and be like, what's Andar Froom doing right now?
Mm-hmm.
Why is he not here? Why are we the ones dealing with this?
Yeah.
Yes, we did it before. Are you telling me that no one else was able to step up? Why were we sent? Who is here with But we know how Fifely feels about the Lord's Council, so never mind.
The grumpy druid.
Hard to tell.
Fifely,
exactly.
The grumpy
Why he dates werewolves, man. It's just right there.
I assume it's the claws, maybe. It's all the claws.
The reason why they went to Gromnir.
Yeah. Because if they'd have gone to Fively, he'd have been like,
Look into my eye.
Like Leo. Imagine like Leo Singpei, you would probably not have been seen again.
they would never hear from him again.
Fifely, I was just like,
I can't talk with your teeth buried in my throat very well.
This is an unfortunate circumstance. So how did you feel about tonight, Turner Werewolf? The lovely folks
I thought it was a lot of fun, as always. there are times where it's just there's sort of this. It's really weird to have a relaxing frustration, but to just sit back and watch as this shit goes back and forth. It's like, so are we? You guys are making this so much more complicated. Are we going to kill her or not? Is the question. It's like, okay, no, all right, fine.
Times like this when I really miss not having that mind speak anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, Kate at one point was going to light into you at some point. You're like, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, I'm basically great. And you're like, oh, well, thank you. I mean, listen.
No, I was waiting for Pipely to say something. It was the other way around.
Like, I agree with you.
I was
like,
about to
whatever.
lay into him, and he's like, no, I agree with you. Like, right.
Yeah, fine.
Which was great.
Yeah.
Like, good. That's what I wanted. Okay. It was fantastic. Like, yeah, duh.
It's good stuff. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I think it's the big thing next is just getting everybody to remember nothing arcane. Let's go with divine as often as we can.
Yep.
Because what was the first thing that we did? Oh, it was the etherealness.
Yep.
And it was like, which of us cast it? Or no, it wasn't that.
Yeah,
It was
that's right.
something
I
else.
did. I said, was it Gromnir who cast it?
No, it was something before that. It was something that Cade was going to cast.
No, that was afterwards.
I was going to cast major image.
Right,
For
major image,
disguise
right.
This, yeah.
Right.
And then it was
that
like,
would have been
ooh.
probably a big deal.
Yeah, and it would have been like, ah.
Right,
So yeah,
right.
Us being able to remember that. I mean, not so much Fifely, but everybody else. Like, it's going to be a point where it's going to be like Fifely's just going to reach over and put his hand over Cade's mouth. And
And then you get the chomp.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Fine.
Well, I mean, he does remember that especially the castle's off limits, but if he's going to use it, that means the shit's already hit the fan. Let's be honest.
Right.
So.
At that point, which is what I was imagining with the guns blazing, jump on the carpet and like get out of town. At that point, you're like, well, it's us versus Calimport. Let's go. But it was good stuff, Trent. Where will the lovely folks see you next on the internet?
Right here on Tuesday.
For Adventures in Middle-earth, which will be the last session from my channel, actually, that you will see streamed from this place. After that, it will be in the new facility. So
The new digs.
So that's gonna be cool.
And
the end of an era.
This will be Brad's first fellowship phase.
That's right, too. That's right. Yeah, we're in the fellowship phase. We finally got past the Silver Needle, which was great. It just the adventurers did a lot of exploring and things, but it was great. But yes, we're going into a fellowship phase, which will be Brad's first, and that's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing how that happens. And then as far as the next new audiobook just came out. Or something like just did,
Nope.
or did I miss something?
No, the most recent one is from last month. Rob has to do some fixing up on Trent's next one, which is the third book in the Great Death Legion trilogy, which is very cool.
Okay.
But Rob's got a fixer-upper that one. He's doing a little bit of his singy music composy thing there, which will be really neat. I'm supposed to have that next week, so hopefully it'll be there soon. We'll have it wrapped up. But then ACX takes forever to approve things. I don't know. Their labyrinthine internal processes are crazy. They drive me insane. Hopefully before the end of this month, if all goes well. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Carefully.
Because then Trend has to weave in the music bits into the chapter. Because it's not like at the end. It's a little more complicated than that. So he's got to...
It's in the beginning of chapter 2, the middle of chapter 18, the end of the epilogue.
He's got to do his magical audio engineering
his magic.
alchemy thing and make it all pretty. Yeah, so
Sure, it'll be
cool.
fine.
Oh yeah.
On April 1st, Escape Pod is... I've got a narration that's going to be going up on April 1st.
Oh, cool. Which is it April Fool's Day themed? Okay, good. That is going to be well worth it then. How many is that for Escape Pod that you've done, Trent?
Oh, God. Like 15 to 20?
Oh my God, I didn't know you did that many for them.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I've been working with them since like 2013, so it's
Okay.
been a while.
Oh, that's awesome. That
You
is
should do a Trend Reads
57
volume.
mark.
You know?
Yeah, listen, and you're going to hear Trent is part of the Gray Shade Kickstarter, which
Really?
John and I both know something about. Yep,
Smart ass.
that's right. That's
For
what's
the
happening.
fourth time.
Yeah, for the fourth time. But it is a great pleasure.
Anticipation is 3/4 of the weight, buddy. That's
right.
3/4 of the pleasure. There
That
you
is
go.
that's definitely right.
Especially
As
for this
always,
one.
it was a great pleasure. We had a good turnout tonight too. It was a great pleasure to have everyone with us. And so, chat, can we get some love for our amazing players, Infinity and Beyond, who I will be seeing in a few weeks in this context. But always a pleasure. Thank you so much to Trendane Sparks, to Sod, to John Helfers, and to GC Darkside Rob. Thanks, gentlemen, and I will see you lovely folks very soon.
Ah.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
for now.
Thanks so much.
Alrighty. That was good stuff, folks. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I've just always really, I mean, I feel like I'm just a broken record. I always enjoy all these things, but it's because I'm lucky and I have a lot of great players, and that just makes it a lot more enjoyable. You know what I'm saying? For all of these things to happen. So that was great. And I hope you folks enjoyed it as much as I did, because it was definitely a good time. We're going to leave Red Pasha behind for now, but we will be back. Fear not. We will be back to this by the end of the month. I think we have it set for a couple of weeks from now, if I'm not mistaken. So I hope you folks did enjoy it, and if so, I hope that you will support the channel and that you will be supporting us by checking out the YouTube channel. That's !ArtTube. Oh my goodness, Branhauser coming in with a tier 1 sub, the 27 months. Thank you, Branhauser. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it, man. Good to see you. I have not seen you in a little while, Branhauser. Welcome, and thank you. Thank you for doing that right towards the end. That's awesome. Thank you for the subs today. We had a number of subs. We had a good turnout today. Hit mid-40s today, so that's great. Hopefully that trend continues. I mean, we hope our trend continues for a very long time, but that trend continues in this regard. And yeah, this was a great time. So I hope you folks enjoyed it. And if so, again, !ArtTube. Yeah, I just saw that joke, Miranda. Yeah, get to the carpet instead of get to the chop. Exactly. Oh man, with people like firing. Oh, that'd be great. Except they're like shooting with crossbows, etc. Thank you, Branhauser. Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited about the new place. It is a place that I am very much looking forward to being able to share with people. You know, having you come into my home, as it were. I'm very much excited about that. And I think there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be cool about it. In fact, I have here. Let's see. I'm going to put this in studio mode just in case. But I'm just going to show you folks. I showed this before, but I showed part of it before. But I have... No, I guess I did show that one before. I will show you all, just as a little bit of a sneak peek. I will show you all the... I'm going to show you folks the dining room of this place. So hang on one second here. Okay. I'm going to show you all the dining room of this place. Okay. I'm going to do that without... I guess I'll leave that in there. Okay, so I'll show you folks this. There we go. Live build. I am going to do a walkthrough for sure. That is the dining room. And I'm showing this for two reasons. One, because you get a chance to see one of the original. Now, the fireplace is not quite original. It's been modified. We are frankly going to probably modify it back to being an honest-to-God, God-fearing fireplace. But here's why I love this thing here. The first thing that I want to note about this is you can see there's a little chandelier there that's hanging above that what they have is their... Now, this is their old dining room table. We have our own dining room table, which is a gaming table, by the way. But right now it's hanging from a hook. And so if there's a table there, it probably doesn't matter anyway. But also you can hang it higher so that basically you could walk underneath it if you wanted to. And there's like dimmer switches in there. So you could actually do that, which is pretty wild, I think. Being able to do that. So that's the first thing that I loved about it, is the fact that you've got this old school 200-year-old, right? You know, because of the house dining room, but also that little thing at the bottom left, off market. And that's because we own it now. That is our place. In fact, technically we're renting this place until we leave it in a few days. And then the new owners of this place will be coming in, but yeah, we own that place. So it is off market. What's up, Coven? I hope you're feeling better, dude. So yeah, so there's that. And I'll show you, let's see, one other. Oh, and this is the other side of, here's the other side of that same thing I was just showing you. So there's one side. There's the other side. So you can see those sides. And again, none of that furniture is ours. So none of that's in the house. But the fireplace is there, of course, and the chandelier is still there and all that. So there's that. And then we have the kitchen, which I'm very happy with as well. Now this is the new, so it's an old house and they built an extension. So this is a new kitchen, as you can see. So that's a new kitchen. None of those stools are there, but that whole center island is there. So that's pretty sweet. And you can actually see the old house, the old part of the house ends at that brick, which is basically like a little fireplace type of, or not fireplace, but it's like one side of the chimney or whatever. And that's the kitchen that you can see there. So that's really nice. And then there's thing leading to the outside, to the backyard, which is pretty cool. Oh, good. I'm glad about that, Coven. Geez, I'm really sorry that it's that expensive. But they're also going to be making an expansion with this latest bill they paid. They're going to be making an expansion to the ACA as well, which may be good news as well, I hope. So, okay. And the last thing I think I'll show, I'm not going to show it all now. I'll show more without doxing things. But from the house, literally from the house, you can actually see. Now, this is done with a telephoto lens, so I don't want people to get too excited because we're not literally right next to it, but we are a block away from the water. And if you literally walk out and, first of all, we can see this from our balcony. But if you were to walk out onto the street, take a right and go down a block, you'd be at the water. And that right there is the ocean. So, oh, that would be sick, dude. Yeah. There's this, we were talking about this yesterday. I don't think I mentioned this is all, but like, oh, I'm glad that that's the case. Jeez, Coven. I'm glad that that's the case, man. So it is pretty cool. And I think I may have one more. Yeah. And then there's this one. It's pretty beautiful. Like it really is pretty beautiful. And, so I'll go back to the kitchen quickly again. This reminded me because Rock God said it, and then we'll go on with the close out here. But right here, okay. So right there, so there's the kitchen. So you can see there's that stove in the middle, right? So you can see there's that stove in the middle at the island, and there's a bunch of these, there are a bunch of burners there, right? But we couldn't figure out, you can see there's lights above the burner, but we couldn't figure out how to actually, where's the vent? Like you need air somehow, like you need a fan or something to kind of blow the fumes away, right? That was what we're like, where does it go? So it turns out that right behind it, and I don't think you can see my cursor, but right behind that thing, right behind the burner, there's this one little strip that had some buttons on it. So we're like, all right, we press this one button and this thing rises from behind it. It's literally set into the counter, rises from behind it. And then there are fans that blow outwards. So basically clear out smoke from right over the stove, right? It's a pop out air vent. Yeah, it's basically what it is. It's a pop out air vent. But here's the thing. So when you open it, it's like, right, like really slow. So little Arv and I, this is on Fridays, this is yesterday, we're sitting there and we were eating our first meal, which was basically we got takeout pizza and we're eating like on the counter. There's no chairs, there's no furniture, there's nothing, right? We're just up there. We just signed the closing documents. So we're there with my son, my daughter, and my wife, and we're there eating the pizza or whatever and just talking and having a good time. And when my son was just before we were about to leave, after the food was over, after we were done eating, my wife goes to take my son. He's got to go to the bathroom. So she brings him because it's a brand new bathroom. He doesn't know where it is. And so she brings him there. And while we're there, my daughter and I start talking about how she loves hibachi, right? She loves not only the food, but she loves the experience of it. She loves, being there and doing all the things with the knives and the flipping and the jokes and the humor and all that stuff. She loves that stuff, right? So she was like, well, maybe I could be a hibachi chef. So we saw this and she immediately started thinking it was like a hibachi island, right? And so, yeah, exactly what I was doing. So I was like, I have this image, right, of, we have a party there or whatever. And we're getting ready. And then I'm like, I go out to the porch and I'm like, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. Please come to the kitchen. They all like come to the kitchen, right? And then I'm just like, it is my great pleasure to introduce to you the greatest chef within the state of Connecticut, and then go, "We are all witnesses," and like just do this, and then press the button on the fan so that the thing is like, "Woo," and like with music like, "Woo," and my, and then my daughter just comes out, like cooks the food, and then when everything is done, she's like, "Thank you," and then as the vent goes down, she's like, like down with the vent. It was just cracking. We were just dying, cracking each other up. And my wife and son came back from the bathroom, and my wife's like, "What?" And we're like, "It's a long story." It was really funny. "You are all witnesses." Oh man, exactly, a smoke machine and laser pointer light. So I'll show some more pictures over time, but again, I'll do more of that. And of course, when you're there, we'll definitely do a stream that is part of it. Yes, this house was built in 1803, Marinda. It is a former sea captain's house. Yeah, it is. So it is over 200 years old. What would that be? 218, I guess. 218 years old. So, and that obviously that kitchen, there was an extension, as I said, built much later, much later. That's 20th century sometime. I forget when exactly. Well, no. So the thing you were seeing though, the thing you're seeing, Marinda, that part of it, that kitchen is part of the extension. But the rest of the house is, I mean, the house obviously has been maintained, so it's been upkept. But we had to do some work to make sure that the foundation was properly shored up because, it's a historic home. It's actually registered as a historic home. And we still have the original heater tank, which is this small little tank basically that would have been used to heat the house back in the old days. It's obviously has disconnected and hasn't been run for, many decades, but we still have it. And the Historic Society wants us to keep it because it's worth a good deal of money. But again, it's part of the historic kind of feel of that place. Of course I need to sing some shanties. No, again, it's like, so there's been a lot of work to maintain it, but honestly, especially in the foundation, everything else, it's strong. And the thing is that we were talking about, I think it was Nonstop mentioned something about, Benihana. Yeah, I love Benihana. But I think it was Nonstop was talking about, am I afraid of hurricanes? And the answer is, well, we're a block away. We're not in the flood zone. We're a block away from the water. Hurricanes are always, a thing, and they could be more of a thing there theoretically, but, the effect of the hurricane, the only concern I have, and we have obviously hurricane coverage with our homeowners insurance, the only concern I really have is roof damage, because we have some lovely, lovely trees that are around our yard that could theoretically, fall over and crash onto the roof, and that would obviously be bad, right? But in terms of water, I'm not really concerned about that, because as it was pointed out to me, so you've got this stage where everyone's like, we want new construction, right? Like brand new construction. And then there's people who are like, well, we want to have an older home, but you don't want to have, like, you want to have an older home within a limit, right? So if you have like a home that's like 70 years old, or a home, not even, let's say 40 years old, 30, 40 years old. So it's built in like the 60s. Sometimes those homes are not like totally, they don't necessarily come together the right way. The maintenance isn't really there. But at a certain point, that curve of desirability goes up again, because you figure that if the house was built in 1803 and it's still here, this house is built to last, people. Like if this house had survived, this house was there during the Civil War. Now, admittedly, Connecticut didn't get Civil War action, but you know what I'm saying, right? This house has been through hurricanes. This house has been through snowstorms and blizzards. This house has been through, like things going on within it's been around a long time. 40 years ago, yeah, you know what I'm saying. 50 years ago. All right, smart guy. I guess that's true. Technically, 1960 be 60 years ago. 65. So you're saying like 55, right? 55 years ago. Yes, I should know this, shouldn't I? 40 years ago was the 70s. But even same thing though. Same thing. Like 70s also would be a home that I wouldn't necessarily be like, oh yeah, well maintained, because it's not in that kind of area. So yeah, creaky much. And that's the thing too. The house itself is very solid. Like it doesn't creak. There's none of that going on. But when I was in the attic, which is my streaming is going to be the new office in the streaming space, definitely when you're up there, you can hear, it was windy, very windy on Friday, and you could hear like a little bit of that. And to me, I'm just like, that's gold. That's freaking gold right there. So I'm excited about that. Wait, what? What do you mean? Right. Yeah. 50 years ago was the 70s. Yeah. Yes. But what I'm saying is, no. Wait a minute though. Not necessarily. So let me think about this. 1970. Well, yeah, because 65 would be 55 years ago. Okay. So I got the 65 part right. 55 years ago. The point is, it's a while. Yes, it's true. That's true. Because I'm 48. So yeah, I'm almost, yeah, it's true. Yeah, all right, fine. 60. Yeah, it's fine. You get the point I'm making. Yeah, opening scene, move into this house built in ancient medieval burial ground. It's true. Well, but the people who lived here before us had lived here for a long time, so several decades. So that's the thing. Then the stove fan starts rising. Oh man, but anyway, it's great. I'm very excited to be able to move to this place. And as I say, Connecticut, I'm really a New England kid, and I don't know that this will be my final move ever. But this is a place that we plan to be for a while. It's a place that the kids are definitely going to grow up in, and we're excited that we have a neighborhood that we feel good about, in a place that we feel good about, a state that I feel good about. Senator Chris Murphy is going to be my senator again. I was there when Chris Murphy, my family voted for Chris Murphy to unseat the odious Nancy Johnson as our House of Representatives, and then he moved up the chain and became senator, and he was one of the big people pushing to get this bill that was just passed, the major COVID relief bill passed by the Senate, which is a huge deal, $1.9 trillion. It's a big deal. And Murphy did that. So, good state, good people in it. Plus, and I graduated from the University of Connecticut. I'm a UConn Husky, man. So I'm going to get a chance to do that. And then on top of that, this beautiful house. So the only thing I regret is the fact that I'm leaving behind Verizon Fios and I'm going back to cable internet, which for people who don't have great internet, I understand. But for me, I'm like leaving behind the most chef's kiss internet. And I'm like, oh God, I'm going back with Optimum. But it's still broadband, and they say there's going to be fiber coming in within a year, they think. So, hopefully it'll be okay. What are you going to do? But yeah, it's like, that's all the deal. So thank you, Live Suing. I'd like to think so. It helps to hang out around a lot of young people. That does indeed keep you young. It really does. So I know it's not the same. I thought it was 65. You're right, exactly. I've used the Artbox stream the array before. I'm not worried about that, Miranda. I have actually streamed before with a 2 download and a 1 upload. Now that was a very hard stream to be able to configure and get working, and I was just talking. I wasn't playing any games, but I've done that. Basically, once I get up into like the 20, if anything, anywhere where I'm like basically 20 to 30 up, it's fine. That's fine. I can easily stream within that parameter. And the download, again, the guy was like, oh, because it'll be up to like 800 download. I'm like, yeah, what's the upload? And he's like, it's probably like 50. I'm like, okay. And that's fine. Like, that's doable. It's certainly functional. It's fine. Because, yeah. Did the realtor tell me what? Tell me the upload speed? No, I talked to the internet person. I talked to the internet people about that. 720. No, the stream rate will be fine. Oh, no, not Fios. They said that the guy I was talking to said that fiber was coming, because the thing is that, like, if you look at a map of where I am in Connecticut, fiber is in a lot of places. It just doesn't happen to be in this one particular area, and they are working on that area in particular at the moment and expect to have it done pretty soon. So like fiber is on the map for thing. So yes, that was the thing. I mean, they already knew that I was going to buy from there because they're pretty much a monopoly. Like, there aren't really other options. There's one other option, which is kind of sketchy. And then there's satellite internet, which no. So, basically there are not a lot of other options there. It's a monopoly basically. So that means we're going to get what we get. But, it's, yeah. No, they knew I was already going to get it regardless. So it's not like they were lying to me to get me to stay, because I can't get anything else. And I made it clear I need the best conceivable internet I can get. So, that's deal. Yeah. I mean, like right now, my internet is 900 down, 900, actually 950 down, 950 up. That's Fios. Fios has been freaking awesome. But remember, I had Optimum here for most of my streaming life, I've only had Fios for about a year. So for, 7.5 years or so that I've been streaming, that I streamed before I got Fios, it was all Optimum. Actually, I was using the same people. It was Optimum, and the only thing I think is different is that I was using fiber, but before that I was using cable internet. I was using cable internet at a certain point when I first began here. So the main thing I'm concerned about is reliability, honestly. Like, I'll adjust if I'm streaming and I'm streaming at like I say, if I have like a 30 upload or something like that, and a whatever download, doesn't really matter because the download's not as big a deal as the upload. But if I have like a 30 upload, that's fine. My biggest concern is making sure that it does route all the way up to the attic, so that's good. They already had like internet routed up there to begin with. They had cable up there, so that's good. But also, I just want to make sure there's reliability. That's my one worry. Because if it turns out that it's something more like, it's up sometimes and down sometimes, that would suck. And I don't know what I'm going to do about that. But I made sure to ask and double check, because it would be kind of hard. Like, as much as this house and neighborhood are great and everything, I kind of do have to be able to do this. Like, this, what I do here is not only something I do because I love all of you and because I enjoy this, but it also has a very practical benefit to my career. It also helps my writing career. It obviously gets my name out there. The gaming stuff and D&D and all that stuff has made it, I've been able to do that largely as a function of being able to do this. So I need to have functional internet, but it is broadband. So it's not like I'm going to the equivalent of dial-up or something like that. It is broadband. It's just cable as opposed to fiber, and so that's not as great. So, yeah, see that exactly, Rockod. My guess is that it's going to be something like between. He said up to 40. My guess is I'm going to end up with somewhere around 30. So there's that. Exactly, Dragon Spear. Exactly. Do I have Cat 5 or Cat 6? I don't have any idea what they have run through the house. I don't know. No idea. No clue. I know, the owners before were not into this stuff, so I don't, there was nothing like that. The other thing too is that they also have Optimum, they have hotspots, like Wi-Fi hotspots with Optimum. Now, I don't want to stream on Wi-Fi, but I'm just saying that when I was near the house, there's a bench near the house where you can look out at the ocean, and I was doing some writing, and I just checked out of curiosity. This is before I was back on Optimum again, which is going to officially activate for me next Wednesday. Next Thursday. But anyway, I checked, and there were a couple of Optimum Wi-Fi hotspots that I was picking up that were 4 bars. And I think it's because there's an Optimum Wi-Fi spot right in that specific area. So I obviously get that free, because when you're in Optimum, you get that free. That's not connected to anyone's individual network. That's put in by the company. And so that's a good sign, right? It indicates that it's something that they've got, available there. Yes, I do have Ethernet ports in the attic. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I do have Ethernet ports in the attic. Yes, I do. And I have cable running up there, so that's good. Yeah, it's going to be it will be a wired connection one way or the other. I would even hire someone if I had to wire stuff up through the attic, because it is going to be that important. So yeah, for sure. Because basically that's going to be the wireless. The router's going to go from there. We have a couple of extenders that we're going to get that will lead us down there. And then on the second and the first floor, the kids are going to need, and my mother-in-law are going to need to be able to have access to it. And that's the way we have it right now. We have extenders. We in fact, we even have power line cabling that I use for one of my things, which I set up so long ago that I don't even remember how it works. But I even have a power line thing, which we could theoretically do because the electrical is near as well. So Verizon 5G wireless is not available yet, but that's coming quickly, because they keep telling me via email without me asking that this is coming very soon to the following areas, including Connecticut. So, yeah. Yeah, no, I know it, right, Brenhauser? This is like first world problem type of stuff. But anyway, I'm very excited for it. I'm very excited to be able to talk more about it. And trust me, I am looking forward to testing it out and seeing. I'm gonna push everything I can. I'm gonna stay on top of it as well the minute we get something faster. But all I need is for it to be functional. In a way, the ARVBox thing is instructive. I've been able to stream, as I say, with one up. Now, that's not a functional stream for anything I'm ever going to do long term, like ever. But in terms of like, I was able to do that. I mean, I could fight through it at 10 up, but that would not be great. My hope is that we get to 20, because if we're above 20, that's fine. I can manage that okay. It means that I'll have to make a couple of adjustments, but 20 up is okay, as long as it's consistent. So yeah, as long as it's consistent, that's the main thing. And it is, I think they're buried lines that the cable uses and all that, so that should be good. So all that's fine. It's just a matter of making sure that that it's consistent, and as long as it does that, then great. That would be that I would want. Yeah, power line extender. That's what I had, is the little power line networking thing that I plugged in. But I honestly don't even remember how I set it up, so we'll see. So it means my YouTube VODs will take forever. I mean, not necessarily. If most of like if a typical, what is my file right now? So let's say, let me take a look at the size of one of these. So let me figure this out. So if I have a 9 gig file, that works out to 9 gigs is 900,000 megs, right? Or is it 9,000 megs? 9 gigs is 9,000 megs? Because 100 megs is a gig, yeah? Or no, it's 1,000 megs is a gig. It's 9,000 megs, okay. So 9,000 megs divided by 20. So that's 400 and, okay, divided by 20 means that, and I think it's 20 megs, and I think it's per minute. When we talk about up down, it's per minute or per second or per hour. It's per minute, right? That it's up. Is that per? Does anyone remember? Is it like per? Yeah, no, I know. But my point is, so that's like, so megabits per second. Okay. So then if it's 20 megabits per second, then it means how many megabytes would you upload in a minute then? If it's 20 megabits per second, how much would you upload in a minute? Roughly. 2.5 times 60? So 150 megs in a minute. Is that right? 150 megs in a minute? Okay, so it'd take an hour. Yeah. So if it's 20 upload, then it would take an hour to upload a standard file of mine. Like my Espergenesis, which ran for, let me see, ran for 4 hours. So my 4-hour Espergenesis will take an hour to upload. Okay. I mean, that's not, right now it takes about, right now that same file takes, what does it take? It takes right now about a minute to upload. So that's going to be a change, but it's doable. And honestly, even if I really needed to, even if I had to, I could always just export it directly from my Twitch channel, which I had to do for a while with my GOG streams, because there was a problem with syncing. I don't know why it did that. That problem has now been fixed, thank God. But I had for a while to do that. So I could always, even to this day, when Shadowed or someone else is streaming and it's not me actually streaming it, that's what I have to do. So if I had to, I could do that. Again, these are not optimal positions. I hope that I won't have to deal with this. The faster it is, the better. I hope that the guy's right and we can get up to that 40 megs a minute or 40 megs a second, because that would speed this up considerably. But I know it's not going to be as good, and there's nothing I can do about that until they get fiber out there. But yeah, or until Verizon Fios shows up and is like, hey, we're here to save you. And I'll be like, thank you, Verizon Fios. But anyway, having said all of that, it's late. I got to get on out of here. I want to thank everyone for being awesome. You are all lovely, lovely people. And I hope you folks enjoyed. Oh, interesting. Okay. So But I'm going to rise up and out of here. If you like what you saw and heard tonight, please follow the channel. Check out the YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets, website arvanellarun.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop will get you merchandise for infinity and beyond. If you want a slick shirt like this that you saw me and Trendane and John repping today, you can get it by going there. Different colors too, by the way. And that also supports the channel, as does the Adventures of Middle-earth stuff, which you can get over there, plus soon to be Esper Genesis stuff as well. And then !Arv Trayon is right there. 20 patrons, 184 per month. We're really trying to push that number up higher as well, because that really is the financial backbone of the channel, and it's what makes it possible for me to do things like pay for my internet, whatever it is, and pay for things like that awesome new camera that I'm really happy to have. I think it's made a real difference for the channel. I am thinking that with the new streaming space, I might even able to do some videos that I might go direct up to YouTube. I might do a little bit of that kind of vlogging about maybe some DMing, GMing stuff. We'll see. But any case, that stuff. And so that is really helpful. Plus, it could be cool stuff for you as well, including inspirations. And those inspirations were helpful today, as we saw. Also, of course, you can subscribe to the channel. Many of you did that today. Thank you so much for that. You get those awesome custom sub badges and emotes and all that kind of good stuff, which really helps as well. And again, inspirations to help the players. And on the publishing side, Icarus from Athos Arts, my graphic novel. More details about Athos Arts coming very soon. I was speaking with them just earlier. Well, not today anymore, yesterday. And so they will be involved in something with me very, very soon, and I'm excited to share that with all of you. Library for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook, which is coming out of custom soon, please God. In the meantime, available on RPG. Thank you, Brandhauser. I'm very, very pleased with this camera. Yeah, it's a Canon M200, and it's been great. I really, really love it. What was I saying? I was saying something super important. I don't remember what it was. The Gray Shade, so the library, Tales and Tomes Forbidden Library, available in digital on RPG, where it is currently on sale, by the way. It is selling, I believe, for $8.99 at last check, so you can get that right now, and then the physical copies will be on their way as soon as Customs releases them. They've been there already like 6 weeks, so please, God. Anyway, so there's that going on, and then we have, of course, the Gray Shade Kickstarter, which is my Kickstarter, which is a big deal for me, maybe the biggest Kickstarter I've ever been involved with. A board game, the books, of course, a tabletop role-playing game, an audiobook from Tren, a lot of elements to this, and I'm very excited about it, but it's a big deal, and so I'll be talking more about that as time goes. The current date for that is April 6th. We moved it back a few weeks, but after the discussion I had today with folks regarding this Kickstarter, I'm feeling very good about our position, so I am excited to be able to actually launch that in early April. Otherwise, don't forget, as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter. Again, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and links there for resources, political advocacy, and the like. And Help Now, which is the World Health Organization suicide prevention page. Very important, again, in this dark time, which is getting lighter, I think. It really is getting lighter. The vaccines are rolling out. We're starting to see some progress. That bill that was passed today in the U.S. Senate for U.S. citizens is the biggest progressive legislation passed in a generation. It's not perfect, but it does a hell of a lot. The fact that it is going to cut child poverty in half is a huge deal. It's going to really help people. Yes, it's only a start, but it is a big start, and I'm really proud that that was able to happen, and that's because elections matter, and so there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And in the meantime, we need to reach out to others who need help and reach out to others if we need help as well. So hang in there and continue to be a part of community like this, because that really is what makes a big difference. We are also going to do a raid today because, again, we had an excellent turnout. And the way the raid works is as follows. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, which is lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID, and sub raid, which is the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, and then we've got Arvany Roar, we've got Arvany Hype, we've got Arvany Witch, Arvany What, Arvany Woe, Arvany Love, Arvany Everything, Arvany Captain's House. I've got to come up with some new ones, obviously, but no, we've got amazing stuff there. That you should put that in when we are brought over automagically to where we're going to go. Oh, I see someone that we are going to raid. I have not been able to raid this person for a little while, actually. Let's see where this person's at. Nice. Okay, I know exactly who we're going to raid. So, yes, thank you. I always like it when people practice in chat. So stick around, folks, and we are going to be back here. We are going to be back here on Monday for Emberwind. We're off tomorrow. We're off Sunday. Monday back here for Emberwind. And then Tuesday, I will be back for the last time streaming from this place with Adventures in Middle Earth and then Mission Critical over on GOG.com. I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream today. Thank you so much to my wonderful mods, Dragonspear, Hillness, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Covenant of Lanera, and of course, Sod. Thank you as well to my subscribers, to Dragonspear, Hillness, Rock God, Shadow Mage. Thank you to Echo Alpha X5, the GC Darkside Rob, Nonstop, Brandhauser, to JLC, to Live Suing, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, and Trendane. Thank you so much to my wonderful viewers, also my Patreon supporters in that group. Thank you to Aiden, to Bing Cortana, Carbo, Cinder, Commander Root, Aranth, Feet, Flopper. Thank you to Have This, to Kilosis. Thank you to Caro. What's up, Caro? I haven't seen you in a while. Thank you to Light and Passion, to Magic Guy, Marinda as always, Mulches. Thank you to Nuka Orange Courier. Thank you to Omega Jep, I think. Thank you to Radio, Johnny Panda, of course. Thank you to Snyder Tiger, Tontoms, you Christensen, Uncle Elias, as always, VNK, and Virgo Praz. And special thanks tonight to my players, to Trendane, to Sod, to John, and to Rob for being awesome and not for breaking my computer desk. Thank you, everybody. Much love, and special thanks to all of you, chat, as well, for being amazing people. That's it for me. Stick around for the raid, and I will see you lovely people soon. Until then, everyone be good to each other. Bye for now.